Amanuensis Preface. By permission of the author, whose letter addressed to me follows as his preface herein, and to meet the natural inquiry and satisfy, so far as any personal statement from me will, any honest inquiring mind, I humbly appear in order briefly to give the major facts concerning the writing of this, even to me, very remarkable book. I am an only child of Dr. and Mrs. Oliver, who for many years have resided in the state of California. I was born in Washington, D.C. in 1866, and brought to the state by my parents 2 years later. Prior to commencing the writing of this book in 1884, my education had been comparatively limited, and extended to a very slight knowledge of the subjects herein treated. My father, a well-known physician, died a few years ago, my mother surviving him. Both were daily witnesses of most of the circumstances and facts surrounding the writing of this book. But further than to state this, I do not think myself called upon to introduce my family into the work, nor, in fact, myself, except in so far as it is meet for me to stand forth and do my personal part as the amanuensis. I feel that I am mentally and spiritually but a figure beside the author of the great, deep-searching, far-reaching, and transcendent questions presented in the following pages, and I read and study them with as much interest and profit, I imagine, as will any reader. At the same time, I feel with no sense of the natural pride of an author of such a book, that it is a work of unselfish love, and will help to the betterment of an upward struggling world, searching ever for more light, and feed the hungry for knowledge of the great mystery of life and of the ever-evolving soul, through him who said, "I am the way, follow me." In these days of doubt, materialism, and even rank atheism, it requires all the courage I possess to assert, in clear unequivocal terms, that the following book, A Dweller on Two Planets, is absolute revelation, that I do not believe myself its author, but that one of those mysterious persons, if my readers choose to so consider him, an adept of the arcane and occult in the universe, better understood from reading this book, is the author. Such is the fact. The book was revealed to me, a boy, and a boy, too, whose parents were mistakenly lenient to such a degree that he was allowed to do as he chose in most things. Not lacking in inclination to study, but very lacking in willpower, continuity, and energy, I gained little in educational triumphs, and was pointedly criticized by my teacher as lackadaisical, even lazy. Hence, when a little past 17 years of age, Philos the esoterist took me actively in charge, designing to make me his instrument to, in the world, that profound adept showed what seems to me a rare faith, for I was without any solid education as generally so considered, was minus any special religious trend, and for my sole commendation had willingness, love of the remarkable, and an uncolored mind. For a year my occult preceptor educated me by means of mental talks, and to such a point was my mind occupied by the many new thoughts with which he inspired me, that I paid no heed to my environment, worked automatically, if at all, studied and read not, and scarcely heard those who addressed my exterior senses. Then it was that my father determined to stop my approaching imbecility, as he called it, for I had avoided explanations, and had said nothing of the talks with my mystic preceptor, whom even I had never seen but a few times. To parental pressure I yielded and told my, to me, divine secret. To my relief it was not scouted, but after a long narration to both parents, they expressed a desire to hear the mysterious stranger also. This he would not grant, but permitted me to quote his words, talks, and addresses, and at length I became so proficient that I could repeat what he said almost as fast as he spoke to me. A circle was formed at home, consisting at first of my parents, W.S. Mallory, now of Cleveland, Ohio, and myself as hearers and Philos as teacher. Later Mrs. S. M. Pritchard and Mrs. Julia P. Churchill were present. This was in Wairika, Siskiyou Company, Cal. Early in the 80s, where the MS was commenced in AD 1883-4, but was finished in Santa Barbara County, California, AD 1886, where it has ever since remained in the manuscript at the command of the author. It will have added interest to many who love or have become interested in California, to know that within full view of Shasta, one of her loftiest mountain peaks, this book was begun and almost finished under the inspiration of that spirit of nature which speaks ever to those who, listening, understand. How the author differs from us common mortals, and how, by his occult methods, he possesses the power to dictate, reveal, as he has done and still does, may be better known by perusal of his remarkable record, set forth in this book. his personal history. In 1883-4 AD, in sight of the inspiring peak of Mount Shasta, the author began to have me write what he told me, and curiously enough, he dictated the initial chapter of Book Second first of all. Other chapters, both preceding and succeeding, were given at intervals of a few weeks, or even months, sometimes only a sheet or two, at others as high as 80 letter-size sheets being covered in a few hours. I would be awakened at night by my mentor and write by lamplight, or sometimes with no light, but in darkness. In 1886 the main work, as I remember it, was done. Then he had me revise it under his supervision, and this work was as erratic as the other. In fact, the whole thing was as if he had the MS already prepared when first he began dictation, and was indifferent as to what portions were written first, so only all were written. Had I been a medium in the sense usually understood by the believers in spiritualism, as I understand it, the writing would have been automatic, and I would not have been forced to clothe his converse so largely in my own language, and in that case no revision would have been necessary. But I was always conscious of every surrounding, quite similar, in fact, to any stenographer, with this lack of equality to such an amanuensis, that I was not then a shorthand reporter. Realizing how useful in taking my preceptor's teachings the possession of this art on my part would be, I learned to write stenographically, although never an expert. Twice was the work revised, twice he had me go over this erratically written MS, which, as I have said, was mainly written backward. So strangely was it given that I had almost no idea of what it was, or with what it dealt. On one occasion, when I had written over 200 sheets, mostly backwards, i.e. the sentences rightly last coming first, so fast and mixed that I had no idea of its sense, he bade me burn it without even reading it. This I did, and to this day I have little idea of what those pages contained, or why he had me destroy them, nor will he tell me. The book was finished in AD 1886, though for the purpose of publication the MS has been thoroughly edited by a literary expert, that any error therein due to my own limitations and mistakes in transmission as amanuensis should be eliminated. In the year 1894, the manuscript as finished in 1886 was typewritten in duplicate by Mrs. M. E. Moore of Louisville, Kentucky, and she has had possession of one of said copies ever since up to midsummer, 1899. The Moore copy has never been changed by even a letter since it was written, evidence whereof has been judiciously preserved. Said manuscript was copyrighted by me in 1894, and owing to an addition to the title again in the year 1899. During all this time I have not been permitted, nor able, to have it published. In the interval many of the things spoken of in the shape of scientific and mechanical rediscoveries spoken of in the book have been brought to pass. The high attainments of the Atlanteans, lost for thousands of years following as the result of the engulfment of their great continent, have been and are rapidly being brought to light and utility, bearing out the prediction of the author. Witness the discovery recently of the Röntgen or X-ray, not even dreamed of in 1886, yet in the book you will find a long treatise concerning cathodicity and the amazing powers of the night side of nature, of such practical use to and so well understood by the people of that wonderful age. Also note wireless telegraphy. It too is herein scattered all through and referred to in this book, precluding the possibility of interpolation. Again, regarding there being but one energy and but one substance, now beginning to find able champions and general scientific acceptance, in place of passing it by as a chimera for the elementary hypothesis so long held by chemists. This also is an integral part of this book, though it is not more than 2 years since an article appeared in Harper's Magazine seriously advancing this belief of fin de siècle science as a novelty. These are but major examples of what was set forth in A Dweller on Two Planets in 1886, together with many more predictions of the immediate oncoming of what the author terms rediscovery of the secrets buried with Atlantis. And it is promised that we, as Atlanteans returning, are going beyond her fallen greatness, and that by slow, synthetic steps, we are coming up to surpass even those wonderful attainments, as the ever-expanding and growing mind and soul of man climbs ever higher in the rounds of his evolution. To all earnest, though perhaps skeptical inquirers, I may say that the evidence as to this book being finished in 1886, and before the latter-day discoveries became known, abundantly exists and can be clearly established, to clear away any cobwebs that might otherwise find lodgment in their minds and prevent them from accepting the book for what its author claims, the truth. Upon the ability of the perusers to so accept this book as history and not fiction, much depends in lighting up the path for their souls. I am rather in expectation of another work, but whether I will have it or some other amanuensis will get it, I do not know. If it comes as promised, it will be one for the inner eyes of those who profit by this work, and seek yet more of the counsel which will place their feet firmly on the narrow way of attainment. In writing as such amanuensis, I am always conscious of the presence calling himself Philos, whenever he chooses to come to me, and sometimes I see as well as hear and speak with him, though vision is rare. Clairvoyance and clairaudience would account for this. I hear and speak or write what is said as I am directed. Often, after being shown the mental picture, I am left largely to express it in my own language. At such times I am as fully conscious of my surroundings as at any other time, though I feel lifted as into a master's presence, and gladly do for him the work of an amanuensis. If the good counsel and loving care I have personally received from my wise friend had been faithfully and persistently remembered and followed, instead of so largely slighted or forgotten, as often to almost fade from my memory during big absence, I should undoubtedly have been a better example than I feel that I am of the grand lessons he sets forth in this book. I have never represented myself to any person, nor to the public as possessing mediumistic or any other quality, nor have I ever used the same at any person's request, for love or money. Whatever my talents or qualities in these things may be, they have only been used as a sacred gift. With such influences as have surrounded me in this work, I can gratefully and truly say that I have never been tempted to do otherwise, if I could, and have ever received exceedingly more good than I feel that my services have returned. Now the question arises, do I believe this book? Unhesitatingly, yes. There may be points that I can accept only on faith, like any other reader, feeling that a day will come when, if I shall be faithful, I will be instructed by the Spirit to which he testifies. There certainly will be criticisms from some as to the manner of the writing of this MS, and as to the truth of my statements regarding it, as there has. So often have those who prefer to believe that all such claims are but authors' fictions. I have come to personally know the truth of some of the things mentioned in this book, in the course of the 15 years that I have had in this connection. I have had many experiences mentally confirmatory at least, either of the direct statements of the author, or tending to strengthen the absolute confidence which I feel in him and reverence so deeply. I have often, even as Christian in Pilgrim's Progress, fallen. But the path is there. Does the sun cease to shine because fogs obscure it? Then is it not for us to follow the path, forgetting persons, and looking to the Spirit, as we read Philo's book? Fess Oliver. Letter from Philos, author of this history. January, 1886. Today, my brother, the masses of humanity on this planet are awakened to the fact that their knowledge of life, the great mystery, is insufficient for the needs of the soul. Hence a school of advanced thought has arisen, whose members, ignorant of the mysterious truth, yet know their ignorance and ask for light. I make no pretenses when I say that I, Theo-Christian student and occult adept, am one of a class of men who do know, and can explain these mysteries. I, with other Christian adepts, influence the inspirational writers and speakers through an ability to exert the control of our trained, and therefore more powerful, minds over theirs which are enormously less so. Hence, when the people ask for bread, our media give it to them. Who are these, our media? They are all men or women, in churches or out, who bear witness of the fatherhood of God, the sonship of man, and the brotherhood of Jesus with all souls, irrespective of creeds or ecclesiastical forms. Because these, our writers and speakers, have wrought for human good, so shall, and so does, good come to themselves, bread from the waters. It is proper that the leaders of the mental van should receive generous remuneration. And they do. But at this point enters a different phase. Observing the cry for more light, more truth. Observing also how great is the recompense, up springs the imitator, who has no light of inspiration, no conception of the real truth, not of the laws of the eternal. What does he? Watch. With a pen whose shaft is imitation, and whose point is not of the gold of fact, but of the perishable metal of selfish greed, this person writes. He dips his pen into the ink of more or less thrilling sensationalism, muddy with the dirt of immorality and nastiness, and he draws a pen picture illuminated by the tallow dip of lust and corruption. There is in his work no lofty aim to inspire his readers. He deals with the lowest aspects of life, and ignorant of the inexorable penalty for sin, has no expiation to demand of his characters. While a little allured by brilliant word painting, the reader goes to the end. He is conscious ever that the cry of his soul for the bread of infinity has been answered not even by a stone, but by a handful of mud. No good purpose is thus subserved. Nothing taught of the real laws or philosophies of life. It drags down but never elevates. Whoso shall utter thus, upon them shall come retribution, and they shall be judges upon themselves, and executioners also, out in the open sea of the soul, where their own spirit will have no mercy for the misdeeds of the soul. Other imitators there may be, who, fired with a genuine desire to do good, will mimic intuitional utterances, and however poor the work, yet if the animus has been to do good, in the measure of that resolve shall the Most High judge that whatever is for good is not for evil. But let them beware who, for money or profit, are tempted to give stones or mud. And now, my brother, I have another subject to speak upon. Readers of my book, Two Planets, may consider a while over those passages concerning the sin of the Princess Lalix and of Zalm, the legal nephew of the Emperor Guaxum. They may say that the mention of this fact, though liable to occur as one of the varied experiences of life, is nevertheless out of place in a book whose aim is highly moral. But I ask those who know my work, is it inexcusable to speak of those grave but common crimes if the author can treat them as examples of broken law, and place the working of such law so clearly before this unthinking world that men and women will be afraid to break it, fearful of the penalty, which can in no wise be evaded? I think it unjustifiable to keep silence under such circumstances. I have, so far from overdrawing the estimate of the penalty of crime, not given the entire expiatory picture. I know whereof I speak, for this, my brother, is my own life history, and words have no power to depict the utter misery which the exaction of the punishment has caused me. If but one soul shall be saved like misery, and similar or equal sin, or less or more error, then am I content. I have sought to explain the great mystery of life, illustrating it with part of my own life history, extracts which cover years reaching into many thousands, and the greatest of all books has been my text. I add not thereto nor take away, but explain. Peace be with thee. Philos. Addendum. I feel myself vastly indebted to many bright writers and authors for numerous quotations of which I have availed myself, without making credit at the time. It is impossible to render this award to every individual by name, hence I must do so concretely, just as the world finds itself forced to express its aggregate gratitude, not by words of laudation, but by shaping its life in conformity to the noble precepts in poetry and in prose, devised to humanity as the legacy of all the ages. As the world is helped, so has my work been. I hope I have returned help for help. Sincerely, Philos. 121:1 Revelations, XXII, 18-19. Also I. Tim. 6. 3-12. A marvelous prediction. The preface is mine to say what may properly please me. It was so given to me by the author. A subject not specifically treated by Philos in his book, but not forbidden to me by him, I feel it almost due the public to give here, most especially as it was told to me by him while I was summering in Reno, Nevada in the year 1886. I at that time embodied it in a short story which I dated, but more to the point, read to a young lady friend, Miss S. This fact she can testify as being fact, for it was partly written under her eyes, was criticized by herself, sister and mother, and climax was written upon paper bought for the purpose from her father's drug and bookstore. Philos stated to me then that inside 50 years, considerably inside, he thought mundane scientists would have discovered and applied electric forces to the astronomical telescope. Just how, he did not state, although he did give ample enough details so that one familiar with those subjects probably would have been able to seize upon and work out the idea to a successful issue. He said that electric currents unimpressed with vibrations such as produce sound, heat, and light until resisted, would be superadded to the light vibrations constituting the image beheld through the telescope. This would be accomplished through the media of well-known so-called chemical elements, whose then unrecognized higher powers remained to be discovered. The result was described to me as awe-inspiring and marvelous past earthly dreams. Thus, he stated, that upon suns and stellar bodies so distant that hundreds of them only, even in this AD 1899, seem as a faint speck through the most powerful modern telescopes. To this electrostellar would, by proper amplification of the electroluminous waves, be made so plain to earthly vision that objects not visible to the unaided earthly sight would be easily perceptible on the most distant stellar body, however remote from the mundane beholder. Further, Philo says that he did not embody this subject in his book, because Atlantis did not know of it, despite her marvelous scientific attainments. Hence it will be no rediscovery, but a distinct step in advance of anything that Earth has known. Solomon at last outreached, so far as his time-honored saying applies to our planet, at least. Respectfully, the amanuensis, Frederick Oliver. Los Angeles, October 11, 1899. 24. Map of Atlantis. The First. Chapter 1. Atlantis, Queen of the Wave. Why not? I asked myself, pausing amidst the snow on the mountain. They're so far above the sea that the Storm King was ever supreme, even while summer reigned below. Am I not an Atlan, a Passeid? And is not that name synonymous with freedom, honor, power? Is not this, my native land, the most glorious beneath the sun? Beneath Inkle? Again I queried. Why not I? Why not strive to become one amongst the foremost in my proud country? Passeid is the queen of the sea, yeah, and of the world also, since all nations pay tribute of praise and commerce to us, all emulate us. To rule in Passeid, then, is not that virtually to rule over all the earth? Therefore will I strive to grasp the prize, and I will do it, too. And now, O pale, cold moon, bear witness of my resolve. I cried aloud, raising my hands to heaven. And ye also, ye glittering diamonds of the sky, if resolute effort could ensure success, I usually achieved whatever end I determined to attain. So there I made my vows at a great height above the ocean, and above the plain which stretched away westward 2,000 miles to Cafel, the royal city. So high was it that all about and below me lay peaks and mountain ranges, vast in themselves, but dwarfed beside the apex whereon I stood. All around me lay the eternal snows. But what cared I? So filled with the new resolve was my mind, the resolve to become a power in the land of my nativity, that I needed not the cold. Indeed, I scarce knew that the air about me was cold, was chill as that of the Arctic fields of the remote north. Many obstacles would have to be surmounted in the accomplishment of this design, for truly what was I at that moment? Only a mountaineer's son, poor, fatherless. But, the fates be praised, not motherless. At thought of her, my mother, miles away, down where the perennial forests waved, where snow seldom fell, while I stood on the storm-kissed summit, alone with the night and my thoughts. At the thought of my mother my eyes grew moist, for I was only a boy and often a sad enough one, when the hardships which she endured arose to mind. Such reflections were but added incentives to my ambition to do and to be. Once more my thoughts dwelt on the difficulties I must encounter in my struggle for success, fame, and power. Atlantis, or Passeid, was an empire whose subjects enjoyed the freedom allowed by the most limited monarchical rule. The general law of official succession presented to every male subject a chance for preferment to office. Even the emperor held an elective position, as also did his ministers, the Council of 90, or princes of the realm, offices analogous to those of the secretarial portfolios of the American Republic, its veritable successor. If death claimed the occupant of the throne or any of the councillors, the elective franchise came into activity, but not otherwise, barring dismissal for malfeasance in office, a penalty which, if incurred by him, not even the emperor was exempt from suffering. The possession of the elective power was vested in the two great social divisions, which embraced all classes of people of either sex. The great underlying principle of the Passeid political fabric might be said to have been an educational measuring rod for every ballot holder. But the sex of the holder, no one's business. The two major social branches were known by the distinctive names of Incala and Xiokwa, or, respectively, the priesthood and scientists. Do my readers ask where that open opportunity for every subject could be in a system which excluded the artisans, tradespeople, and military, if they happened not to be of the enfranchised classes? Every person had the option of entering either the College of Sciences or that of Incal, or both. Nor was race, color, or sex considered, the only prerequisite being that the candidate for admission must be 16 years of age, and the possessor of a good education obtained in the common schools, or at some of the lesser seats of collegiate learning, as the Xiaquithlon in the capital city of some one of the Posite states, as at Numia, Turna, Idosa, Karosa, or even at Marsyas Lower College. Marzus, being the principal art manufacturing center of Atlantic 7 years, was the allotted term of study at the Great Xiaquithlon, 10 months in each year, divided into 2 subterms of 5 months each, devoted to active work, and 1 month allowed for recreation, half of it between each session. Any student might compete in the annual examination exercises, held at the end of the year or just preceding the vernal equinox. That we recognize the natural law of mental limitation will be obvious from the fact that the course of study was purely optional, the aspirant being at liberty to select as many, or as few topics as were agreeable, with this necessary proviso, that only possessors of diplomas of the first class could be candidates for even the humblest official position. These certificates were evidence of a grade of acquirement which embraced a range of topical knowledge too great to be mentioned, otherwise than inferentially, as the reader proceeds. The second-grade diploma did not confer political prestige, except in the matter of carrying with it the voting privilege, although if a person neither cared to be an office holder, nor to vote, the right to instruction in any educational branch was none the less a gratuitous privilege. Those, however, who only aspired to a limited education, with the purpose of more successfully pursuing a given business, as tuition in mineralogy by an intending miner, agriculture by a farmer, or botany by an ambitious gardener, had no voice in the government. While the number of those unambitious ones was not small, none the less the stimulus of obtaining political prestige was so great that not above 1 in a dozen of the adult population was without at least a secondary diploma, while fully 1/3 had first-grade certificates. It was owing to this that the electors found no scarcity of material for filling all elective positions under the government. Some uncertainty is possibly left in the mind of the reader as to what constituted the difference between priestly and scientific suffragists. The only essential difference was that the curriculum at the Incolithlon or College of Priests embraced, in addition to every high-grade feature taught at the Xiaquithlon, also the study of a wide range of occult phenomena, anthropological and sociological themes, to the end that graduates in the sciences might have the opportunity of fitting themselves to minister to any want which men of less erudition and less comprehension of the great underlying laws of life might experience, in any phase or condition. The Incolithlon was in fact the very highest, most complete institution of learning which the world knew then, or pardon what may seem to be, but is not, Atlan conceit, has known since, and for that matter will know for centuries to come. As such an exalted educational institution, students within its halls must needs possess extra zeal and determined willpower in order to pursue and secure graduation certificates from its board of examiners. Few indeed had found life extended enough to enable them to acquire such a diploma, possibly not 1 in 500 of those who made honorable exit from the Xiaquithlon, itself an institution not second to the modern Cornell University. As I pondered, there amidst those mountain snows, I decided not to attempt too much, but a Xiaoqua I determined to be, if any possible chance existed. Although I scarcely hoped for the possession of the eminence conferred by the title of Ingala, I vowed that I would make an opportunity to compete for the other, if no occasion presented otherwise. To obtain the proud distinction would require, in addition to arduous study, the possession of ample pecuniary means to furnish the expense of living, and the maintenance, at its highest, of an unfaltering energy of purpose. Whence could I hope to obtain all this? The gods were believed to help the needy. If I, a lad of not yet 17 summers, who had a mother looking to me for support and the necessities of life, with nothing that could aid me to attain my aspirations except native energy and will, might not be placed in that category, then who were the needy? Methinks there should be no more evidence of dependence necessary, and it were indeed proper in the gods to extend aid. Filled with such reflections as these, I climbed yet higher toward the top of the sky-piercing peak, near the apex of which I stood. For the dawn was not far distant, and I must be on the highest stone to greet Inkle, the sun, when he, for conquered Navas, else he chief of all the manifest signs of the great and only true God, whose name he bore, whose shield he was, might not favorably regard my prayer. No, he must see that the supplicating youth spared no pains to do him honor, because it was for this purpose only that I had climbed alone, amidst these solitudes, up that trackless steep of snow, beneath the starry dome of the skies. Is there, I asked myself, A more glorious belief than this which my countryfolk hold? Are not all Positi worshippers of the great God, the one true deity, who is typified by the blazing sun? There can be nothing more sacred and holy. So spoke the boy whose maturing mind had grasped the really inspiring exoteric religion, but who knew of none other, deeper and more sublime, nor was he to learn of it in the days of Attila. As the first glance of light from behind his shield stole through the dark abyss of night, I threw myself prone in the summit snows, where I must remain until the god of light was entirely victorious over Navis. Triumphant at last, I then arose, and making a final profound obeisance, retraced my steps down that fearful declivity of ice, and snow and barren rock, the latter black and cruelly sharp, thrusting its ridges through the icy coat, showing the ribs of the mountain which stood, one of the peerless peaks of the globe, 13,000 feet above the level of the sea. For 2 days all my efforts had been to reach that frigid summit and cast myself, a living offering, on its lofty altar, thus to honor my God. I wondered if he had heard and noted me. Did he care? Did he care enough to direct his vice-regent, God of the mountain, to aid me? To the latter, without knowing why, I looked, hoping in what may seem a blind fatuity, for him to reveal a treasure of some sort, or, what is that dull metallic glint in the rock whose heart my iron-shod alpenstock had lain bare to the rays of the morning sun? Gold. O Inkle! It is so. Yellow, precious gold. O Inkle! I cried, repeating his name. Be thou praised for returning answer so quickly to thy humble petitioner. Down in the snow I knelt, uncovering my head out of gratitude to the God of all being, the Most High, whose shield, the sun poured forth his glorious rays. Then I looked again on the treasure. Ah! What a store of wealth was there! As the quartz rock splintered beneath my excited strokes, the precious metal held it together, so thickly did it vein its matrix. Sharp edges of the flinty stone cut my hands, so that the blood flowed from half a dozen places, and as I grasped the icy quartz which did the deed, my bleeding hands froze fast upon it. A union of blood and treasure, no matter, and I tore them loose, unheeding the pain, so much was I excited. Inkle, I exclaimed, thou art good to thy child in so liberally bestowing the treasure which shall enable a realization of his resolution, ere the heart hath opportunity to grow faint through long-deferred hope. I loaded into my capacious pockets all that I could stagger under, selecting the richest and most valuable pieces of the gold quartz. How should I mark the spot? How find it again? To a born mountaineer this was no hard task, and was soon accomplished. Then onward, downward, homeward, joyfully I swung, with light heart, if heavy load. Over these mountains, indeed not 2 miles from the base of my treasure peak, wound the Emperor's highway to the great ocean, hundreds of miles away on the other side of the Cephalian plains. This causeway once reached, the most fatiguing part of the trip would be over, although but 1/5 of the entire route would yet have been traversed. To give some idea of the difficulties encountered in scaling or descending this giant mountain, I must remark that the final 5,000 feet of the ascent could be made by only one tortuous route. A narrow gorge, a mere volcanic fissure, afforded foothold of the most precarious character, all other parts of the peak being insurmountable cliffs. This meager support existed for the first 1,000 feet. Above this point the cleft ceased. Near its upper end a small cave existed, rather higher than a man's stature, and capable of holding perhaps 20 people. In the farther end of this rocky room was a hole, a crack wider horizontally than in the perpendicular. Entering this crevice by crawling serpent fashion, the venturesome explorer would find that for several hundred paces he must needs descend a rather sharp incline, albeit the crevice in the first dozen steps so widened or heightened that a more or less upright posture could be assumed. From the end of its descending course it twisted and again increased in size so as to form a tunnel, ascending by tortuous windings, its walls affording sufficient support to make the climbing safe, although pursued upward at an angle of about 40 degrees, while in some parts an even greater degree of perpendicularity marked the passage. In this way an upward climb of 30-odd hundreds of feet was accomplished, the sinuosities of the route greatly increasing the distance covered in a vertical rise. This, reader, was the sole method of reaching the summit of the highest mountain of Poseid, or Atlantis, as thou callest the island continent. Arduous as was its passage, There was more than enough room in this dry old chimney, or watercourse, whichever it was. Chimney it certainly had been originally, though now water-worn to such an extent as to render the idea of its igneous formation, de novo, merely conjectural. At one part of its course this long hole widened into a vast cavern. This led away at right angles from the chimney, and down, down, until far in the bowels of the mountain, thousands of feet it seemed, in the dread darkness. He who ventured so far found himself on the brink of a vast abyss, which had no visible side except that on which he stood. Beyond this, further progress was impossible except for winged things as bats, and bats were there none in that awful depth. No sound came back from its frightful chasm. No brightness of torches had ever revealed its other shore. Naught was there but a sea of eternal inky blackness. Yet here were no terrors for me, rather a fascination. While others may have known of the place, I had never found a companion with enough temerity to brave the unknown, and stand by my side on the horrid brink, where I had stood, not once only but several times in days gone by. 3 times I had been there, impelled by curiosity. On the 3rd occasion I had leaned over the edge to seek a possible further descent, when the stone upon which I was, a huge basaltic block, loosened from its place, fell, and I barely escaped with my life. I fell, and for several minutes sounds of its descent came echoing back to where I stood. My torch went with it, and far down the depths its sparks gleamed like fireflies as it struck projecting points of the rock, ere it finally disappeared. I was left in that deep darkness, weak from my great peril, to make my way up and out, if I could. If not, then to fail and die. But I succeeded. Thenceforth I had no curiosity to explore that unknown gulf. Through the chimney which led past the upper end of this abysmal cavern, between the upper end of the outer fissure in the cliff and the summit side, 500 or 600 feet below the apex of the mountain, I had been many times. Often had I been over the spot where a chance blow of my staff revealed the golden treasure, yet never found the precious store until I had asked Inkle for it, urged by the pressing burden of my necessities. Is it strange that I felt absolute faith in the religious belief of my people? It was into the dark chimney that I had to go when I left the snowy summit, out of the sunlight and fresh air into dense blackness and a slightly sulphurous atmosphere. But if I left the morning brightness, I also left the fearful cold of the external air, for inside the tunnel, if dark, it was warm. At last, I came into the small room at the head of the 1,000-foot crevice which would take me to the easier slopes of the lower and middle third of the mountain. In that room I paused. Should I return for another load of auriferous rock? Or should I go directly on my homeward way? At length, I turned and retraced my steps. With the noon hour, I stood once more beside my treasure spot. Then down again with my second load, till the weary toil ceased almost. For I was standing then at the entrance to the great cavern, 400 feet from the little room at the head of the outer crevice, 400 feet of pretty steep climbing. After a moment's pause, I resumed the short but sharp ascent, and was soon in the little room, with only a dozen feet at most between myself and the free air. Sinuous the long tunnel was considered as a whole, yet it had some passages as straight, as if cut by tools along a line. The 400 feet, more or less, which separated the room where I stayed my steps, from the entrance proper of the cavern, was such a straight stretch, and perhaps on that account as difficult to traverse as any part of the whole tunnel. Indeed, it would have been impossible, except for its rough sides affording some slight foothold. Had the place been light, instead of filled with the blackness of darkness, I could have seen directly into the cavern from the apartment in which I was resting. The warm air induced me to sit, or rather lie. I sat down at this point, even though I could not see, and so, as I rested there, I ate a handful of dates and sipped a little of the melted snow water which my waterskin contained. Then I stretched myself out to sleep in the warm air. How long I slept, I did not know. But the awakening, the terror of it, blasts of air so hot as to almost scorch, swept over and past me, laden with stifling fumes, and sending back a hoarse murmur as they rushed up the passage to the summit. Howling, groaning noises came up on the fervid breath from the abyss, mingled with the sound of tremendous explosions and deafening reports. Above all other causes for terror was a glow of red light reflected from the walk of the cavern, into which I found I could look with unobstructed freedom, and through whose depths shone flashes of red and green and blue, and every other color and tint, gases on fire. For a time, fright held me fast, so that without power to move, I remained gazing into the awful hell of the blazing elements. I knew that the light and heat, both momentarily increasing, and the stifling vapors, the noise and the quivering of the mountain, all pointed to but one and the same meaning: active volcanic eruption. At last, the spell which numbed my senses was broken by my catching sight of a spurt of molten lava which dashed up the intervening passage, projected a number of feet therein by an explosion within the cavern behind. Then I rose up and fled across the floor of the little room and crawled with insane energy of haste through the horizontal entrance, which seemed never so low as that moment. I had forgotten that I carried gold in my pockets, and the fact only came back when I felt the retarding weight of the precious rock. But with the exertion to escape came a certain degree of calmness, and the restored presence of mind bade me not throw away the treasure. Reflection convinced me that the danger, although impending, was probably not immediate, so that I again crawled back into the little room and, taking a sack which I had left there, filled it with all the ore I could carry. I undid a leather thong from my waist, a cord 40 feet long, and looping one end to a point of rock at the upper end of the crevice, I lowered the sack to the other extremity of the small cord, and then climbed down after it. Shaking the loop from the rock above, I repeated the performance again and again as I descended. In this way I reached the bottom of the crevice with the larger portion of my 2 loads of ore. From this point onwards my route lay along the crest of a rocky ridge, not very wide, but sufficiently so to form an easy path. I had just started along this ridge when I looked back over the way I had come. At that instant, a shock of earthquake occurred that almost sufficed to throw me to the ground, and out of the little cave, where I had slept, shot a puff of smoke, followed by a red gleam lava. Downwards it splashed, a fiery cascade, and a most glorious sight in the gathering darkness, for the sun was not yet set. The entire mountain was west of the ridge on which I stood, and it being near night, my position was in deep shadow. Out along the ridge I fled, leaving my sack of gold and much that was in my pockets in the safest place that I could choose, high above the bottom of the gorge. Figure the lava must flow. At a safe distance I paused for rest and scanned the fiery torrent leaping down the gorge, now some distance away, on my right, but in plain sight. At least, thought I have as much gold rock, more metal than rock it appears, left in my pockets yet, as I shall find myself well able to carry, now that the strength born of excitement is fled, so that even if I get not that I left behind, I have a great store of wealth. Therefore, Inkle be praised, how entirely inadequate to meet the expenses of 7 years at college, and that college at the capital of the nation, where expenses were higher than elsewhere, were the 20 pounds, approximately, of gold quartz. My inexperience could not tell me that it was a greater treasure than I had ever possessed in my life, or even seen at one time, was an undeniable fact. Therefore I was content. A belief in an overruling providence is necessary to most, indeed to all men, the sole difference being that men of widest knowledge require a deity of power more nearly approaching infinity than do those of lesser experience. So those who realize the boundlessness of life recognize a God of whom their conceptions are projected almost to omnipotence, compared to the conceptions which satisfy the ordinary human mind. Whether, then, the deity worshipped be a stone or a wooden idol, some inanimate form, or a supreme spirit of androgynous nature, it matters little. Those beings, who order the course of events, executing the karmic law of the eternal God, see the faith in mortal hearts, and suffer not that that law shall ever take its course in sternness, untempered by mercy. If trust in the idol or the animate God, or in the supreme spirit of God, should be allowed to perish because of the withering forces of sorrow and despair, then would human goodness tremble for safety and for continuation of its being. Such a catastrophe could not harmonize with God, hence under the law can never be allowed. So with my belief in Inkle, a belief shared by my country people. Inkle was a purely spiritual conception, and aside from the eternal cause, which no mind of any age of the world can sanely doubt, was existent only in the minds of his worshippers. And the faith was a noble one that tended to high morality, nourishing faith, hope, and charity. What then though the personal Inkle, symbolized by the shield of the blazing sun, was inexistent except in the brains of men? Our posseed concept stood for us in the place of the spirit of life, parent of all. That was enough to ensure observance of the principles which it was supposed pleased him best. Surely the angels of the Most High uncreated God, ministering then, as now, to the children of the Father, looked on the belief as it lay enshrined in my heart, and in the hearts of my fellow men and women, and said, as they ministered, "Be it unto thee according to thy faith." The angels, beholding the hope that was in me to excel among men, had chastened me with fear as I fled from the burning mountain. But there came no disaster. Onward I ran, as speedily as the nature of the path would permit. I had life and gold. Wherefore I praised Inkel as I went. And the Spirit of life was merciful. For I was not to know how insufficient for my needs was my treasure, until the sting of disappointment was removed, because of having found a more abundant provision. For several miles my course lay along the knife-edged back of the ridge. In many places awful gulfs yawned beside the path, so near that I had need of my hands to aid my feet. Sometimes these cliffs extended along both sides of the trail, forming it into a narrow parapet. I was grateful for small mercies and thanked Inca that the god of the mountain bestirred himself not in the form of earth throes while I was in those perilous situations. At a distance of 3 miles from the starting place my path led me along the brink of a frightful precipice, while above reared the wall of a second cliff. Only the light of the burning mountain now illuminated my steps. Here it was that, as I climbed cautiously downward toward the basaltic brink, a heavy shock threw me upon my knees and almost sent me into the gulf. An instant later a dull boom filled the air with an insistent intensity of sound, and I looked back in affright. A huge spout of fiery smoke was rushing skywards, mingled with stones large enough to be seen at the distance I was from the spot. Below the brink where I clung, an awful grinding and crashing was going on. The earth trembled fearfully, and repeated shocks caused me to grasp the rock, in desperate fear of being thrown over the edge. Off there in front, the gorge which lay at my feet once skirted other ridges and spurs of the peak. Once, for a while, these ridges and spurs had been. Now they were not. I gazed upon a scene of awful and confusing turmoil, lit by the volcanic glare just sufficiently to be perceptible. The solid hills and rocks seemed tossing and unstable as the waters of the ocean, and they rose and fell in a horrid swell, grinding and crashing in genuine pandemonium. Over all, volcanic ashes sifted in a thick, ceaseless shower, while dust and volcanic vapors filled the air and hung like a funeral pall over a seemingly perishing world. Finally, the mad uproar and sickening motion ceased. Only the steady glow from the still-flowing lava and an occasional throe of earthquake telling the plutonic tale. But I remained lying on the ledge, faint and ill. Gradually the lava stopped running, and the light went out. The shocks came only at long intervals, and a peace as of death filled all the region, while the silent gray ashes sifted down, covering the stricken land. Darkness reigned. I think I must, for a time, have been unconscious, for when I stirred I was aware of a sharp pain in my head. Putting up my hand I felt a warm, wet oozing from a place which smarted at the touch. I felt about and found a jagged stone which had fallen from the cliff above and struck me. Further motion proved the wound was not serious, and I sat up. Already the dawn was coming and, faint with pain, hunger, and cold, I again lay down to await broad day. What a different scene Inkel shone upon, in place of that of the previous morn. When I looked at the proud peak, the red light of the sun showed that one full half of it had been riven away and swallowed up in some mysterious cavern. Mountains rear to heaven their heads in their bald and blackened cliffs, and bow their tall heads to the plain. Nearer by, where other ridges had been, and where the awful reeling of the cliffs had occurred, right at my feet, indeed, no more was any rocky spire, nor peak, nor cliff there forever. Instead was a great lake of steaming water, whose thither shores were veiled by the softly settling ashes and clouds of steam condensed by the cold air and a fine misty rain, the weeping of the stricken globe over its recent agony. Hushed was all the noise, quieted the trembling, ceased the fervid streaming of the lava. That part of the ridge where I had lain had escaped, for the most part, the general rending, but even it had suffered so that the path ahead of me, which I had been accustomed to travel in my trips to the peak, was gone, a huge block of probably thousands of tons weight having slid down into the pit below, making absolute erasure of the path which had crossed that very place. I sought another, and, in climbing about in the dull light, came to a part of the ridge which lay on the far side from the sun, which, as yet, was not more than 2 perilously narrow ledges, lakes of hot water below, impassable steeps overhead. Suddenly a dull red bar of light shone athwart my course. Looking for its source, I saw that the light streamed through a wide crack in the beetling cliff above. The bottom of this crack was not far below me, and, instead of becoming narrowed out, had a floor as wide as any part of the fissure, as if all above that point had been forcibly slid down, or faulted to one side, undoubtedly the real explanation. I lowered myself to the level of this floor and, finding the crevice sufficiently wide, stepped into it, heedless of the fact that at any moment fresh convulsions of the volcano might close the cleft and crush me as between the faces of a vice. I did think of this possibility, but Poseidon, put aside fear by reflecting that I was trusting in Inkle, who would do whatever was good for me. The stricken cliff showed, here and there, veins of quartz with porphyritic sheaves, forming ledges running through the granite masses. Clear to the top, this narrow cleft extended, and though really some 2 or 3 feet wide, its height made it appear very narrow. As I paused, filled with delight at the idea that on both sides of me my eyes rested on virgin rock never exposed to the gaze of any man since earth began, I noticed that which set my pulses bounding with wild joy. Right by my side, but a little in front, was a vein of yellow ochreous-looking rock, in which I saw many maculations of whitish, harder rock, which appearance was due to quartz bodies torn apart by the same shock which formed the cleft. These maculae were thickly dotted with nuggets of native gold and with argent mineral. The ductility of the precious metals was exhibited in curious effects, the gold and silver being drawn out from the smoothly fractured surface into wires, which in some cases were a number of inches long. Again the faintness of hunger left me, and the pain of my aching head wound was temporarily forgotten, as I chanted a hymn of gratitude to my God. Gone was the towering peak. Destroyed was the sole route of access to the lofty summit which man's foot might traverse. But here, after the war of the subterranean fires was over, here was a greater treasure, nearer home, easier to reach. The excitement of joy was too great a strain on my nerves, already so weak, and I fainted. But youth is elastic, and the health of those who are without vice is wonderfully buoyant. I soon recovered consciousness and was wise enough to make my way home without stopping to waste further strength, knowing that my mountaineering instinct would be an infallible guide to my subsequent return. I felt, in taking counsel of my mother, that her belief that I could not work the mine alone was based on actuality. But whom should I trust to aid me and take an honest share of the wealth so obtained as recompense? Enough, is it not, that I found the necessary help? Certain professed friends entered into a co-partnership with me and, for the privilege of retaining the remainder of the proceeds, allowed me 1/3 of the profits, agreeing to do this without requiring any labor from me, and, with some demur, also agreeing to my demand that no part of the ownership should be vested in anybody but myself. I caused them to sign a paper to that effect and to seal it with the most inviolable sign possible in Poseid, namely, to make their signatures with their own blood. We all three did thus. So much formality I insisted upon for the reason that the suspicion was irrepressible that these men proposed to claim that they themselves were the discoverers of the treasure, and that I had, per consequence, no right to any of it. Today I know that this was the case. I know that the proviso in the contract declaring that the whole mine which they, my partners, worked in the then current year was the inalienable property of Zale Numenos, was all that prevented the intended robbery. This stipulation made no reference to the discoverer, as such, but did state in incontrovertible terms that in the possessor of that name was vested the title to the property. I would have had, in the event of a difference arising between us, no necessity to prove how I became owner of the mine. No claim that some person other than myself was the discoverer would avail the would-be defrauders, for whosoever was the first to find the lode, the fact remained that I was the owner, and possession in this event meant every advantage through the law. At least so it seemed to my ignorance. My associates were not so ignorant. They knew that the contract was worthless because executed in violation of the law. The day came when I knew all. I knew in later times that the laws of Passid made every mine a tithe-payer to the empire, and that a mine worked without acknowledgement of this legal lien was liable to confiscation. It was apparent, also, that if my partners had not allowed themselves to be swayed by avariciousness into keeping secret the whole agreement, and also by working in the mine, thus rendering themselves participators in an infraction of the law, that they would have become the legally recognized owners, simply through furnishing information concerning my acts to the nearest governmental agent. But I did not know these things at the time, and the other two thought it discretion to keep silence, for the reason that they were not aware of anything excepting the fact that they were violating statutory enactments of no seeming importance. Thus, the secret was kept for a later revealment. The means having been forthcoming, the removal of my residence from the country to the city of the Rye was next in order. Our farewell to the old mountain home and our installment in the new one in Kafel will be passed over in silence. Chapter 2. Kafel. The Atlantean people lived under a government having the character of a limited monarchy. Its official system recognized an emperor whose position was an elective one, and not in any sense hereditary, and his ministers, known by a name signifying the Council of 90, and also known as Princes of the Realm. All of these officers had a life tenure in office except in cases of malfeasance, which term was strictly defined and its provisions severely enforced. And from the operation of the law relating thereto, no exaltation of position was sufficient to secure exemption for offenders. No governmental positions were made elective, with the exception of one ecclesiastical office, and lesser positions in the public service were made appointive in all cases, the appointees being held to strict account by the appointing power, emperor or prince, who, for the use of this power, was responsible to the people for the conduct of his placeholders. However, it is not the scheme of this chapter to discuss Passid politics, but to describe the ministerial and monarchical palaces with which the nation furnished its elected officers, one for each prince, but for the emperor 3. In the main, the description of one of these buildings, both within and without, typifies that of any or all of the others, just as in the United States of America and other modern lands a governmental edifice is easily known to be such by its general architectural features. A description therefore of one palace will serve a double purpose, that of presenting an idea of the most notable residence in the great Atlantean Empire, since I will describe the main palace of the emperor, and secondly, that of illustrating the prevailing style of governmental architecture in the period during which I resided in Passid. Imagine, if it please thee, an elevation approximating 15 feet in height, 10 times that figure in width, and that 50 times its height represents its length. External to the plane dimensions, on each of the 4 sides of the platform, which was of hewn blocks of porphyry, an easy flight of steps led from the lawns up to the top of the elevation. On the sides, these steps were divided into 15 sections, while on the ends the divisions were only 3, each being divided into lengths of 50 feet. Between the 2 sections nearest the corners each division consisted of a deep quadrangular recess, into and around which the stairs ran in uninterrupted continuity. The next, or 3rd section, was separated from those on either side by a sculptured serpent of huge size, fashioned from sandstone and as faithful to life as art could make it. The heads of these immobile reptiles rested on the green sward in front of the stairs, while the bodies lay in full relief upon the staircases and reaching the top of the platform, wound about the massive columns which supported the pediments of the verandas of the superstructural palace erected upon. The platform described columns which formed a most imposing peristyle between the broad verandas and the steps. The succeeding division was a quadrangle in the steps, and the next another serpent, and so around the building. It is hoped that this description is sufficiently perspicuous to give an idea of the tremendous parallelogram, encompassed with steps, guarded by monstrous ornamental, as well as useful serpent forms, religious emblems, signifying not alone wisdom but also the appearance of a fiery serpent in the skies of the ancient earth, initiating the event of the separation of man from God. Alternating with these forms were the recesses, relieving what would otherwise have been severely straight and wearisome lines. Surmounting this was the first story of the palace proper, its reptile-entwined peristyle holding aloft great veranda roofs, whereon were enormous vases holding earth to nourish all kinds of tropical plants, shrubs and many small varieties of trees, a luxuriant garden which perfumed the air, already cooled by numerous fountains playing in the midst. Above the first story, with its flower-filled porticos, arose another tier of apartments, surrounded by open galleries, the floors of which were formed by the roofs of those beneath. The third and highest tier of apartments had no verandas, although on all sides it had promenades, formed by the roof of the portico beneath. The same wild luxuriance of flowers and foliage rendered the stories of equal attractiveness. In all, songbirds and birds of plumage were welcome guests, uncaged, but tame because they never received harm. Attendants, with blowguns to project noiseless darts, quietly destroyed all predatory species, as also they did those which, having neither song powers, vivid coloring of plumage, nor the useful habits of insectivora to commend them, were therefore undesirable. Springing from the main roof of the palace arose graceful spires and towers, while the many jutting apartments, angles and groined arches, flying buttresses, cornices and multifarious architectural effects prevented any apparent heaviness in the design. Around the largest of the towers there extended from bottom to top a winding staircase, conducting to the rail-enclosed space on its summit, 100 feet above the aluminum sheathing or roofing plates of the palace. Agako Palace was unique in the possession of this tower, differing thus from all other ministerial edifices. It may be explained that the tower had been erected as a memorial of the departure of a fair princess from the loving care of her imperial husband into Navazaman, the shadowy land of departed souls, some centuries before my day. Such was the Agako Palace. Its uppermost floor was in use as a great governmental museum. The middle was devoted to offices of the chief government officials, while the first flat was magnificently arranged and furnished for occupancy as the emperor's private residence. As not uninteresting, it may be noted that the yawning mouths of the stone serpents recently described served as doorways of the usual size to certain apartments in the basement, a fact which gives an accurate idea of the enormous size of these lithic saurians. The monsters were made with an eye to artistic proportion. Their bodies were of carved gray, red. Atlantean governmental edifices were constructed from a variety of materials such as gray or yellow sandstone. Their eyes of sard, carnelian, jasper, or other colored siliceous stone, while fangs for their yawning mouths were made from gleaming white quartz, set on each side of the entranceway. So much sawed and hewn stone forces the modern mind to wonder if the Atlanteans obtained the finished product through the unremitting toil of slaves, in which case we must have been a barbarous people, whose political autonomy was ever menaced by the uplifting forces of the social volcano which slavery always creates, or else we possessed peculiarly efficient stone-cutting machinery. This latter is the correct assumption, for our machinery for that purpose, like an almost infinite variety of other implements for every sort of service, was our pride amongst the nations. Let me here make an assertion, not for argument but to be understood in the light of subsequent chapters, namely, that if we as Atlanteans had not possessed this wide range of mechanical inventions and the inventive talent which gave us these triumphs, then neither would ye of this modern day have possession of a like creative ability, nor of any of the results of such genius. It may be that thou canst not understand the connection between the two ages and races whilst conning this statement, but as thou shalt draw nearer to the close of this history thy mind will recur to it with the fullness of comprehension. Trusting that the effort has been successful to depict by words the appearance of Atlantean governmental edifices, let us next obtain an idea of the Cephalian promontory, whereon was enthroned Cephal, the royal city, the greatest of that ancient day, within the limits of which resided a population of 2,000,000 souls, unencompassed by walled fortifications. Indeed, none of the cities of that age were girt about with walls, and in this respect they differed from the cities and towns known to later historical epochs. To call my records of this Poseidic age history is not exceeding fact, since what I relate in these pages is history derived from the astral light records. Nevertheless, it precedes the histories handed down in manuscript, papyrus rolls, and rock inscriptions by many centuries, seeing that Poseid was no longer known in the earth when history's first pages were chronicled by the earliest historian using papyrus. Nay, nor even yet earlier, when the sculptors of the obelisks of Egypt and the rock inscribers of the temples cut pictorial histories in enduring granite. No longer known was Poseid, for it is today approaching 9,000 years since the waters of the ocean engulfed our fair land and left no sign, not even so much as was left of those two cities hidden away beneath lava and ashes, and for 16 centuries of the Christian era thought never to have had existence. Excavators dug away the scoria from Pompeii, but from Cephal, no man can turn aside the floods of the Atlantic and reveal what no more exists, For were every day a century, it were even so nearly 3 months of such lengthy days since the dread fiat of God went forth unto the waters. Cover the land, so that the all-beholding sun shall see it no more in all his course. And it was so. In preceding pages, the promontory of Cephal was described as reaching out into the ocean from the Cephalian plain, and as visible from a great distance at night because of the glow of light from the capital. For 300 miles westward from Numia, the peninsula projected outwards from the plain, averaging almost to its extreme cape a breadth of 50 miles, and rising much like the chalk cliffs of England directly from the ocean to a height of nearly 100 feet to reach a plain almost floor-like in its evenness. On the point of this great peninsula was Cephal or Atlan, Queen of the Wave, beautiful, peaceful, with its wide spreading gardens of tropical loveliness, where a leaf never fades in the still, blooming bowers, and the bee banquets on through a whole year of flowers. Its broad avenues shaded by great trees, its artificial hills, the largest surmounted by governmental palaces, and pierced and terraced by the avenues which radiated from the city center like spokes in a wheel. 50 miles these ran in one direction, while at right angles from them, traversing the breadth of the peninsula 40 miles in length, were the shortest avenues. Thus lay, like a splendid dream, this the proudest city of that ancient world. At no point did Cephal approach the ocean nearer than 5 miles. Though it had no walls, around the whole city extended a huge moat, 3/4 of a mile broad by an average of 60 feet in depth and supplied by the waters of the Atlantic. On the north side, a great canal entered the moat, a canal in which the outflowing waters of a large river, the Nomus, created an outgoing current of considerable swiftness. A current was thus naturally made to cause suction through the entire circle of the moat, of which the ocean supply entered at an ingress on the south side. In this manner efflux into the sea of all the drainage of the artificial circular island on which stood the city was allowed. Immense pumping engines forced fresh ocean water through large stone pipes and conduits all over the city, flushing the drains, furnishing motive power for all requisite purposes, for electric lighting and electric services of vast variety. But enough. Electric service? Electric power? Indeed, we had deepest knowledge of this motor force of the universe. We used it in countless ways which have yet to be rediscovered in this modern world of ours, and ways, too, which are every day coming more and more into recollection as men and women of that past age reincarnate in this. It is not strange that thou art incredulous, my friend, when I speak of these inventions which thou hast considered the special property of today. But I speak from a knowledge born of experience, seeing that I lived then and live now, lived not only in Poseid 12,000 years ago, but also in the United States of America before, during, and after the War of the Secession. We drew our electrical energies partly from the waves beating the ocean shores, more largely from the rise and fall of the tides, from mountain torrents and from chemicals, but chiefly from what might aptly be termed the night side of nature. High-grade explosives were known to us, but our employment of them was of much wider range than thine. If thou couldst cause them substances gradually to yield up their vast imprisoned force without fear of an explosion, thinkest thou that thy machinery would long be propelled by clumsy, because ponderous steam or electric engines? If a great steamship could dispense with its coal bins and boilers, and, instead, have dynamite in an absolutely safe compound form yielding from what a man could carry in a handbag, force sufficient to drive the ship from England to America or to send a train 6,000 miles, how long wouldst thou see steam enginery? Yet this was a power, and a most valued one at that, which we, possibly you, certainly I, knew in the Atlantean life. It will be again with because our race in coming again from Devashan to earth. But not alone this resource of power was ours. Indeed, it was our forces of the night side, as an alcohol vapor motor is to thy steam engine. The night side forces, what are they? At this place I will answer only by a counter-question, namely, the force of nature, of gravitation, of the sun, of light, whence is it? If thou wilt answer me, it is of God. So then will I make answer that likewise man is the heir of the Father, and whatsoever is his, is also the Son's. If Enkel is impelled by God, the Son shall find how his Father doeth this thing, and shall presently do. Likewise again, even as man so once in Poseid, but greater things than these which we did might ye do. Ye are now, ye were then, ye are posseed returned, and on a higher plane. The original object for which the great moat encircling the capital was excavated had, since long centuries, been fulfilled. That purpose was purely maritime in the days when ships had been used as carriers before the later general use of aerial vessels, and it had served this purpose in such stead as to win for Cafel its proud title sovereign of the seas, a name retained even when the original uses of its moat had become a matter of history, when the better means of transportation had supplanted the old. Then the ships, which for 10 centuries had graced all the seas and waterways of the globe, had been suffered to decay or had been converted to other uses. Only a few sails now roved the waters, and those were merely pleasure craft belonging to novelty-loving people of leisure, who thus indulged their taste for sport. This radical change was, however, no reason why the masonry quays of the 140 miles more or less of the moat should be allowed to go to destruction. This would have entailed the loss of valuable property through the encroachment of the unchecked waters, as well as the deterioration of the sanitary system of the city, besides which such a course would have destroyed the beauty of the moat and its environments. Therefore, in all of the 7 centuries since we ceased to employ marine transportation, no sign of weakness had been suffered to menace this great length of masonry. A marked feature of Cafel was the wealth and rare beauty of its trees and tropical shrubbery, lining the avenues, covering the multitudinous palace-crowned hills, many of which had been constructed to rise 200 or even 300 feet above the level of the plain. Trees and shrubs and plants, vines and flowers, annuals and perennials, filled the mimic canyons, gorges, defile and levels which it had delighted the art-loving Poseidon to create. They covered the slopes, twined the miniature cliffs, the walls of buildings, and hid even the greater part of the steps which led a wide sweeping banks to the edges of the moat, overlaying everything like a glorious verdant garment. Perhaps the reader is beginning to wonder where all the people lived. Truly the query is well timed, and the answer will, I trust, prove interesting. In the work of altering the configuration of the surface of the great promontory from that of a plain to the more beautiful variations of hills and their intervening depressions, the scheme pursued had been to make keyed shells of rock of enormous strength, in the form of terraces, and leaving arched passages wherever the avenues intersected such elevations, to fill in the interiors then remaining with a concrete of clay, rubble, and cement carefully tamped. The exteriors were thereafter covered with rich soil on the levels and terraced for the support of vegetable life of all kinds. These elevations covered many square miles of the level once existent, leaving little that remained as plain surface except the avenues, and not all of these, inasmuch and quite a number of the thoroughfares ascended the rise between the hills or followed the ascending bed of some canyon until they reached the ridge at the head of the latter. They then penetrated the divide and debouched upon the opposite side through an arched way, wherein tubes of crystal, absolutely exhausted of air, gave a continuous light derived from the night-side forces. The vertical faces and inclinations of the terraces, as well as the sides of the canyons, were made into rooms of varied and ample size. The entrances to these and to the windows were concealed under mimic hedges of rock, over which clambered vines and rock-loving plants, thus removing from view the stiff ugliness of the metallic casings underneath. These apartments were arranged in artistic suites for the accommodation of families. The metal sheathing with which they were lined prevented moisture within, while their position under the surface ensured an even degree of temperature at all seasons of the year. As these residences were designed and built by the government, the ownership was vested in the same power, and the tenants acquired leasehold from the Minister of Public Buildings. The rental was merely nominal and only sufficient to keep the property in repair, furnish the expenses of the incandescent lighting and heating service, the water supply, and the salaries of the necessary officials to attend to these duties. All of this cost not above 10 or 15% of an ordinarily skilled mechanic's wages. The mention of so much detail may be pardoned, for were it omitted, only a vague and unsatisfactory conception of life in this antediluvian age would be acquired by the reader. The great charm of the residences lay in the fact of their retired situations, which prevented the dismal appearance of masses of angular houses, an effect extreme ugliness seen in our modern days, but seldom or never in our Atlantean cities. The result of this arrangement was that, to a beholder, looking from any high elevation, the city would have been conspicuous, to one accustomed to the modern atrocities of stone, brick, or wood chiefly, for the absence of sky-piercing piles separated by narrow, dark, treeless and too often filthy tunnels, miscalled streets. Here a hill and there another and yet another until the eye counted them by score. There were 119 in all. Here a lake or there a cliff with a lake or wooded park at its foot. Gorges of mimic grandeur, little forests so regularly irregular. Cascades and tumbling torrents, fed from the inexhaustible supply of fresh water belonging to the city, their banks and shores covered with those plants, trees, and shrubs that love contiguity to abundant water. Such, dear friends, would have been the scene presented to thine eyes, couldst thou have gazed on Cafel with me. Perchance thou didst. And yet, Cafel was not devoid of houses built much after the modern fashion. For the city franchised to build neat mansions here and there in situations and styles calculated to add to the beauty of the scene was a privilege of which any one of means might avail himself, under official approval. Many did so. Museums of art, edifices for histrionic entertainment, and other structures not designed for habitation were also in tasteful numbers. I found, in going about the city, that the avenues, in certain instances, seemed to come to an abrupt termination in some grotto, whose interior was usually hung with stalactites pendant from the roof. Perhaps a slight turn occurred from the straight course, and thus prevented one from seeing through the grotto. In these places, shaded, high-tension, airless cylinder lamps cast a soft glow throughout the interior, making a moonlight effect very pleasing to one who came in from the brightness of the sunlight. While, in the majority of cases, our people were accomplished equestrians, this mode of travel was not used except for physical culture and grace, electric transit being provided by the government. Indeed, the social reformers of these days of the Christian 19th century would have been in their ideal land had they been Cafalians, and this because the government pursued the paternalistic principle so systematically as to have vested in itself the ownership of all the land, methods of public transit and communications, in a word, all property. The system was a most beneficent one, which no Poseidon wanted to see disused or supplemented by any other. Did a citizen desire a Valks, airship, for any use, he applied to the proper officials, who were on duty at numerous Valks yards throughout the city. Or, to cultivate the land, he applied to the Department of Soils and Tillage. Perhaps it was desired to manufacture some product. The machinery was for lease at the nominal rate necessary to meet working expenses and the salary of the officers overseeing that portion of the public property. Let these samples suffice. Enough that no political harmony exists in this modern time of the world like that which sprang from this paternalism on the part of our elected officials. Governmental paternalism is a thing regarded with jealousy and semi-alarm by modern republics. But it is today a different quality from what it was then. Ours was a paternalism closely watched and duly checked by the suffragists of the nation, and its life was essentially an exponent of true socialistic principles. I have not even now been so precise in details as to explain many of the most peculiar adjustments maintained between the political parent and its children, nor between labor and capital. But neither can I do so in these pages with any degree of propriety, because this is not a plea for readoption, in this age of the world, of methods pursued in that remote period. Yet, this much I can say, not inappropriately at this juncture, that Poseid had not in my day the modern, yet also very ancient, annoyance of labor strikes, blocking capital and enterprise, starving the artisan, and causing more suffering on the part of the poor than such annoyances can ever bring to the doors of the rich. The secret of this immunity was not far to seek in a nation whose government was the voice of those people who possessed sufficient education to wield the power of the franchise, and this, too, regardless of sex, because inborn in our national life was this principle. An educational measuring rod for every voter, the sex of the suffragist is immaterial. In such a nation, and under such a government, it were strange indeed if industrial inharmonies could long disturb social polity. The broad principle of equity between employer and employee governed in Poseid. It mattered not what a person did for another person, but the whole equation hinged on this question. Was some service performed by one person for another? If so, the fact that the service was or was not accomplished by physical labor counted for nothing. It might be equally a service deserving compensation whether it was a physical or a purely intellectual service. nor was it held to be important whether the employer represented me or more individuals, or the employee one or more people. Our local enactments on the subject of industrial equity were complete and rather voluminous. While I care not to give in detail a reproduction of what may be termed labor law, a few excerpts are worthy of place. It will be well to preface these with a short history of their enactment, and thus show how, in that olden time, labor troubles quite similar, and fully as menacing to peace and order as any modern industrial upheaval, were finally and equitably settled. On the Maxenstone, to which legal code reference in full is made in the proper place, was found this vital seed of settlement of the fearful menace embroiling labor and capital, to wit, what time those who work for hire shall be oppressed, and shall rise in wrath to destroy their oppressor, lo, let their hand be stayed, that they shall obey me. I say unto them, harm not the person or the property of any man, not even though by that man they be oppressed. For are not all brothers and sisters? Are not all children of one Father, even the nameless Creator? But this I command, that they destroy oppression. Shall things, which are less than man, rule over and oppress their masters? Seek diligently my meaning. The students of ethics interpreted this command to mean that the oppressed, industrial classes should not harm the oppressing capitalists nor their property. The rich classes were perhaps as much victims of circumstances as the poorer people. The remedy lay not in blind anarchy, but in eradicating conditions. This was easy if properly attempted. The oppressed were as 1,000 to 1 of the oppressor. The majority of them held the elective franchise, and it was determined that, as the government was the people's servant, the proper method was to deal with the question at the polls, and not to employ violence against the rich. Therefore, the call went forth amongst all the people to vote on the adoption of a code of industrial regulations and to vote its respectful submission to the RAI. Of the many articles and sections, I shall insert only those that are pertinent to modern times and troubles, so that if these selections are not articulated and sectioned in consecution, the reason is obvious. Excerpts from the Posséd Labor Laws. No employer shall demand of any employee any service outside of legal hours of work without extra remuneration. Sector 4. These hours shall not be less nor more than 9 in number for physical labor in any period of 24 hours, nor less nor more than 8 hours for sedentary employments chiefly requiring intellectual exertion. This statute allowed the two parties to a labor contract to arrange to suit themselves when the working hours were to begin or end, with reference to the first hour of the day, namely the modern noon hour. In regard to wage matters, the law was very clear. It held that as mankind was selfish by nature, that is, the lower nature, that he would operate on a basis of self-aggrandizement, the modern doctrine of laissez-faire. Hence, if he should not be actuated by the sense of duty to his fellow man to treat that man right, when right was not dictated by might, then the law must compel him to be fair. It is in this that the modern Anglo-Saxon world, which is posséd and sworn reincarnating, shows one mark of the slow but sure upward progress begotten of time. Proves that although man moves, as does all else, sensate and insensate, in a circle, yet that circle is like a screw thread, ever progressing around and around, but each time moving on a higher plane. Posséd must be compelled by its advanced minds to do what is fair towards the weak. America and Europe are growing willing to do rightly, fairly, because it is the part of duty. Thus we behold modern employers often doing of free will what the ancient posséd did because of law, namely sharing profits with their employees. The law then having gone to the lawmakers, the suffragists decreed that the government should establish a department of commissary, the duties of which should be to collect all statistics concerning the food products of commerce, also concerning all textile fabrics necessary for clothing and, in brief, all articles 76 necessary for the proper social maintenance of individuals. On these statistical reports was to be founded an estimate of the cost of all such necessaries, amongst which books were reckoned as mental food, and the cost of these things for a year was calculated. Upon this calculation, days' wages were estimated by dividing the annual cost into the number of days. This rate was decided anew every 90 days, as the cost of the chief staples was found to fluctuate. Hence the rate was not wholly stable, and the wages of any given 3 months' term might probably differ from those of any previous quarter. Let me quote C7 Art. The employers shall divide the gross profits of business operations upon the following plan. The wage, salary, or emolument of each employee shall be paid in the sum directed by the quarterly estimate of living cost determined by the Department of Commissary. From the remainder, the amount of 6 parts in each 100 on the capital invested shall be set aside. This increment shall be and represent the employer's net profits. From the remaining income the running expenses shall be deducted, and of any sum thereafter remaining, 1/2 shall be invested to provide annuities for sick or disabled, or assurance for the dependents of deceased employees. The remaining half shall be periodically distributed amongst the employees on the basis of their various compensations. C8 Art. V. The whole of a body of employees is only equal to the superintendent thereof. The superintendent is equal to all the underlings. Hence, employers, when not themselves managers of the business, shall pay to managers a salary equal to the combined wages of the subordinates. Truly, these labor laws and other matters have a modern sound. But civilization in all ages, among all nations, is wont to express itself in ways which, if modern language be used to describe them, will seem almost identical. So that in ancient ATL and in modern America the term strike may be properly used to designate a labor revolt. The same principle characterizes all other phases, for from age to age the world makes but slow progress, and is today not as far advanced in its present subcycle, nor as civilized, as it was in olden Passid. This may seem a hard saying, but it will presently be understood. Such, in the main, were the chief features of the industrial world in Passid. The old-time strikes and riots out of which these laws were born disappeared and peace took its sway. The change was beneficent, indeed, yet always the strong looked to see how they might evade the law, and though they did not succeed to a harmful extent, still the wish on their part entered the sum of karma. So when the modern world of the Christian epoch came to the 18th and 19th centuries, particularly the last named, then began the reincarnation of this Passid era, and for a time the tendency to oppression again came uppermost. But overriding this tendency now faintly appears the willingness to do right for the sake of right, which, as applied to industrial matters, has of very, very recent years been. The evening afterglow of the last day, now near striking its last hour, told of a spent age. I particularly refer to the greater willingness of man to treat his fellow rightly, without being forced thereto by legal enactments. Truly, it is, as yet, only done because it is found to pay. But it would never have been found to pay if the reincarnated rightwardness had not induced experiments in profit-sharing to be made, in hopes of exterminating the strike iniquity and with the idea of harmonizing society to be active in doing as it would be done by. Finally, strange and paradoxical as it may appear, this betterment is the direct child of the old-time rights extorted by might and Passid, and today, reincarnated offspring of reincarnated oppression. As in Atlantis oppression sprang reincarnate from the grave of other ages gone before, previous to the wondrous memorial of Gizeh. But to mention this here would be to trench upon work given unto another by the Messiah. Therefore only a hint can I give now, but more later. Suffice it then, that those were ages when man was struggling with scarcely perceptible upward motion from our fallen ancestry. Glory be to our Father that his children surely, if slowly, are by devious ways climbing his heights. Many are their falls, but they shall rise again, not suffering the enemy to triumph. It may be a seemingly inopportune intrusion, but I must here briefly describe the electro-otic transit system of Kafel, and the other cities, towns, and villages scattered throughout the empire and its colonies. The description is of the local transit carriages only. On each side of every avenue was a broad, tessellated pavement for pedestrians. A line of massive, bottomless stone vases in which throve ornamental shrubs and foliage plants stood upon the curb, and on either side of these was a metal rail, placed at a height of about 9 feet, and supported upon davits similar to those from which shipboats are swung. At regular distances other rails crossed these main runners, rails capable of being raised or lowered to form a switch junction, a simple lever effecting this process. These rails served as cross streets, there being in comparatively few instances any paved street underneath the rails on any but the great radiate avenues. On the maps of the City Department of Transit these main and cross rails looked like the web of a garden spider. For each transit district there were multitudes of carriages, having a AudioBook mechanism, whereby they were made to speed at tremendous swiftness with their passengers. But collisions could not occur, as the conveying rods formed a double-track system. Chapter 3. Faith is knowledge also, and it giveth to removing mountains. There is a saying, whose origin is dim through the lapse of time, to the effect that knowledge is power. Within well-defined limits, this is a verity. If behind the knowledge lies the requisite energy to realize its benefits, then only is it a true saying. In order to exercise command over nature and her forces, the would-be operator must have perfect comprehension of the natural laws involved. It is the degree of attainment in this knowledge which marks the less or greater ability of the performer, and those who have acquired the profoundest understanding of the law lex magnum are masters whose powers seem so marvelous as to be magical. Uninitiated minds are absolutely alarmed by their incomprehensible manifestations. On every side of me, when I came from my mountain home to my metropolitan abode, I found inexplicable wonders, but natural dignity saved me from appearing ignorant. Little by little was I to acquire familiarity with my environment, and thereby gain a knowledge of the things which have been referred to since I first mentioned the exchange of country life for urban surroundings. But these attainments of pleasing authority over nature demanded a special course. That course of study had not yet been determined upon by me, prior to my introduction to the city, for it seemed that the part of wisdom was to concentrate my energies upon specialties and not to scatter force by attempting generalities. To this end, I determined to live for a more or less extended period without seeking admission to the Zyaquithlon, and resolved to devote the interim to observation. I had been an extensive reader of books, which I obtained from the public library in the district where my mountain home had been. From these I had gained no inconsiderable understanding of social polity. The fact that there were but 91 elective offices in the gift of the people, while there were almost 300 millions of poesidi in ATL and her colonies, and according to a late census which I had seen, 37, nearly 38, millions of electors held first-degree diplomas, thus entitling them to hold elective offices, disposed me to think it extremely improbable that such a high preferment would ever fall to my lot. But if I could scarcely expect a ministerial office, I yet felt that I might, if I fitted myself therefore by gaining a prime diploma, attain to a high political level and hold an appointive position, and some of these were almost equally as honorable as a councillorship. What special subjects should I concentrate upon? Geological research was very attractive to me, and by its numerous branches offered wide and alluring fields of opportunity. Then again, philology was almost as much so. My ability to acquiring foreign languages was not inconsiderable, as I had found from studying a little volume descriptive of a land known as Suarnes, a strange country, and of the language of which many examples were given. These I had without effort learned perfectly from once reading. Several months of city residence at length found me determined to acquire all the geological knowledge that I could, for it was a study which I believed Inkel had directed me to make, as also a knowledge of mines and of practical mineralogy. As coefficients, I purposed thoroughly to ground myself in synthetic and analytical literature, not alone of my native Passid, but also that of the Swerni and Necropanic languages. Thus have I named the three greatest nations of pre-Noachian, pre-Nepthian times. One of these nations was effaced from the earth, but the other two have, after terrible vicissitudes, survived till today. Of them I will speak later. The reasons which induced me to choose the curriculum which I have mentioned were, that as a geologist and coordinate scientist I hoped to make new discoveries of value, and to place them in book form before the world, at least before the Passid peoples, who esteem themselves most of the world, and end scarcely to be attained otherwise than by this course of study. The influence which I hoped to gain through such publications might lead to my becoming Superintendent General of Mines, a political place not second to any other appointive office. There certainly would be other studies required of me if I entered the race for a prime diploma, but the ones cited were the most agreeable and would constitute my chief aspiration. As an aside, I may remark that those studies then selected, and afterwards mastered, led my nature to assume a bent which resulted, not many years ago, in my becoming a mine owner in the state of California, and a successful one too. It so much more firmly fixed my linguistic leanings that, while a citizen of the United States of America, I was a master not alone of my native tongue, but also of 13 other modern languages such as French, German and Spanish, Chinese, several dialectal varieties of Hindustani, and Sanskrit as a sort of mental relaxation. Please not to regard this confession as due to boastfulness. It is not. I but make it in order to show thee, my friend, that thine own powers are not matters of heritage only, but recollected acquirements from someone, or it may be of all of thy past lives. also to give thee a hint of profit, to wit, that studies undertaken today, no matter how near the evening of thy days, will surely bear fruit, not alone in thy present earth life, but in the experiences of subsequent incarnations also. We see with all we have seen, we do with all we have done, and we think with all we have thought. Verbum sat sapienti. In the next chapter, I purpose devoting some pages to a consideration of physical science, as understood by the Positi. More especially will I refer to the prime principles upon which it was based, inasmuch as neglect to do this would necessitate the taking of many statements ex cathedra which otherwise might be clearly understood at the moment. Please provide me with the text you would like me to edit and format for text-to-speech. I will apply all the guidelines you've outlined to ensure it reads smoothly and accurately. Chapter 4. Ext inkel extus mun. In their consideration of natural laws, the philosophers of Poseit had come to the conclusive hypothesis and working theory that the material universe was not a complex entity but in its primality extremely simple. The glorious truth, Inkel, Malexitho, was clear to them, that is, that Inkel God is immanent in nature. To this, they appended, Axt Inkel extus mun. To know God is to know all worlds, whatever. After centuries of experimentations, recording of phenomena, deductions, analyzing and synthesizing, these students had arrived at the final proposition that the universe, not here dwelling on their wondrous astronomical knowledge, was, with all its varied phenomena, created and continuously kept in operation by two primal force principles. Briefly stated, these basic facts were that matter and dynamic energy, which were Inkel made externally manifest, could readily account for all things else. This conception held that only one substance existed and but one energy, the one being Inkel externalized and the other his life and action in his body. Sup. This one substance assumed many forms under the action of variant degrees of dynamic force, because it was the basic principle of all natural and psychic, but not of spiritual, phenomena. Allow here a postulate with which not a few of my friends will find themselves, at least partially familiar, perhaps wholly so, commencing with dynamic energy as first sensibly manifest in the example furnished by simple vibration, the Poseit. Position may be outlined as follows. A very low rate of vibration may be felt. An increase of rate heard. For example, first we feel the pulsing of a harp string, and then if the rate of vibration be increased we hear its sound. But substances of other sorts able to endure greater vibratory impulses manifest under more intense action. Following. Sound, first heat, then light. Now again, light varies in color. The first color produced is red, and thence, by a constantly augmenting vibratile energy, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, each spectrum band being due to an exact and definite increase in the number of the vibrations. Succeeding the violet, further augmentation gives pure white, more gives a gray, then more extinguishes light, replacing it with electricity, and so on through an ever-increasing voltage until the realm of vital or psychic. The sup. Note. As in its outgoing impulse the created draws away from the creator, it looks back to its origin and notes its progression marks, that is, its multiplied realizations of its increasing separation from its source. The greater this separateness, the greater the field matter wherein these points appear, because the divine element in the created has noted more points, or in other things, more material objects as being between it and its source. Only when we look back at these things we have sensed these thought forms of God, do we perceive matter, for when we look forward to reunion with Him, matter disappears, giving place to spirit. Force is attained. This may truly be regarded as going inward from those manifestations of nature, of Inkel or God, or the Creator, which are external, as going toward the internal from externality. A very brief study will show thee that the laws of the physical world continue inward to their spiritual source, that they are, truly, but prolongations the one of the other. But ere entering into the realm of vibration, whose doorkeeper is sound, we find that the one substance vibrates in variant, but definite dynamic degree, and that thence arise each and all of the diverse forms of matter. In short, the difference between any given substances, as gold and silver, iron and lead, sugar and sand, is not one of matter, but of dynamic degrees solely. Do I weary thee, my friend? Bear yet a little longer, I pray thee, for it is an important matter. In this dynamic affection the degree is no loose limitation, for if the vibratile rate be a shade variant, lower or higher than in any special material which may be under notice, the variation will be different in appearance and in its chemical nature. Thus to proper substantial entities definite if enormous vibrations per second may be imparted, and the resulting substance, for light is substantial, is say red light, but if 1/8 greater it will be orange, and if more or less, then the resultant must inevitably be a reddish-orange, or a yellowish respectively. It thus appears that certain definite degrees exist as plainly as mileposts, and that these major degrees are absolute. In other words, the one substance is not as readily kept between these greater definitions as upon them, a fact which explains the tendency of composites or intermediate affections to decompose into the definite or simple elements. Chemical compounds are not as stable as chemical primaries. The modern wave theory, that sound, heat, light and correlatives are but forms of force, is only half correct. They are this, but they are more also. They are, in brief, affections of the one substance by specific degrees of the one energy, and except that the rate of this affection is vastly greater in the case of electricity than in that of lead or gold, there is no difference between these widely diverse appearing things. This is the energy by the Rosicrucians named fire, that which gives entrance to that mysterious realm of nature, penetrated only by the adept thaumaturgist, magician. Call these students at whose will all nature bends obedient, by whatever name best please thee, only bearing ever in mind that the real Magian never speaks of self or works, and is not known by his fellows to be what he is, save an accident hath revealed the secret. To this membership belonged he at whose command the winds and the waves were stayed on tempestuous Galilee. But he spoke not of himself. Of that sublime brotherhood I note, red light is stated to occur at 395 trillion vibrations of that ether, which by Philos is termed the last form of matter below where matter ceases and mind begins. And the highest visible light vibration is placed at 790 trillion. So says science. But Philos says, vastly higher than the high purple range where light ceases ordinarily to be visible, the one substance again vibrates visibly. As a synchronous harp string that responds to the key of low C, for example, struck on another harp, will also respond to every C in the whole register, be it low or middle or high, so the one substance responds at 831 trillion. At again the next octave of vibration, and again at the next, where it becomes visible as the fatal unfed light called in Atla the Maxon, and again, by the chin as the vis mortis. 83. Will relate much ere long. No better proof is needed that all the variant manifestations are but variants of the odic force, the Rosicrucian fire, than this: offer resistance to an electric current, thereby reducing or diverting it against an opposing force, and thou hast light. Opposed to this are light a combustible obstruction and flame results. So mightest thou go on to the discovery soon to be made by the world of science, that light, all light of the sun or from any source, can be made to yield sound. Upon this discovery hinge some of the most astounding inventions that thine age hath even dreamed of in its visions. But the primal discovery in this wonderful link, first of the sequence, will be the greatest of all and so heralded. And this will be warranted, for the fact that it will be but a reincarnate unfoldment will not diminish its importance to mankind, nor the credit of its rediscoverer. In brief, the truths of our Father's kingdom are eternal, have ever been, will ever be existent, and only the discoverers themselves will be new to the fact not being a new one in itself, nor new even to the world, but only to this age of it. Poseidon knew that light gives out sound when correctly resisted. It knew that magnetism gives rise to electricity in the same manner and for the same reason. Thus, the lodestone exhibits magnetism. Revolve it in the field of a dynamo and so cut the current and pile it upon itself, so to speak, and electricity develops. So, resist this and light appears. This and heat comes. Again resisted properly and sound results. Then next energy appears as pulsing motion. But these various processes may be short-circuited, and all of the intermediate phenomena cut out. Have I been wearisome in this discourse? If so, and I suspect that I have, the reward is at hand. The Positi found that in the realm beyond magnetism were yet other forces, superior and more intense of pulsation, forces operated by the mind. And mind is of our Father, and is the constantly creating source of all things whatsoever. Were the perpetual vis a tergo of divine creation to cease for one instant, in that instant the universe would cease to exist. Now wilt thou see the sublime beauty of the Atlan postulate not long since repeated, Inkel Malixitho, axt Inkel, extus mun. For down from his heights, marking the descent by force falls, as a river marks declivities in its bed by cataracts, comes this supreme power, comes far, oh, very far, adown its course to the cascades of magnetism, electricity, light, heat, sound, motion, and far off where the bed of this divine stream becomes nearly level, exhibits those little ripples of material differentiation which thou termest chemical elements, insisting on there being 63, when there is but one. From this knowledge came all the wondrous triumphs of that old age, and one by one they are emerging today after their long oblivion, till tomorrow they shall awake in crowds, and press to rediscovery by threes and fours, and then by platoons and companies and legions, till all the treasures of Poseidon shall be again on earth, in air and sea. O bright tomorrow of time, and fortunate thou who shalt open thine eyes upon it and its marvels. And yet, although so fortunate, still shalt thou find it well behooves thee to temper all things by the Spirit, and not to let the match of physical discovery outstrip the advance of the soul. O sad shall be found any day wherein man approacheth the arcane treasury of his Father from the side of the blind physical eye. For if by this the whole world shall be gained, what shall it profit if it lose the soul? Having thus acquired insight into a new realm, if it be new to thee, let me ask and answer thou me. How explainest thou these two great phenomena, heat and light? They are not easy to explain. Cold and darkness are not merely the absence of heat and light. Having given the basis thereof, now will I show a new philosophy. I have said that the Atlanteans recognized nature in its entirety to be deity externalized. Their philosophy asserted that force moved, not in straight lines but in circles, that is, so as always to return into itself. If the dynamism operating the universe acts in circular progression, it follows that an infinity of increase in vibration possible to one substance would be an untenable concept. There must be a point in the circle where extremes meet and run the round again, and this we find between cathodicity and magnetism. As vibration brought substance into the realm of light, it must carry it out. It does so. It conveys it into what the Positi termed navas, the night side of nature, where duality becomes manifest, cold opposing heat, darkness light, and where positive polarity opposes negative, all things antipodal. Cold is as much a substantial entity as heat, and darkness as light. There is a prism of 7 colors in each white ray of light. There is also a septuple prism of black entities in the blackest gloom. The night is as pregnant as the day. The Positi investigator thus became cognizant of wondrous forces of nature which he might bend to the uses of mankind. The secret was out, the discovery being that attraction of gravitation, the law of weight, had set over against it the repulsion by levitation, that the first belonged to the light side of nature, and the second to navas, the night side, that vibration governed the darkness and the cold. Thus Poseid, like Job of old, knew the path to the house of darkness, and the treasures of hail, cold. Through this wisdom Atlantis found it possible to adjust weight, positiveness, to lack of weight, negativeness, so evenly that no tug of war was manifest. This achievement meant much. It meant aerial navigation without wings or unwieldy gas reservoirs, through taking advantage of repulsion by levitation opposed in overmatching strength to the attraction of gravitation. That vibration of the one substance governed and composed all realms was a discovery which solved the problem of the conveyance of images of light, pictures of forms, as well as of sound and heat, just as the telephone thou knowest so well conveys images of sound. Only in Poseid no wires or other sensible material connection was required in the use, at whatever distance, of either telephones or telephotes, nor even in caloriviance, that is, heat conduction. To digress a little, it is to the employment of these and the higher forces of the night side that seemingly magic feats of occult adepts, from the man of Nazareth down to the least yogi, are indebted for their possibility. And now, let me close this chapter by saying that when modern science shall have seen its way to the acceptance of the Poseidonic knowledge herein outlined, Physical nature will no longer possess any hidden recesses, any penetralia, for the scientific investigator. Not earth, air, the depth of the seas nor those of interstellar space will hold secrets from that man who approaches from the Godward side, as did Poseidon. I do not say that Atlantis knew the very all. It knew more than this day has yet uncovered, but not all. Yet, the search commenced then by them might be continued now by thee, for America, my people, thou wert of Atlantis. Of either I can sing, my country, 'tis of thee. Chapter 5 Life in Kafel. The new life presented very many novelties to my mother and myself, coming into the midst of urban environments from the mountains, as we had so recently done. After learning more about its conveniences, I very readily harmonized myself with the new requirements. My attire I altered to suit the city styles, while my bearing being reserved, I was enabled to appear at ease, an appearance supported in continually increasing degree by the fact that I steadily gained in self-command. The indoor life of a student, when I had enrolled myself for attendance at the Xiaquithlon, proved so enervating to one accustomed to unhampered freedom, that I found myself obliged to follow some scheme which would afford me needed exercise. After some thought, together with fortuitous information which I gained, I went to the district superintendent of the Department of Soils and Tillage, and requested that official to show me some piece of land which I might cultivate not necessarily for profit but for exercise, telling him that I was a student. The superintendent, with official indifference, laid before me a platted map of the lands adjacent to Kafel. In speaking of distances, I have consulted the probable convenience of my readers, and used feet, yards, miles, and so on as nominal quantities. I refer to this now, remembering that our system of measurements was founded on a principle similar to the modern Gallic or metric system, but its unit was not the 10,000,000th part of the terrestrial quadrant. Instead, it originated from the great Rye of the Maxim laws. As previously remarked, this monarch had introduced all conceivable reforms, and among others was this of replacing with a uniform system of measurements the clumsier, though not wholly unscientific, method previously in use. The circumference of the Earth at the equator, as determined by astronomers, had served as a basis, just as the modern metric system of a fraction of the quadrature of the Earth's north and south polar division does today. But this standard was not regarded with unfailing confidence. It was feared some error had crept into the original calculation, and while if it had, the rod of gold used as a register would have served all purposes, being unchangeable, still such is the human wish to be as perfect as possible, that, as I have said, the fear of an error annihilated confidence. Every man who chose to do so set up a private standard, based on any scheme which suited himself, a condition of things which led to deplorable fraud throughout the empire. The Rye of the Maxim instituted a system so admirable that it was immediately accepted as absolute authority, more especially as no man doubted that it came from Inkel. The Rye had a vessel constructed of material which underwent the smallest known contraction or expansion under the influence of cold or heat. This vessel was interiorly a perfect hollow cube, of the exact size of the Maxim stone. A massive tube was also made of the same substance, some 4 inches in interior diameter. Into the cubic vessel was poured precisely enough distilled water, of a temperature of 398 FHR, to fill it and leave no bubble of air within the hollow. This water was then drawn off through a faucet into the tubular vessel, the same low temperature being carefully maintained. The exact height of the water was then graven on a rod of the same metal of which the vessels were made. The next step was to heat the water to 211.95 degrees FAHR. Both this and the other process being performed at the sea level on a uniform summer day. Under the heat, the water expanded in an appreciable degree, and the almost boiling point was marked as in the other instance, and the difference on the rod between the 2 graven lines was made the unit of lineal measurement, from which all other measures were derived, that of weight being the weight of the hollow cube full of water at 398 FHR. I used the Fahrenheit thermometrical scale because to thee our Posseid scale would be pardon this digression, since it reveals another of the phases of life in that long past age. To return to the superintendent's office. This person, having laid before me a map of unrented areas, it will be remembered that there was no owner of land except the government, turned to other business, leaving me to study the plat at pleasure. Running my eye over the printed descriptions, I found that a tract of about 5 acres, on a part of which was an old orchard of various kinds of fruit trees, was to be had at a distance of some 8 vens, nearly the same number of miles from the city, but farther up the peninsula. Its former tenant had leased it for a period of 50 years, but by reason of his death the property was left vacant, and was consequently again for disposition. The fact that students were often hard-pressed for means on which to live was taken into account by the government, which in all of its dealings with this class allowed better terms than were accorded to any other social division. The property under consideration attracted me from its description, viz. An area of approximately 8 5 acres, with a dwelling of 4 rooms, spring water piped over the house, 1 devoted to garden flowers, and 6 to fruit trees 15 years of age. Terms, with all conveniences, to students, 1/2 of the fruit crop, and all perfume flowers grown, delivered to the agent of soils and tillage department. To other persons than students, 4 ticas per month, $10.23, not leased for less than 1 year. I concluded to lease the place, for I learned that all conveniences meet Velk's transportation, telephonic, Naim service, and a calorifiant instrument, which latter would save fuel, energy to be converted into heat for cooking and other purposes being transmitted by the Navaza, a range of material forces denominated in these thy modem days earth currents, but also including those of the higher ether, a range which ye shall yet find and utilize as did ATL. For are ye not posseed returned? I have said it. Ye lived then, ye live now. Ye used all these forces then. Ye shall ere long use them all again. Having decided to take the property shown me, I stated to the official, whereupon he furnished me with a blank contract, helping me to fill it out properly. As a glimpse into that long-fled epoch, I give a copy of this leasehold. Year. Of age, of the sex, and by occupation A. Do covenant with the Department of Soils to lease block. In district. Described as follows. And I do agree to take this 4 years, the same being smiled upon by the Most High Inkle. I took the place for a term of 8 years, expecting to be a resident of Kafel during at least that period of time as a student of the Ziaquithlon. It seemed no small thing that I could have conveyance by Velks from my leasehold to the Ziaquithlon, and thus enjoy a daily trip through the air. Velks, like the modern cab, might be sent or by telephone, and respond for service in a short time after the call. It was customary with all newcomers in the city to make a visit to the Agako Palace and gardens merely as might be convenient after their arrival. 2 hours in each week the Rai Emperor sat in the reception hall, and during these 2 hours visitors thronged the corridors and passed in double ranks before the throne. After this ceremony, all who chose were free to wander unrestricted through the gardens, visit the menagerie, where every known species of animal was kept, or to go through the Grand Museum or the Royal Library. With many it was a pleasurable custom frequently to spend the day at Agako, on which occasions lunches were brought and a quiet picnic held under the great trees beside fountain, lake or cataract. I must now return to that time when my mother and myself were wholly unfamiliar with city usages, in order that the reader may accompany us through scenes of novelty. Let us begin with the visit to Agako. An acquaintance, at that moment gained, guided us to the palace, taking us with himself in a car into which he ushered us. At this time these cars were a novelty to me, and consequently their manipulation became a subject upon which to inform myself. Our friend took a small coin from his purse and dropped it into an aperture in a glass-fronted box at one end of the car. The coin could not miss falling in such a way as to rest in the bottom of a glass cylinder, a very little greater in diameter than the money itself. 2 metal points which projected into the lower end of the cylinder, but did not approach each other nearer than 1/4 of an inch, were in the bottom of the tube. When the coin fell upon these, a little bell rang, and our friend then raised a lever in the carriage, which lever had a lock bar over it until the bell rang. This bar had, with the closing of the circuit by the coin, automatically slipped back, at the same time ringing a bell as above noted, thus releasing the lever. When the latter was raised, the car moved suddenly but easily out of the station. It swung from its overhead rail, only the peripheries of its large suspensory wheels being visible, for together with their axles they were mostly hidden by a long metal case which extended from one wheel to the other, and within which a low humming could be heard, a sound produced by the mechanism of the motor apparatus. The plan of making the passenger do duty as engineer and conductor also was a good one, seeing that the processes required so little knowledge or trouble. As we left the car at the main entrance depot below Agako Terrace, our friend replaced the lever. The bell rang again. The coin dropped from sight into a strong box underneath, and the vehicle was ready for other passengers. At the grand entrance, a gate which was a marvel of architectural beauty, our friend bade us adieu, entered a car which hung from another track, and was soon disappearing at lightning speed to some yet more distant destination. Glancing at the directory which hung above that particular line, I saw that it bore the legend in Poseidon characters, Agak Noink Sus, that is, City Front and Grand Canal, to make a free translation. Wishing to inform myself concerning our friendly guide, I asked someone who had interestedly watched the arrival of our little party, who the gentleman was. The reply given was, "He is a great preacher who foretells the destruction of this continent, and bids all men so to live that they will not fear to meet one who, he says, is the son of Inca, who shall come upon the earth in days yet very far off. He says that this Son of God shall be the Savior of mankind, but that many shall not know him until he shall have been put to death. 12 shall know him, but one of them will deny him in the hour of his last peril. Indeed, it is a subject of very exceeding interest, albeit one I do not very well understand. Yet as Rai Guaxon in be good to him, showeth this preacher all favor, and saith of him, he speaketh verities. Therefore is he attentively received by every one. Reader, even in that far past age of the world, truth was dawning, and this, in the morning of the cycle, was a first ray of the bright sun of Christianity, the orb which even yet is not arisen in the fullness of its glory. I had that morning ridden in the same car with the first prophet who announced the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, exhorting all of his hearers so to live that their souls might be turned as virgin soil to the rising sun of truth, and thereby be made ready to receive the Master when, after the death of their then possessed corporeal bodies, they had returned to earth from Devashan as reincarnated souls. Sowing the seed by the wayside, it fell on me when, at a somewhat later period, I heard the prophet speak in impassioned eloquence to the specially assembled Ziaquithli students. I know it fell on fallow soil, when I compare my life now with the lives past. Yet, for long the seed lay dormant, and while it did so the bitter experiences of sin and error arose and swept my life outward on a wave of scorching fire, which required another incarnation to heal the scars it left. As we stood beneath the portal at the grand entrance to Agako, we, unsophisticated mountaineers, could not know, when a uniformed guide accosted us, that the emperor, on his throne half a mile distant, was in that same moment perfectly aware of our personal appearance and also of the very words we used and our tones. To me the soldier said, "And thou, whence comest, and what is thy name?" "I am called Zalem Numinos, and come from Cordno Aru. This visit, is it thy first, or hast thou previously been here?" "Not ere this. Neither I nor my parent here by my side." "So, I will provide thee a conductor. Thou wilt find him at yonder gateway. One more question, and it please thee, thy mission in Kafel." "I am come to study Zayok in the Anithlan. My mother doth purpose to keep our house." "'Tis well. Thou mayest go." This colloquy occurred at the great portal giving entrance to the terrace above. The sentry sat behind a richly wrought gate of bronze metal and gold, very slight, but all sufficient to bar unwelcomed progress. At his back was a large mirror in the heavy arch of the portal. This reflector was suspended by 2 burnished copper rods in such a manner as to prevent it from touching the side of the niche at any point. Could I have looked behind it, I would have seen an arrangement of metallic cords much resembling those of a piano, together with much other mechanism which at the time would have meant nothing to my untutored mind. How was I to suspect that this brightly polished metal sheet in which, as in a calm lake, the whole interior of the archway was reflected, was an ingenious automatic messenger, that some one of the myriad wires behind it was vibrant to every possible inflection of the voice, or to any sound whatever, and that when I spoke every briefest sound I uttered was sped along the natural earth currents which sprang from nature's nightside responsive to the control of man, and heard by the Rai on his throne. No more did I dream that, simultaneously with this telltale, our imaged reflection was likewise conveyed to the same august presence. But such, the facts were as follows. A few steps brought us to an inner gate made of fenestrated iron plates, which, upon the pressing of a button at the side, arose between standards to give beneath. At this point we found the guide whom the guard had provided. I deemed his silence an indication of gruffness, not knowing that he had received orders, ere we came unto him, which directed him to conduct us to the royal presence and needed from us no repetition of our wishes. His quiet remark, "I understand," when I began to tell him what we desired, prevented more words on my part, for I felt a sense of injured pride at his reserve, so different from the freedom of my mountain associates. And there were so many of these haughty city people. I determined to give this man a lesson and considered how I might best let him know that I thought his manner overbearingly out of place for one in his station. That he already possessed all necessary information concerning us, I did not imagine, since, if the distance from his post to the other gate was not great, it was obviously too far for our low-spoken tones to have been heard. The unsuspected mirror had done its work here also, although we knew it not. "Come," said this haughty fellow, "I will conduct thyself and mother." Mother, I thought. How does the fellow know that one so fair and so young-looking is my mother? She might be my sister or even my wife, for might he knows to the contrary. The supposed presumption of the man nettled me, for I was proud not only of my mother's youthful appearance but also of my own fondly fancied mature looks. I had not infrequently been told that I looked 7 or 8 years older than I really was. Had the foolishness of such pride in my personal appearance been fairly presented to me, instead of feeling an ill-defined resentment at a seeming presumption, I would have laughed at its absurdity and put it aside as unworthy of one having such high-aimed ambition. As it was, it merely resulted in stiffness of demeanor as a retaliation for the imagined overbearance, and, mostly to my own detriment, caused somewhat of an obliviousness to sights and surroundings I had better have noted at the time. Though I did not laugh then, by reason of the obtuse view caused by my ignorance, I have laughed since, as I looked back over the record of the past. So many thousand years as have since elapsed may make it seem laughter at long range. But, "'tis better late than never," fitly applies here. We seated ourselves as directed, in a car of lighter build than those used on the public avenues, and also of a different shape. It was not until we were fairly in motion that I realized how absolutely different was its construction and propulsive method. Well used as I wished to appear to all these novel things, I gave a telltale start when the conductor touched a lever and the vehicle rose into the air like a soap bubble, steadied itself, and then darted up the incline to the edge of the level ground surrounding the palace. Here we left the cigar-shaped vehicle and entered a car which ran upon rails. When we were again in motion, we made a half-circuit of the building, and then shot across the plateau directly into the dark, yawning mouth of one of the great stone serpents. Instead of ascending at the same angle as did the body of the reptile, our car glided along on a horizontal plane. As we entered, a sudden illumination lit up the gloom where an instant previous all had been darkness. From this pleasant surprise my attention was attracted to the brilliancy of the walls about us, which seemed to flame with red, blue, green, yellow and all other tinted flashes of fire, so that I can find no simile more fitting than comparison to the sunlit dews on the myriad webs of morning lawn spiders. I forgot my own haughtiness, and asked concerning the cause of this dazzling effect, and was answered that the mansions had finished the walls with a mortar in which colored grains of glass had been incorporated. In the midst of our admiration our horizontal progress ceased, and I saw that we were at the bottom of a sort of well, around the sides of which the track coiled in upward spirals until it seemed to cease just beneath a ceiling vaguely visible from the light cast upward by ourselves as we swiftly circled the incline. As we came directly beneath the ceiling a sweet-toned bell rang twice, and immediately afterward the entire ceiling slid noiselessly aside, allowing our carriage to pass through. Behind us the well again closed automatically and we found ourselves in a splendid apartment, of which the size was not apparent, owing to the many swinging screens of carmine silk, the royal color, as well as to the foliage plants, which made miniature sylvan vistas. The flowers and songbirds, the fountains and perfumed air, with the cool shade after its heat outside, for we had not been long enough in the elevator well to become cool, all made what seemed here a paradise. The ceiling of this great room was visible only here and there, being in most places hidden by petulant vines. Through all this harmony of vision, trembling in the air over, under, around about were sounding entrancing musical cadences, To which, as to an inspiration, the birds replied in rivaling chorus. In and out, amongst this Edenic scene of color, sound and scent, past choice statues and fairy, graceful fountains, our car glided with a noiseless speed which from its even motion aided the illusion that we remained still, and all the vision of delight shifted about us as about a center. And this was a marriage of art and of science. From their union sprang the fair dream, a triumph of human skill and knowledge. In every direction cars were coming, going, or at rest, containing people dressed as for a gala day, the various distinguishing colors of their turbans denoting their social rank. Passed, like other countries then and since, had its social castes as the governmental, the literati and ecclesiastics, the artisans, a limited military, which served it as a police and sanitary corps, and so on through the usual familiar list. The apparel of all classes was fashioned in the same general style, until it came to the headdress. All of the people wore turbans, which article of raiment differed in color according to caste. Thus, the turban of the sovereign was of pure carmine-hued silk, of the councillors a wine red, and of lesser officials, a pale pink. The turbans of the soldiery were deep orange for the ranks, and lemon chrome for the officers. Pure white marked the priesthood, and gray the scientific, the literary and artistic classes. Blue distinguished the artisans, mechanics and laborers, while green denoted all who, for any reason, either immaturity or educational lack, did not enjoy the right of suffrage. Notwithstanding that these caste indices were strictly adhered to, they resulted in good, rather than otherwise, for caste conceits did not find place among those who wore any color but green, since dignity of labor was a feeling of such vigor that there was no envy of one class by another. As for those who perforce wore the green, those who did so because of not having come to their years of majority would grow out of the color, while those who lacked sufficient education to entitle them to another hue felt the stigma attaching to their grade to be a reason for extra efforts to attain a more honorable station in life. While I had been studying the various topics presented for thought, our ear was deftly made to avoid collision with that of a lady who came swiftly onwards, apparently heedless of her course, while she was putting in place a loose end of her gray turban, showing as she did so the flashing rays from its ruby, a gem that only royalty might wear. Our car wheeled into an augmenting procession of carriages and presently carried us into its second apartment. But, the royal maiden of the gray turban and ruby, my thoughts were still with her. How radiant was her beauty! 'Twas my first sight of Princess Anzumi. But I must not anticipate. The apartment into which we were now come was smaller than the one we had just left, but yet of no mean extent. Everything here was of brilliant, flashing carmine except an elevation in the center of the room. This was of circular black marble steps, or small terraces, the top, which was 12 feet across, being surmounted by a dais of some dark wood, upholstered in black velvet. It should here be remarked that black was a representative hue and included the symbolism of all colors, thus denoting, as used on the throne, that he who sat there belonged to every class. And this was the fact, since Raigwakseln was not only sovereign and chief of the army, one of the high priests, a literate scientist, artist, and musician, but was also well acquainted with the duties of artisans and machinists. In front of the silver railing which surrounded the throne our carriage stopped out to one side of the moving line, obedient to a gesture of the emperor. The guide bade us alight and, opening a little gate, directed us to ascend the steps of the dais to the feet of the Rai. My heart beat fast as I obeyed, and though pale with causeless trepidation, I had myself well enough under control to offer the support of my arm to my mother, and I think I never walked more proudly erect in my life. At the top of the steps we knelt and waited the command to rise again, nor had we long to wait. As we arose, Raigwakseln said quietly, "Zalm, thou art young for a student so ambitious as I know thee to be. If it please thee to have me so, I am happy," I made reply. "Have you learned what the primary schools for the young have to teach? For this must be ere thou couldst gain admission to the Anithlan." "I have done even so, Rai. May it please thee, Zalm, to confide to me what studies thou dost chiefly prefer?" "Zo Rai, I count it an high honor to speak. Of my own fancy, I have not chosen any studies. Yet, I do not doubt that Inkel hath himself ordered my preference, indicating geology above all else. Also he hath given me a natural disposition, which, if I consult, points that I study languages and literature. I am not yet decided, but think well of these branches of Zyok. But geology he directed through a wild experience. Thou dost interest me, lad. Yet this is an hour of state duties, and I must not neglect my people who come before me to pay respects to their monarch. Take, therefore, this pass, and at the 4th hour come again to the portal at which thou didst enter into Agako. I bid thee welcome. I took the present, and on my way down the steps of the marble terrace saw that it bore the inscription, Rise Presents. Permit bearer. We had with us a packet of dates and pastries, and were therefore under no necessity of leaving the gardens for luncheon. Our guide took us again in charge, and after learning that we desired to remain within the grounds about the palace, threaded our conveyance through the mazes of the building once more, letting us out of the carriage beside one of the pillars of the peristyle. From the point where we alighted, and where we parted from the guide, I looked about to ascertain the direction of the grand entrance, and seeing that it was in the east, I escorted my mother to a seat under the side of a giant deodar, or, as they were called in after centuries, cedars of Lebanon. On a bough overhead sat a mockingbird, or, as we call them, a nashuri, signifying songster of the moonlight, in reference to the habit of these lovely, gray-coated birds to fill all the still, moonlit air of night with their wondrous melody. Not that they do not sing by day. Indeed, the bird was even then singing, but the naming these nashuri, from nosses, the moon, and sereda, I sing, was a distinctive Passeid ornithological term. At the appointed hour we went to the place designated and, presenting the passport, were shown into a conveyance, and after again ascending the eminence the guide ushered us into a small apartment of most luxurious appointments. By a table almost hidden by books sat the Rai, listening to a well-modulated voice which was relating the latest news of the day, but the owner of which was not visible. The Rai turned as the usher announced us, dismissed the servitor, and bade us a fair eventide. Then he turned to a case shaped something like that pleasing instrument, the modern music box, and turned a key in it with a soft snap. On the instant the voice of the unseen speaker ceased in the middle of a word, and I knew as we compiled with our sovereign's request to be seated that I had for the first time heard one of the vocal news records of which I had so frequently read. During the ensuing hour, I related the story of my life, its hopes, sorrows, triumphs, and ambitions, in answer to the questions of the genial yet not seemingly old man to whom any living person might pay homage and suffer no loss of dignity, because his regal courtesy showed how very manly a king or how kingly a man might be. I told how each new fact had but added to my appetite for yet greater knowledge. Then I recounted the experiences of my trip to the summit of Rock. A recital interrupted as I made mention of the name of the mountain. Rock! Exclaimed the imperial listener. Dost thou mean to tell me that thou didst ascend that awful height, in the night alone, a mountain which all our maps assert to be inaccessible except to Volks? Perchance, Zorai, that the only route was known to but a few of us mountaineers. I have read that it was thought inaccessible. But, I hesitated, whereat the Rai said quickly, Yea, speak. 'Twas to judge of thee that I have listened to thy recital. For well do I know all thou hast told me. I could have told it ere thou didst, and can tell all the rest thou wilt say. I have desired to hear thee to judge of thee. Thy story I have known ever since I saw thee first. I am a son of the solitude, he added. I was silent, for the thought abashed me, that he already knew all. Seeing this, he said, Go on, my son. Tell me all. I wish it from thy lips, for I am interested in thee for thyself. Thereupon I resumed the interrupted narration, and described my rendition of homage to Inkel, and the petition for his aid, his quick granting of my prayer, then of the eruption of the volcano and the peril in which it had placed me. At this, the Rai remarked, Then thou wert eyewitness to that outburst of the Terrene forces? I have been told that it wrought great local changes, and that there is now a lake of extensive size where before none was, at the foot of Rock. It is 9 vens across. I was still unsophisticated enough not only to be curious as to whether the Rai had seen the eruption, for I did not understand the significance of his being a son of the solitude, and as to his knowing about all my adventures, though I did not doubt that to be a fact, I took it to be due to a keen judgment of possibilities that this knowledge was his, but as an addition to my unsophistication, I asked the Rai if he had seen these things. Artless youth, said the monarch, smiling. I do not often find so frank a person, Thou art indeed a son of the mountains, but thou wilt not long remain thus. If fear me, in this thy present environment, I will answer thy question even as thou askest. Know then that no large convulsion of nature can occur that is not immediately automatically recorded, both as to its approximate extent and its location, and a photic exhibition of every portion of the affected locality shown forth afresh from instant to instant. All I had in this case to do to see this depiction was to go into the proper office, which is in this building, and there the whole scene was before me quite as vividly as it could have been to thee, for I was able to see the outburst and also to hear it by means of the Naim. Truly, what I saw lacked one element which doubtless made it a little more vivid to thee than to me, that of bodily peril. But as to me this element was nil. Thou wilt some day know why. Therefore the scene lacked for me no element that mere presence could have added. I marveled greatly to learn of such instrumentalities concerning which Rai Guoxun had informed me, and pondered with delight the prospect that I also might some day personally know and have access to them. The Rai resumed, Thou saidst that thou didst find treasure of native gold in 2 separate places. Didst thou ever seek to recover that which thou didst obtain before the eruption occurred? No, it matters little. Zalem, it is said that ignorance of the law is not a valid excuse for its infraction. The demeanor of the Rai had become one of great gravity, and I felt a foreboding not at all agreeable. Still, I am convinced that thou didst know nothing of the involved violation of the statutes when thou didst fail to report the finding of the treasure. I shall not, therefore, punish thee. But here the emperor paused, lost in thought, while I, not till then aware that I had done anything wrong in the view of the law, paled so visibly with apprehension that Guoxun smiled a little and said, But they who now work this mine, and they who receive the gold dust and or shall not so escape, with them it is conscious crime, made worse in that they not only ignore the statute but do also defraud thee. Of thee I will require only so much expiation as may be in demanding their names of thee. This command I perforce obeyed, yet thought with regret of the wives and children of the culprits. Innocent these. Must they suffer likewise with the real transgressors? The Rai seemed to know my thought, or if he did not, he at least spoke in accord, asking, Have then these men wives' families? Yes, it is true, I replied so earnestly that once again the monarch smiled and, encouraged, I begged him to be lenient for the sake of the innocent. Knowest thou aught of our punitive system, Zalem? Very little, Zorai. I have heard that no malefactor ever comes from the hand of justice without being better, but I imagine the treatment to he very severe. As to severity, no. And as to the other, if men are made better who have erred, so they will not be apt to again err, would not that redound to the advantage of the families of the criminals? Behold, I will have these men brought before the proper tribunal, and thou shalt see the process of reformation. Methinks thou wilt thereafter desire to learn anatomy and the science of reformatory punishment, as an addition to thine other studies in Zio. Furthermore, I assure thee that thou shalt in no case suffer confiscation of that mine, but shalt possess it, and if thou wilt give it to the national treasury, while thou art a student thou shalt in no wise feel a lack of money. Afterward, when the years of study have passed over thy head, if thou art successful as a student, lo, then will I make thee superintendent of that mine. And if thou dost so use as to prove thyself faithful over its few things, I will make thee master over many things. I have spoken. Rai Guoxun touched a service button, whereupon an attendant entered, to the guidance of whom he entrusted myself and mother, bidding us, Inkles, peace be with you both. So ended an audience which influenced the course of the years and bent life's great twig, making me feel a proud consciousness of being a repository of the trust of a revered friend, a consciousness which has ever proven most patent in this world of trials and temptations. Chapter 6. No good thing can ever perish. As antedating the reign of Rai Guoxun, attention is called to a period of time embracing 4,340 years, inclusive of the main events of Passid history. This interval, notwithstanding its long duration, had been singularly free from internecine wars, and, while not wholly unmarked by martial events, was certainly more peaceful than any subsequent world epoch of equal length occurring within the 120 centuries whose lapse furnishes the incidents of this history. At the initial date of the period referred to, the Posidi, a powerful, numerous race of mountaineers, semi-civilized at best, but of splendid physique, had swept down like the wolf and had, in many sanguinary contests, finally conquered the pastoral people of the plains, the Atlantides. The war was long and fierce, consuming years in its duration. The admirable valor of the hill tribes found almost its equal in the desperate courage of their primitive foe. One body of combatants fought for life and, like the Sabines, for the preservation of their women against capture by mate-seeking tribes, while the other warred for conquest and, like the Romans, for wives. It was superior strategy which finally gave victory to the Passid hosts. As time went on, racial coalition obliterated all distinctions, so that the union resulted in producing Earth's greatest nation. Inconsequential civil wars had several times made a change of political complexion, so that Passid had seen itself governed by absolute autocrats, by oligarchic and by theocratic rule, by masculine and by feminine rulers, and at last by a republican monarchical system of which Rai Guaxon was the head when I lived as Zalem in Atlantis. Guaxon was of a long line of honorable ancestors, and his house had several times furnished successful candidates whom the people had placed on the throne, during the 7 centuries that the present political system had ruled. Such is the synopsis of the history of Passid which I gathered from a volume drawn from the Agaco library. I might relate other scenes, other features of that long historic period, and show how Passid came to found great colonies in North and South America, and in those 3 great remnants of Lemuria, of which Australia is but the 1/3 left to the world by that cataclysm which sunk Atlantis. Also of how ATL founded certain large colonies in Eastern Europe at an age when there was no Western Europe, and in parts of Asia and Africa. But I will not do so here, although by and by reference will be made to our Umoran possessions, when such, tired with late reading in the absorbing history, I arose and went out into the quiet ravine in which our abode was situated, and my tired eyes rested upon a scene which in the glorious moonlight was one of fairy-like beauty. In the bed of the ravine, quite near, was a miniature lake, but none the less a lake in seeming because it was in fact only a good-sized pond. Bits of shore then steep banks flower hidden. The song of the Nashuri, and the calls of various other birds and furry folk of the night time, intermingled with the soft plash of falling water, the voice of the cascade which fed this lacustrine gem. Somewhere out of the night came the sound of flutes and harps and viols in harmony, rising in swelling cadence or lulling with dreamy languor, as the light breeze rose or fell. Over all shimmered the silvery rays of Gnosis, round as a shield in her soft brilliancy. And oh, so beautiful! Presently, I turned from the lake and looked down the ravine along which a few people were yet moving. Despite the lateness of the hour, the 14th since the beginning of the day at meridian. Here and there the gleaming white rays of householders' lamps were observable, shining from underneath some seeming ledge, revealing the presence of quaint windows or doorways. But not on these did I gaze over long. I could not, with the wonderful Maxt, the greatest tower of human construction in the world, rising in the perspective. In the very mouth of the cannon it seemed to ascend, with nothing between itself and me to interfere with the view. Although apparently near, it was in truth over a mile away from my dwelling. In this year AD 1886, chemists count the process costly which produces the metal aluminum. In that day, forces arising from the night side rendered inexpensive the production of any metal which might be found in nature, either native or as in ore. As it might be done today didst thou but know how, and that day is not far off when thou wilt again uncover the knowledge. So in that time we transmuted clay, first raising its atomic speed so that it became white light of a pale illuminating power and then reducing it to the, so to speak, chemical milepost of aluminum, and this at a cost not nearly so great as in this modern day it takes to get iron from its ores. The mines of native metals, as gold, silver, copper, and so on, were valuable then, as now, requiring no processing save smelting. But a metal which might be obtained from any ledge of slate rock, or a bed of clay, was so inexpensive as to be the chief base metal in use. Of aluminum was the giant tower of the Maxt constructed. I could see its base from where I stood, an enormous cube of masonry, then the superstructural round shaft of solid metal of the tower proper, a dully white, tapering column, lit by lunar rays. From base upward, my gaze traveled until it rested on the top, an apical point nearly 3,000 feet in height. Entranced by this crowning triumph of the scene, I gazed at the heaven-piercing shaft, sentinel over the garden city, warding off the lightnings, when the Lord of Thunder was abroad. and all my thought was of its grandeur and its majestic beauty. How often, oh how often, in the days that have gone by, I have stood and gazed on some scene of loveliness, or of sublimity, handiwork of God or possibly of man, God in man, and as I have looked, my soul sang with praise, and my breath was the breath of inspiration. Always in such an experience the soul, be it that of man or beast, takes an advanced step. However much a soul may be steeped in sin or misery, synonymous terms, and inspiration breaks over it, and bears away a little of its sordidness, a little of its pain and fever. So, therefore, the glories and marvels of Atlantis the Great were not in vain. Thou and I, reader, live then and before then. The glories of those long dead centuries seen by us have lived enshrined in our souls, and made us much, aye, most of what we are, influenced our acts, soothed us with their beauty. What then? Though the forms of the dim, mysterious past are effaced from all existence save in the record of the great book of life, the soul, their influence lives, and forever. Shall we not, then, strive that our labors may ennoble, may live in soul and in spirit, and be looked back upon by ourselves and others, even as I here look back upon the record of my dead, but ever living past? It is a great joy thus to have attained the eminences of the spirit which enable me to scan the history of lives from which I passed through the portal of the grave, lives which now I am returned to gaze upon, through the eyes of a different personality, a personality strung, greatest one of a chain like pearls upon a thread, teaching me I am I. Smoky some of these pearls, black others, or white or pink, aye, some are even red. Could tears add to their number, I would have more. Oh, so many more, for the white ones are so few, and the smoky, the black and the red so many. But my pearl of great price is my last. Life of white is it, and by my master was it cut cruciform. When he gave it me, he said, "It is done." Verily so, it marks the junction of finity with infinity. So is it the period set to all time for me, save I elect. Chapter 7. Contain thyself. It was in the time of the annual respite from study that I made my advent to the capital city. In this vacation, Xiokwa and the Incala participated, the majority seeking their homes first, for a season, but generally soon returning to the capital, in order to enjoy the special pleasures of the resting time. But some went over the ocean to Umor or to Incalia, that is, South or North America, respectively. Others went only to the more distant provinces in Atlantic itself. Thus far the reader has had to guess what sort of religion the worship of Inkle was. It may even have been inferred that Pozidi were polytheists, from my reference to the various gods of this and that title, class, or grade. Truly, I have said that we believed in Inkle and symbolized him as the sun god. But the sun itself was an emblem. To assert that we, despite our enlightenment, adored the orb of day, would be as absurd as to say that the Christians adore the cross of the crucifixion for itself. In both cases it is the attached significance that caused the sun, and causes the cross, to be held in any sort of regard. The Atlantides were given to personification of the principles of nature and of the objects of the earth, seas and skies. But this was purely a result of the national love of poetry, and could be mainly traced to the favor which popular fancy had accorded to a chronological epic history of Poseid, wherein the chief men and women figured as heroes and heroines. The powers of nature, such as wind, rain, lightning, heat, and cold, and all kindred phenomena were gods of various degrees, while the germinal principle of life, the destroying one of death, and other of life's greater mysteries, were characterized as the greater gods. But each and all were but offspring of the Most High Inkle. It was an epic related in metrical measure and rhyme, constituting a poem whose every line exhibited the master touch of genius. Its authorship was lost in the night of time. It was supposedly the work, however, of a son of the solitude. There was an addendum embracing later events and epics, but it was a markedly inferior work, and was not valued as highly as the body of the poem. As a fact, the worship of Inkle never included anything other than the adoration of God as a spiritual entity, and the gods had no portion in the religious services held on the 2 Sundays of each week, that is, the 11th and the 1st days, for with the Pozidi a week consisted of 11 days, just as a month comprised 3 weeks, and a year 11 months with one or more leap year days at its end, as the exigencies of the solar calendar might require, these days being a regularly recurring holiday season, as New Year's Day is now. That so many gods and goddesses seem to have been venerated was due to the national influence of the epic history spoken of, and it was but a habit of mind to speak of them at all. In our monotheism we differed little from the religion dominating the Hebraic civilization. We recognized no divine trinity, nor any Christ spirit, neither any Savior except the endeavor to do the best we knew in the sight of Inkel. We considered all mankind as the sons of God, not any one mysteriously conceived person as solely his son. Miracle was an impossible thing, for all things we deemed rationally referable to uncontravenable law. But the Positi did believe that Inkel had once lived in human form upon the earth, and had cast off the gross body of the world to assume that of unfettered spirit. He had in that time created mankind and, as the Positi were evolutionists, that word, mankind, embraced all the lower animals too. In course of time beings of the genus Homo were evolved, one man and one woman, and then Inkel had placed woman spiritually highest and above man, a position which she had lost through an attempt to enjoy a fruit which grew on the tree of life in the Garden of Heaven. But in doing this she had, according to the legend, disobeyed Inkel, who had said that his highest, most progressed children should not enjoy this fruit, for whosoever did should surely die, because no mortal being could have immortal life and also reproduce its kind. The legend read, I have said unto my creatures, attain perfection and study it evermore, and such is endless life. But whoso enjoyeth this tree cannot contain self. The form of punishment meted out was the rationalistic, as the woman's attempt was to attain forbidden pleasures, and she did not, uninstructed, know how. Her hand slipped from its grasp on the fruit and its side was torn out, so that its seed dropped on the earth and became flintstones, while the fruit still adhered to the tree, and became of the likeness of a great fiery serpent, whereof the breath scorched the hands of the culprit. Feeling the pain, she let go her hold on the tree of life, falling prone upon the earth and never fully recovering from the injury. Thus man became the superior being through the development of his nature by the necessity he was under of preserving his mate and himself from the cold and kindred conditions which came along with the flintstones. The last glacial or ice age. Having fallen back into these material conditions, reproduction of species was a necessity once more, and so the law of continence supposedly commanded by Inkel was broken. Death thus entered again into the sum of human reckoning and, until the word be observed, no man could know a deathless condition. Contain thyself. On this dependeth all knowledge. No occult law is so great as this. Use all things of this world as abusing none. I Cor 7. 31. Such was the popular belief regarding the creation of humankind by Inkel. The higher priests held to a religion which was virtually Essenianism, although for obvious reasons the populace were not aware of this fact. The date of this fabled occurrence was theologically supposed to have been preceded at least 9,000 centuries, and some semi-authorities set it at even a more extended period then. Inkel, the father of life, was not supposed to punish his children except that he made the laws of nature self-executive, his immanent will, and if anyone transgressed these the guilt was inexorably punished by nature, it being impossible to set in motion a cause without a consequent effect. If the cause was good, so also was the consequence. And in this they were undeviatingly correct. No mediator can avert for us the results of our misdeeds. The Posseid nation believed in a heaven of good effects for those who put good causes into operation, and there was a region filled with bad effects for the wicked. The two places were adjacent, and those who were neither wholly good nor wholly had, were supposed to live on a middle territory, so to speak. But both of these post-vital conditions were included in the Shadowland, as the word Navazamin may be translated, literally, a country of departed souls. Though the religion of Inkel was one based on cause and effect, nevertheless a slight inconsistency appeared in the more or less prevalent belief that he was supposed to reward the very good. Today, my friend, thou standest on the threshold of a new unfoldment. The religion of today is even yet tinctured by this concept of an omnipotent, but man-like, creator, heritage of a dead antiquity. But thou art living in the final years of an old human cycle, the sixth. While I choose not at present to explain what this means, I will do so ere I bid thee God's peace. But I will say that humanity's new conception of the eternal cause will be more lofty, more sublime, purer, wider, and more of an approach to boundlessness than anything of which the long-gone eons of time have ever dreamed. Christ is indeed risen and cometh unto his own, who ere long shall know him as no exoteric man hath ever known him. And knowing him, they shall know the things of the Father and do them, because it is written, I go unto my Father. Gloria in excelsis. Faith shall soon be knowledge. Belief shall be twin with science. And the word shall blaze as a sun of glorious new meaning. For true religion means, I bind together. Resurgam Christos. Close not the ends of my cross. The exoteric church has closed the ends of his cross. Wherefore they are exoteric, and shall not ever be esoteric until they open the ends of that four-way path. Open thine eyes and thine ears. Chapter 8. A grave prophecy. It was about the first hour of the first day in the 5th month which had passed since I began attendance at the Zyquithlon, and as it was the week of Basics, it was consequently the 30th week of the year, and near its close, there being but 3 weeks left in BC 11,160. With the Posidi, the day, as the reader has seen, commenced at meridian, making 12 o'clock till 1 the first hour. From this hour in the last day of each week until the end of the 24th hour in the following, or first day in the next week, all business was suspended, and the time devoted to religious worship, such observances being enforced by the most rigid of all laws, custom. Today, AD 1886, there are those who argue that if a man is engaged all the week at sedentary labor, on Sunday he is obtaining natural recreation by going zealously into athletic sports, or upon a fatiguing excursion. But I submit that as the body is the externality of the soul, therefore as the soul is, so will be the body also. Ergo, if the soul is of God, then to return to the Father as often as possible is to be recreated, or rested, or refreshed. Perhaps not indoors. No, rather amidst his works, but ever with unartificial, natural thoughts of him uppermost. Hence, I am today not less in favor of Sabbath observance, whether it be the 7th day or any other of the 7 days of the week, as now constituted, or the 11th and 1st, as in Atla. Still, I shall not argue my preferences, and will only make a restatement of the well-known physiological law that a periodic day of rest is necessary to health, happiness, and spirituality. In Atla, any person was free to employ the morning hours even of the 11th day in any manner most agreeable, whether at work or playful relaxation. With the first hour, however, an enormous and very sweet-toned bell pealed forth with an intense, reverberant boom, 2 strokes, paused a moment, then rang 4 tunes more. Thereupon all occupations ceased, and religious worship commenced. On the following day the great bell struck again, and throughout the length and breadth of a great continent other bells pealed synchronously. It was even so in the populous colonies of Umor and Encalia, the difference in time being calculated, and one man in the great temple of Enkel in Kafel attended to this sweetly solemn duty. Then the season of worship was over, and the rest of the Enclut, first day, was devoted to recreations of every sort. This is not to be construed that the worship was of a gloomy nature or severe. Not so, nor was it continued through the night, any further than that every light allowed during that interval was rendered carmine red by blending the atomic speed of the odic force, so that it was the element of light and that of strontium combined, this being done at the odic depots. About the 3rd hour after the Sunday had ceased, a peculiar event occurred in my Poseidon existence. As I walked leisurely homeward, not yet having summoned avails, but proceeding under the dreamy calmness of the influence produced by the music of a choice concert given to the public in the Agaco Gardens, I met a stately old man, also on foot. I had often met him on former occasions and, by his wine-colored turban, knew him for a prince. Upon meeting him now, the current of my thought was altered, and I determined not to go home at once, but to remain in the city for a time, perhaps all night. Just as I came to this determination, the older man smiled, but without stopping went on his way. I then noticed that much as he resembled the prince I had in mind, he was not that person, and it must have been an illusion, for the turban of this man was pure white, not tinted, and somehow I felt that he had wished to speak to me, but for some reason had not. If I should happen there later in the day, I might meet him again and learn what he had to say. Pondering these thoughts, I went into a café in one of the grotto tunnels, where an avenue pierced a hill, and after ordering a luncheon, waited for it to be served. During the dispatch of the refection, a Zayakin, or student with whom I had become friendly, strolled in, bent on the same errand. The repast over, we proceeded to the moat, where we took a water sailor held for hire by a poor man who made his living from the rental of these craft to those who liked this seldom indulged pleasure. The common mode of conveyance was by veils. The breeze being fresh, we sailed out into the ocean through the exit flow of the Nomus River, the great river which made a complete circuit of the city, traversing the moat and then emptying into the ocean. On account of this extended trip, I was unable to be again on the avenue until after nightfall. When I neared the spot where my meeting had occurred with the white-turbaned stranger, this time in a car, which I checked from running over fast, I saw his commanding figure standing in full view in the bright light of the tropic moon. It was quite a part of my expectations thus to see him, and this time I inclined my head in courteous recognition. As I did so, the stranger said, "Stop. I would speak with thee, lad, with thee alone." Almost mechanically, I nearly stopped the car in obedience to his gesture to descend, and setting its lever so that the vehicle would move at about the pace of a slow walk, I let it go, knowing that if no one took advantage of the paid carriage, it soon would reach some station, and there be stopped automatically. When I stood before the priest, as I judged him to be, he said, "Thy name, I understand, is Zale Numenos?" "Truly it is. I have seen thee ofttimes, and am informed concerning thee. Thou hast a laudable will to excel and to attain high honors among men. Thou art yet a boy, but in a fair way to succeed as a man, as success is commonly counted. A boy thou, conscientious at present, regarded with favor by thy sovereign. Thou shalt succeed, and shalt come into places of high honor and profit, and continue well thought of by all thy fellow men. Yet thou shalt not live the full term allotted to man on earth. In thy shorter period shall come to thee a knowledge of love. Thou shalt experience the purest affection man is capable of feeling for woman. Yet, notwithstanding this, thy love shall not be a love crowned in this life period. And thou shalt love again, wherefore thou shalt weep because of it. Thou shalt work some good in the world, but, alas, much evil also. And because of an overshadowing destiny, unto thee shall come much sorrow. By thee unto another shall deep misery of anguish come, and unto the uttermost shalt thou pay therefore, nor come out thence until thou hast done so. Yet, behold, not in this life shall much be required of thee. When thou thinkest least to do sin, then shall thy foot stumble, and thou shalt commit a sin which shall be unto thee a pursuing fate, inexorable. Even now, in the days of thine innocence, thou art treading upon the steps of thy destiny. Alas, that it is so. Once thou earnest near to the realization of thy death, and death is but the least portion which shall overtake thee. But thou didst awake and flee out of the caverns of the burning mountain unto safety. Yet at last thou shalt pass into Navazaman, the world of departed souls, and lo, I say unto thee, thou shalt perish in a cavern. Me, even me, shalt thou behold as the last living being upon whom thy posseed eyes shall ever rest. But I shall not seem then as now, and thou wilt not know me for the one who shall smite the evildoer who will then have enticed thee to thy doom. I have said, may peace be with thee. Much I marveled at first to hear these words, thinking that perhaps the speaker was one escaped from the Nasanithlan, literally the home for moonstruck or crazy persons. And this despite the introductory circumstances under which we had met. But as he continued speaking, I knew that this was an erroneous judgment. Finally, amazed, I gazed on the ground, knowing not what to think and filled with an indefinable fearsomeness. As he ceased utterance and bade me peace, I raised my eyes to look him in the face, to find to my bewilderment that not a soul was in sight, but that I stood alone in the great plaza surrounding a fountain whose jet seemed like molten silver in the moonlight. Dumbfounded, I looked about on every side. Had I been dreaming? Certainly not. Were the words of the mysterious stranger true, or false? Time will satisfy thy curiosity, my reader, as it did mine. Chapter 9. Curing Crime. During the subsequent 4 years after my strange meeting with the tall and straight, white-haired old man who had prophesied concerning me, events, one after another shaped themselves in harmony with his forecast. In all that time we never met. Indeed, I met him but once more before my death. Before going further, I must recall and finally dismiss from the scene the partners in my gold mine and also the one who bought the gold, knowing the act to be unlawful. Several months had elapsed since the interview with Rai Guoxun in his private apartments, when a youth wearing an orange-hued turban and upon its front a gold-mounted garnet pin, denoting him to be a guard in the imperial service, entered the geology room in the Xiaquithlon and going to the instructor-in-chief, spoke in a low tone. Rapping on his desk for attention from the 90 or more students in session in the minerals class, the chief asked if a Xiakin named Zale Numenos was present. I arose in my place in response to the question. Come forward. The other Xiakini looked interestedly on as I went up, not without some trepidation, for I well knew what service was represented by the messenger, and there seemed to be a sternness in the tones of the instructor not at all pleasant. This courier desires that thou wilt go with him before the Rai, who has so commanded. He is at the tribune of the criminal court, and thou art needed as a witness. Remembering what the Rai had said, I was considerably reassured by the import of the words addressed to me, and no longer specially apprehensive, went as required. Arrived at the court of the tribunes, I saw my mining partners there in custody, along with the incriminated purchaser of the gold. The judge of the court sat on the judicial divan on its raised platform, and by his side sat, in simple dignity, Guoxun, Rai of the greatest nation of the earth. But he was nevertheless studiously observant of the fact that the judge was, as such, entitled to the place of first rank while in the hall. Several spectators were in the seats provided for the public in the auditorium. There could be but one verdict concerning the malefactors: guilty as charged. This opinion was reached very quickly, and by the culprits admitted to be a just one. Immediately, an officer took the prisoners into another part of the building, where was a well-lighted apartment, fitted with various portable and stationary instruments. He was accompanied by all persons present. A chair with a head-clasp rest, and with other rests, clasps, and straps for the limbs and body of the occupant, stood in the center of the room. A guardsman seated and firmly strapped one of the prisoners in the chair. This preliminary attended to, a Zioka approached bearing in his hands a small instrument of which, from its general appearance, I knew the nature to be magnetic. He placed the two poles of this in the hands of the condemned man, and after a brief manipulation, a slight purring sound was heard from the instrument. Immediately the prisoner's eyes closed and his every appearance indicated profound stupor. He was in fact magnetically anesthetized. Then the operator carefully felt all over the head of the unconscious man, and this examination concluded, ordered the attendant to shave the entire cranium. When this order had been obeyed, he made a blue mark upon the shaven surface in front and above the ears. Feeling further, he made the passed numeral or 2, above and a very little back of each ear. These operations done, he gave his attention to the spectators, but, on being spoken to by Rai Guoxun, he paused long enough from making his proposed address to the audience to call me to his side from where I stood outside the railing. Then he spoke. In the prisoner, I find that the predominant, most positive faculties are those which I have marked 1 and 2. These are, number 1, a grasping desire to acquire property, and his disposition is to do all things secretly, as may be seen from the exceeding prominence of the organs of secretiveness. While the skull does not extend upwards very high, but at number 2 is very wide between the ears, I should infer that here we have a very acquisitive individual, lacking conscientiousness and spirituality, and therefore the moral nature almost holy. As he has also a very destructive temperament, we have withal a very dangerous character. One which I marvel has so managed as not ere this to have exposed himself to this office for correction. Why any one should hesitate, even voluntarily, to undergo corrective treatment causes me much wonder. It is something, I suppose, explicable on the theory that one on the low moral plane of this poor fellow is unable to see the advantage of being on any higher plane, but is able to see the immediate advantages due to the pursuit of nefarious methods. He is, in short, a man who would not hesitate at the commission of murder, could he see any immediate gain in it, and be wholly oblivious of after consequences. Is this true, Zorai? It is, replied the emperor. My diagnosis of the case, continued the Zioka, having been confirmed by so high an authority, I will now apply the cure. He summoned an attendant, who wheeled out another magnetic apparatus contained in a heavy metal case. Having placed this in a satisfactory condition of activity, the Zyoka next applied its positive pole to that place on the head of the patient marked by figure 1, and the other pole he placed at the back of the neck. He then took out his timepiece and laid it on the metal case of the instrument, near a dial the pointer of which he adjusted. All was then still, except the low-toned conversation in various parts of the room, during the ensuing half-hour. At the end of this time the Zyoka arose from his seat and changed the positive pole to the other side of the head, where the duplicate figure was marked. Then again a half-hour's quiet, broken only by the exit of some of the spectators and the entrance of others. When the half-hour had again elapsed, the operator changed the pole to the place marked 2. This time only half an hour was given to both sides of the head. I had been told by the emperor to remain. He had only stayed a few moments after the beginning of the operation, which was not new to him. At the end of the work on the first man, he was taken from under the influence of the magnetic anesthetizer by merely reversing the poles of the instrument at a second application. The Zyoka lectured upon the theme afforded by the operation while the first patient was being removed. To the considerable audience that had by this time assembled, he said, "You have seen the treatment of those mental qualities which tended through their predominance to warp his moral nature, something but partially developed. The process has been partially to atrophy the vascular channels supplying that portion of the brain where are located the organs of greed and of destruction. But mark well this point, after all is said, the soul is superior to the physical brain, and it is in the soul, the nature of the man, in which these criminal tendencies inhere, the brain and other organs being the seat of psychic expression, the business office, so to speak. Hence, merely to have mechanically hypnotized this subject would not accomplish our purpose. Hypnotizing is an indrawing, and the cerebral blood vessels contract and become partially bloodless. Indeed, they may become fatally empty. This art is a very dangerous one. But the opposite effect is produced in aphaism, posseed equivalent for the modern word, mesmerism. The brain is filled with blood, and the reversion of the instrument ceased the hypnotic and initiated the aphaic process. It is at this moment that the mind of the operator may assume control of the mind of the subject, and suggest to the erring soul a permanent cessation of the error. This man has been so treated, doubly treated, since not only has the blood supply been partially cut off which went to those organs where was the seat of his weakness, but with my will I have impressed his soul to cease its sin, and I have supplied it with a work to execute which will have a counteraction. He may be slightly ill for a few days, but his tendencies to sin will be gone. It requires a superior mind which has gone wrong in several directions to make a successful evildoer, and where the lower nature, chiefly a perverted sex nature, predominates, there will be found the criminal. Atla has no debauches, for if a person shows such disposition, the state takes the wayward one in hand and operates upon the proper organs. But I need not dilate upon these subjects any further. The first man having been taken away to receive careful nursing, the next of my whilom partners was placed in the chair. Examination of the cerebral development revealed that he was more weak than wicked, an habitual prevaricator, and of libertine tendencies. One whose skull was mostly behind and above the ears. I need not pause to describe his treatment. It was on the lines of the other. Mesmeric suggestion was the chief cure. As I went to my home that evening, I resolved to add the science of prophylactic penology to my chosen curriculum. I did so. By practice of the knowledge of men then acquired, I interfered with the karma of not a few individuals, but as the result has proven, the interference was in no case injurious, so that I have not today to answer for any harm done. I have sometimes wished that I had submitted myself for treatment at the hands of the state, for it would at least have prevented the commission of errors which have wrought much misery, to me and to others by me. That I did not, is as well, not only on the principle that in our Father's kingdom whatever is best, but also because no one can in any way whatever shirk the responsibilities inbound in character by the karma of all preceding incarnations. To have so submitted myself for correction would have been an evasion of the ordeal, a sort of cowardly attempt similar to the act of the self-murderer who seeks to avoid trouble on earth by suicide, and who in every case escapes nothing, not one jot nor tittle of the law of God. Instead, he piles his miseries and penalties mountains higher and prolongs through inexorable karma, and other earthly incarnations, his anguish. Thus it is with those who die by self-destruction. But those who die by unavoidable causes involuntarily are not visited by such penalties. So the posseed culprits who could in no wise avoid the treatment were benefited, whereas for me voluntary submission would have sown dragon's teeth for my pathway. Penalties, observe, concern not those who know and, knowing, do God's will. Chapters Realization. The government was accustomed to keep systematic track of the more prominent Zayakini to whom it gave free tuition, but the supervision was never irksome, indeed was scarcely felt to be maintained by those under this paternal surveillance. Those who, besides being bright and studious, were approaching the last years of the collegiate septerm were admitted to those sessions of the Council of 90, not of an executive or secret character. There were some especial favorites who, being bound by strict vows, were not excluded from any meetings of the councillors. Not one of the many thousand students but esteemed even the lesser privilege most valuable. For beside the honor conferred, the lessons in statecraft were of incalculable advantage. In the latter half of my 4th year of attendance there came to me one Prince Menax, who desired to know whether I would accept the position of Secretary of Records, a position which gave opportunity to become familiar with every detail of posseed government. He spoke, "It is a very important trust indeed, but one which I am happy to offer thee, because that thou art capable of filling it to the satisfaction of the council. It will bring thee into close contact with the Rai and all the princes. Also it will clothe thee with some degree of authority. What sayest thou?" Prince Menax, I am aware that this is a very great honor. But may I ask why thou hast given so great opportunity to one who supposes himself almost a stranger to thee? Because, Zalem Numinos, I have thought thee worthy. Now do I give thee all chance to prove it true. Thou art no stranger to me, if I be much of one to thee. I feel a trust in thee. Wilt thou not prove it well founded? I will. Then hold up thy right hand to the blazing inkle, and by that sublime symbol declare that in no case wilt thou reveal aught that taketh place in secret session. Nothing of the doings in the hall of laws. This vow I took and, in taking it, was bound by an oath inviolable in the eyes of all posseedi. Thus I became one of the 7 non-official, unenfranchised secretaries, who were entrusted with the writing of special reports and the care of many important state documents. Surely this was no small distinction to confer on 1 out of 9,000 Zayakini and a man, as yet, unenfranchised in a nation of 300 million people. If, in some sort, I owed it to merit, yet I was not more worthy than 100 other of my fellow students. It was due fully as much to personal popularity with the powers that were, a popularity, however, which had not been mine had I not in all things shown the same solid determination which had governed my actions on the lone pitch of Roque, the great mountain. Prince Menax continued, saying, I would have thee attend at my palace this night, it being convenient, as I have somewhat to say unto thee. I would prove to thee thine error in believing thyself unknown to me, merely because thou art one of a large concourse of Zayakini, each in pursuit of knowledge. I do know thee, from me, and not, as thou hast always imagined, from thy Zayakal chief preceptor, did the invitation issue to thee to attend the sessions of the councils in ordinary. The Astiki, princes of the realm, are always much interested in deserving Zayakini. Hence the reason of many little duties falling to thee for execution. But I will not say more at present, as I hinder thy studies. Remember then, the appointed 8th hour. Menax held the highest ministerial office of all the Astiki, being premier and, in short, the Rai's chief advisor. My opinion of myself rose in degree when I felt that I was held in such high favor, but it rendered me full of gratitude and not self-conceit. It was true self-esteem, not vanity. Although this was not my first visit to the palace of this prince, I could by no means claim familiarity with the interior of his Astakithlon. Winding my best green silk turban about my head and sticking in it a pin set with grey quartz, through which ran veins of green copper, thus denoting my social rank, I stepped to the Naim and called for a city velks as thou wouldst call for a cab. The vessel soon came, and though small in size was ample for the conveyance of 2, or even 4, passengers. Bidding my mother good night, I was soon speeding on my way, and the conductor leaving me to my own company, I sat listening to the furious patter of the torrents of rain which rendered the night inclement in the extreme. The palace of Menax was not far distant from the inner quay of the moat where that great canal nearest approached my suburban home, not indeed 10 miles away, and therefore the aerial trip consumed only about the same number of minutes ere the bottom of the Valks grated a little upon the broad marble floor of the Valks court, announcing arrival at my destination. Asentry came up to demand my business, and, having learned it, a servitor was summoned to escort me into the presence of Menax. A number of officers of the prince's suite were in the great apartment, sedulously engaged in doing nothing in particular, an occupation in which they were aided by several ladies resident at the palace. Prince Menax himself was lying at length on a divan drawn up in front of a grate full of pieces of some refractory substance, heated by the universal force. As the attendant conducted me before the prince and prior to my presence being announced, I had time sufficient to enable me to notice a group of officers and ladies gathered about a woman of such exceeding grace and beauty that even her evident sorrow and distress, together with the distance of the corner where she sat, could not wholly conceal it. Her attire, her features, and complexion denoted that she was other than a daughter of Passid, inasmuch as she had not their dark eyes, dark hair, and clear, but distinctly reddish complexion. She who sorrowed, and was in distress, was the reverse of all this, as nearly as my hasty glance could discern, at the distance between us. Menax said, in salutation, "Thou art welcome, 'tis well. Be seated. The night is tempestuous, but I know thee well. Having promised, thou art come." He was silent for several moments and gazed steadily into the glowing grate, then said, "Zalm, wilt thou attend and take part in the competition in Zio in the 9 days given to the annual examination of Zyakini? I have so intended, my Astika. Thou art privileged to waive examination until the last year of the septerm. Verily that is so in all Zyakini? I approve most emphatically of thy determination. I did after that way myself when I was a student. I hope that thou wilt pass, that thou mayest be joyful at thy success, though it shall not shorten thy years of study. But after the examination, then what? Thou wilt have a month wherein to do as thou shalt fancy. Would that I had 33 days respite from my duties." Menax paused in meditation and resumed, "Zalm, hast thou any preferred plan for the occupation of that vacation?" "None, my prince. None. 'Tis well. Would it please thee to do me a service, and go into a far country in fulfilling the kindness? The brief duty completed, thou mayest remain there such time as thou desirest, or go whither fancy may beckon." I was not averse to doing as he desired, and as the duty took me to a land barely mentioned hitherto, the account of my long-ago vacation trip may be prefaced by a description of Suarnes, now called Hindustan and Necropan or Egypt, the most civilized nations not under Poseidon's supremacy. When nations seek to make religion absolutely dominant in their affairs, the result is sure to be fraught with disaster. The theocratic policy of the Israelites was a case in point, and, as the reader will ere long perceive, Suarnes and Necropan were examples yet earlier in the history of the world. And the reason is not that religion is a failure. The force of this record of my life must convey the truth that I think nothing is better than pure religion undefiled. No, the reason why a successful theocracy cannot permanently thrive is that the attention of the promoters must be given to things spiritual to render the spiritual successful, and the things of God's kingdom can never be the things of earth. Not, at least, until man is fully developed in his sixth or psychic principle, has become purified, by the fire of the Spirit, from all taint of animality. Suarnes and Necropan were possessed of a civilization which I now perceive to have been peer with our own, though so different. But because it possessed scarcely a salient point in common with that of Poseidon, therefore the people of the latter country regarded it with a sort of scorn when discussing it amongst themselves. But they were very respectful in their demeanor towards these people, for reasons that shall presently appear. The differences in the two coeval civilizations lay in the fact that while Passid tended to the cultivation of the mechanical arts, to sciences having to do with material things, and were content to accept without question the religion of their ancestors, the Suarni and Necropani paid but little heed to anything not mainly occult and of religious significance. Practical principles truly, occult laws having a bearing on materiality, but none the less were they careless of material objects except in so far as the proper maintenance of life was concerned. Their rule of life was summed in the principle of taking no heed of the life about them, but neglecting the present they strove after the future. The vital principle of Poseidon was to extend her dominion over natural things. There were those who philosophized over the spirit of the times, Poseidon theorists, and these drew a prognostic picture of Atlantean destiny. They pointed out the fact that our splendid physical triumphs, our arts, sciences in progress, absolutely depended on the utilization of occult. 5 It hath been ever thus. The seed sown in the acre whereof the corners are marked by posts, of which the first hath but one side, the second 5 sides, the third 6 sides, but the fourth again only 5, hath ever been scorned by man. That seed groweth a tree 17 branched. So was sworn. In another day it would be watered by Poseidon. Later it must be in Poseidon. Yet again this would be after it was pruned by its sower. Then it must grow till the day's end, and become great in the next day. But greatest at the end of that day. I have spoken a riddle that whoso unfoldeth it proveth him of the tree I have spoken, and filled with deathlessness. Hear, O Israel, seek, O Manasseh and Ephraim, seek, land of the starry flag, open thine eyes, and thou, too, O motherland, power drawn from the night side of nature. Then this fact was put side by side with the fact that the mysterious powers of the Swarni and Necropani owed their existence to this same occult realm, and the conclusion was that in time we also would grow careless of material progress and devote our energy to occult studies. Their forebodings were extremely gloomy in consequence. Yet, while the people listened respectfully, the failure of these prophets to suggest a remedy rendered them in some degree objects of secret contempt. Anyone who shall find fault with an existing state of affairs and be confessedly unable to substitute a better, is sure to meet with public ridicule. We, as Posidi, knew that the mysterious nations across the waters were possessed of abilities which virtually dwarfed our attainments, such as our power to traverse the aerial or marine depths, our swift cars, our subsurface sea ships. No, they did not boast such conveniences, but they had no need of them to carry on the course of their lives and, therefore, as we supposed, no desire for such apparatus. Perhaps our scorn was more affected than real, for in our more sober thought we acknowledged, with no small admiration, their supremacy. What though we could speak with and see and hear and be seen by those with whom we wished to communicate, and this at any distance and without wires, but over the magnetic currents of the globe. Truly, we never knew the pangs of separation from our friends. We could attend to the demands of commerce, and transport our armies in war times with a dispatch which could pass around the world in a day. All this as long as our mechanical and electrical contrivances were at hand. But what availed all this splendid ability? Shut one of the most learned Zioki in a dungeon, and all his knowledge would be as naught. He could not, deprived in such a way of implements or agencies, hope to see, to hear or to escape without external aid. His marvelous capabilities were dependent upon the creation of his intellect. Not so with Swern or with Necropan. How to hinder one of these people no Poseidon knew. Shut in a dungeon, he would arise and go forth like Saul of Tarsus. He could see to any distance, and this without a Naim. Here equally without a Naim, go through the midst of foes and be seen by none of them. What, then, availed our attainments if opposed to those of Suernes and Necropan? Of what use are instruments of war even against such a people? A single man of whom, looking with eyes wherein glittered the terrible light of a will-power exerted to hurl in retribution the unseen forces of the night side, could cause our foemen to wither as green leaves before the hot breath of fire. Were missiles of value here? Of use, when the person at whom they were aimed could arrest them in their lightning path, and make them fall as thistledown at his feet? What, even, was the value of explosives more awful than nitroglycerin, dropped from Valks poised miles above in the blue vault of heaven? None whatever. For the enemy, with prescient gaze and perfect control of nightside forces we knew not of, could arrest the falling destroyer, and instead of suffering harm could annihilate that high ship and its living load. Aben Child fears the fire, and in times past we had sought to conquer these nations, and failed disastrously. Repulse was all they sought to effect. 106. And successful over us in this we had been left to go in peace. As the years stretched into centuries, our ways likewise became those of defense only, never offensive any more, and owing to this change on the part of Poseidon, friendly relations arose between the three nations. Atla had learned at last so much of the secret as to wield magnetic forces for the destruction of its foes, and had dispensed with missiles, projectiles, and explosives as agents of defense. But the knowledge of the Swirny was still greater. Greater because our magnetic destroyers spread death only over restricted areas circumjacent to the operator. Theirs operated at any desired point, however distant. Ours struck indiscriminately at all things in the fated district, at things inanimate as well as animate, at men, whether foes or friends, at animals, at trees, all were doomed. Their agencies went out under control and struck at the heart of the opposing force, not destroying life unnecessarily, nor even molesting any of the enemy except the generals and directors of their forces. Of all these facts concerning the Swirny, I had long before learned. Prince Menax asked me that I oblige him by going on a mission to that people. I had never seen the land of Swirn and, having a desire to do so, felt well pleased that it was to be gratified. After consenting to do as requested, I asked the prince concerning the proposed duty, saying, if Zoastica will tell his son what is required, he will satisfy a growing curiosity. Even so will I do, answered the prince. It is desired to send unto the Rai of Swirn a present in acknowledgment of certain gifts sent by him to Rai Guoxun. While there can be but small doubt that these gifts were sent to induce our acceptance of 70 women, prisoners of war, who seem to be much in the way of Rai Ernon of Swirn, nevertheless we cannot regard it as necessary to throw us a sop, and while the women will be allowed to remain, or go whither they will so that they go not where forbidden by Swirn, we choose to regard the gift of gems and of gold as a gift, and make due return for it. So saith the council in quorum assembled. It seems that these women are members of certain strong forces of foolish invaders, whose country lies far to the west of Swirn. These people very unwisely made war upon the terrible Swirny. They had never experienced, nor beheld exerted, the wrath wherewith Inkle arms his children of Swirn, a wrath which moweth its foes as the scythe of the reaper layeth the grass. Now Ernon hath a fertile country, and these ignorant savages long to possess it. Wherefore they sent unto the Rai of Swirn a challenge of war. To this Ernon replied that he would not make fight, that those who sought him with spears and with bows, and came arrayed in armor, would find him, and therefore be sorrowful, inasmuch as Yova, as the Swirny are pleased to name him whom we called Inkle, would protect him and his people of Swirn, and this without strife and bloodshed. Thereupon the barbarians returned derisive language, and declared that they would come upon his land and destroy his people with the sword. So they gathered a numerous army, even 10,000 fighting men, and many camp followers, and these, led by a dauntless Astiki, swept east by south to devastate the realm of Swirn. But wait. There is in this room one who can doubtless tell more than I, and tell it better. Maelzis, addressing his body servant, conduct hither yon fair stranger. Maelzis obeying, the foreign woman whom I had seen as I entered the apartment of the prince arose in an easy, graceful manner which commanded my admiration. Arranging her attire in a not at all hasty way, quite, in fact, the reverse of one obeying a superior, she approached Menax. Arising deferentially, the prince said, Lady, art thou minded to recount to me that which thou hast told to my sovereign? I know that thy narration is vastly interesting. During these remarks the stranger had looked not at the prince, but at me. Her eyes had been riveted on my face, not boldly, but intently, though obviously quite unaware of the fixity of her gaze. None the less there was such a magnetic power in it that I was compelled to look away, strangely abashed by the glance, but feeling that yet it followed me, although I saw it not. It occurred to me that the fact of the lady's reply being couched in the Passid language was indicative of her possession of a good education. If, Astica, said she, it be a pleasure to thee that I do this that thou askest, it is also one to me. It is also much of a pleasure to me to repeat it to the youth thou favorest. I would, however, that the maid thy daughter were not here, she added sotto voce with a glance of antagonism toward Anzumi, who sat near us, engaged in perusing a book, apparently, but, as I fancied, not in reality. This jealous undertone was not heard by Menax, though Anzumi heard it, and presently arose and left the apartment in consequence. This action I regretted, and the cause of it I resented, as the Saldu quickly saw, and because of it bit her lip with vexation. It cannot be agreeable to stand. Wilt thou seat thyself at my right hand, and thou, Zalm, change thy seat also and be at my left? Said Menax, reseating himself on the divan. When this arrangement had been made, we were ready to listen to the recital. At this moment the valet, Malzus, respectfully approached and, being asked his wish, said, "It is the desire of thine officers and of the ladies of the Astakithlon to be also present at the narration. Their wish is granted. Bring also the Naim and place it near us, that the editor of the records may take account, too." Availing themselves of his permission, the petitioners were soon grouped about us, some on low seats, others, higher officers, more familiar with their prince, stretched themselves on side and elbow in front of Menax upon the rich velvet rugs on the marble floor. "Please provide me with the text you would like me to edit and format for text-to-speech. I'm ready to apply my skills to ensure a smooth and natural reading experience." Chapter 11. The Recital. "Malzus," said the prince, "some spiced wine for us, in the enjoyment of this truly refreshing, because unfermented beverage, we listen to the following thrilling narrative. Thou art, I think, acquainted with my native country, since thou hast had commercial intercourse with the Sald nation. All here have likewise heard of how our ruler sent a great army against the terrible Swerni. Ah, how little we knew of those people!" she exclaimed, clasping her small patrician hands in an agony of terrified retrospection. 80,000 warriors had my father, the chief, under his command. 1/2 as many more were followers of the camp. Our cavalry was our pride, veterans tried and true, and so lustful after blood. Such splendid armament had we, glittering spears and lances. Oh, a wondrous array of valiant men. At this eulogy of such primitive weapons, her listeners were unable to repress a shadowy smile. For a moment this seemed to disconcert the princess, but not for long, for she continued, in this splendid, powerful fashion. "Ah, how I love power!" We came, taking loot as we proceeded towards the Swern city. When we arrived near it, after many days we could not see it, as it was in a lowland. But we felt assured of an easy victory, since captives whom we took informed us that no walls or like defenses existed, and that no army was gathered to meet us. Indeed, we nowhere found walled towns in all Swern, nor met with resistance, hence had spilled no blood, but contented ourselves with torture of the captives, by way of amusement, ere we set them free. "Horrible!" muttered Menax under his breath. "Heartless barbarians!" "What saidst thou, my lord?" asked the girl quickly. "Nothing, my lady, nothing. I but thought of the splendid march of the Saldan host." Though seemingly somewhat doubtful of the accuracy of this statement, the Saldu nevertheless continued her recital. "Arrived, as I have said, we stayed our march on the brink of a shallow, but wide defile, wherein the Rai was so unwarlike and unwise as to have his capital, and sent a messenger to announce our errand and offer him favorable terms of war. In answer there came with our flag-bearer a solitary, unarmed old man. Elderly is a better word. He was tall, erect as a soldier, and had dignity of mien that made him splendid to look upon. He looked as power incarnate. I ought to hate him, but he is powerful and I cannot choose but love him. If he were younger, I would woo him to be my mate." At this unexpected remark we looked at the fair speaker in amazement, not unmingled with other emotions, while Prince Menax asked, "Astaku, hear I right? Woo a man? Is it customary amongst thy people to give unto woman the love-making?" I had thought myself versed in the customs of every nation, ancient and modern, yet knew not this fact. However, strange things are to be expected of, a race which has but numbers to entitle it to recognition at the hands of people like the Passid. "Why not be frank, Zoastica? Why not say what thou thinkest? That civilized nations like thine consider such a race as the Saldi beneath them so far that even their customs are well nigh unknown to thee." Prince Menax flushed deeply in ashamed confusion, for he was unaccustomed to prevarication, and replied, "Candor is best, I admit, but I desired to avoid wounding thy feelings, Astica." With a ringing laugh, full of amusement, the Astiki said, "Zoastica, allow me to tell thee that in Sald, either sex is free to woo its chosen one. Why not? It is sensible, methinks. I shall follow our custom in this respect, if chance ever presents. My chosen one must be pleasing to look upon, and must be courageous like unto the lion of the desert. Yea, even the deserts whence he came unto the continent of Suernota. Ah me, yes, if chance offers, she reiterated with a little sigh. At length she resumed wearily, sadly. The Astika, my father, chief of our armies, said to this grand old man, What saith thy ruler? He saith, Bid this stranger depart lest my wrath awake, for lo, I shall smite him if he obey me not. Terrible is mine anger. What ho! And his army? I have seen none, said my father with the laugh of a veteran to whom despised resistance is offered. Chief, said the envoy in a low, earnest tone, thou hadst best depart. I am that Rai and his army also. Leave this land now. Soon thou canst not. Go, I implore thee. Thou the Rai? Rash man, I tell thee that when the sun hath moved one other sign, thy courage shall not save thee, unless thou wilt now return and collect thine army. Else will I then send thy head to thy people. There is but this option. After that length of time I will strike and sack thy city. Nay, fear not now for thy personal safety. I cannot hurt an unarmed foeman. Go in peace, and by the morning I will attack thee and thy army. I must have a worthy foe. In myself is a worthy foe. Hast thou never heard of the Swarni? Yes, and thou hast not believed. Oh, it is true. Go, I entreat thee, while yet thou canst do so in safety. Foolish man, said the chief, this thine ultimatum? Then be it so. Stand aside. I go not away, but forward. Then he called unto the captains of the legions and commanded, Forward, march to conquer. Withhold that order one moment. I would ask a question, said the Rai. Agreeably to this request our men, who had sprung to place at the word, were now halted with arms at rest. In the very front ranks of the Saldan army as it stood on the little eminence overlooking the Swern capital, and the great river flowing near, was the prime flower of our host. Veterans they were, tried and true, men of giant stature, 2,000 strong, leaders of the men less seasoned. I shall never forget how grand looked that array, no, never, so strong. The very main of our lion power, every man able to carry an ox on his back. The sun was caught on their spears in a glorious blaze of light. Looking upon these men, the Swarna said, Astika, are not these thy best men? Aye, they are the ones of whom it hath been told me that they tortured my people, merely for amusement? And they called them cowards, saying that men who would not resist, to them should they serve death, and they did murder a few of my subjects. I deny it not, said my father. Thinkest thou, Astika, that this was right? Are not men who glory in shedding blood worthy of death? Possibly. If so, what matter? Perchance thou wouldst have me punish them for such action, said my father scornfully. Even so, Astika, and thereafter depart hence. Aye, that will I. 'Tis a good jest. Yet have I no humor for jesting. And thou wilt not go, though I say to remain is death? Nay, cease thy drivel. I weary of it. Astika, I am sorrowful, but be it as thou wilt. Thou hast been warned to leave. Thou hast heard of the power of the Swern, and believed not. But now, feel it. With these words the Rai swept his outpointing index finger over the place where stood our pride, the splendid 2,000. His lips moved and I barely heard the low-spoken words. Yova, strengthen my weakness. So dieth stubborn guilt. What then befell so filled all spectators with horror, so wrought upon their superstition, that for full 5 minutes after, scarce a sound was heard. Of all those veteran warriors not one was left alive. At the gesture of the Swern their heads fell forward. Their grasp was loosed on their spears, and they fell as drunken men to the earth. Not a sound, save that of their precipitation. Not a struggle. Death had come to them as it comes to those whose hearts stop pulsing. Ah, what frightful power hast thou, Suernes! For the angel of death spread his wings on the blast, and breathed in the face of the foe as he passed. Sennacherib was unknown then. The Salda princess knew not of the poem. But we do, my reader, thou and I, that is enough. While describing the action of the Rai of Swern, The princess had risen to her feet from her place by the side of Menex, simulating at the same time the fatal gesture of Ernan of Swern. So apt had been this mimicry that the group of listeners on our left had involuntarily cowered as her arms swept over their heads. The Saldu noticed them shrink, and her lip curled with scorn. "Cowards," she muttered. Aposeida overheard the words, and his cheek flushed, as he said, "Nay, Astaku, not cowards. Consider our involuntary shrinking as a compliment to thy descriptive powers." She smiled and said, "Perhaps so." Then, overcome by her apostrophe to the dread strength of Yova as invoked by Ernan, a strength which even proud Atla feared, she sank back in her seat weeping. A little wine revived her, and the narration was resumed. After the horrible silence that fell on all who had witnessed the awful sight, the women, wives and daughters of the higher officers, began shrieking in affright. Many of our men, as soon as they could realize that the stories they had heard and discredited were no idle tales, fell to the earth in an agony of pulling terror. Ah, then could ye have heard supplications to all the gods, great and small, in whom our people place trust. Ha! Ha! Laughed the princess, bitterly, contemptuously. Appealing to gods of wood and metal for protection against such awful power. For, since I may not live in Swern, being banished, I would not live again in the land of my nativity. I want no more of people who idolize insentient objects and defy them. No, Astika, she said in answer to a question from Menex. I never worshipped idols. Most of our people do, but not all. I have not proved an apostate, but I do worship power. I ought to hate Ernan of Swern, but I do not. Indeed, I would, if permitted, live in his presence and idolize his wondrous strength, which works death to his enemies. Not so permitted, I would rather remain with thy people, who are a goodly race, and, if not equal to the Swerni, are yet better and more powerful than mine own. Ah, far more so. My father knew better than to imagine this some trick of a wily people, knew now, after this bitter lesson, that the reputation accorded them by travelers was no idle fabrication of wondermongers. But he did not cringe before the Rai, he was too proud-spirited for that. While we gazed, stupefied, on the awful scene of death, another and not less frightful, but more ghastly thing happened. We that were alive, all our host except the 2,000 stood between our dead and the river west of the city. Rai Ernan bowed his head and prayed. What dire alarm that action caused our people! And I heard him say, Lord, do this thing for thy servant, I beseech thee. Then, as I gazed on the victims, I saw them arise one by one, and gather up each his spear and shield and helmet. Thereafter, in little irregular squads they marched towards us, towards me, oh, my God, and passed on to the river. As they passed I saw that their eyes were half closed and glazed in death. The movement of their limbs was mechanical. They walked as if hung on wires, and their armor clanked and clanged in a horrid, mocking ring. As, one by one, the squads came to the river, they walked in, deeper and deeper, till the waters closed over their heads, and they were gone forever, gone to feed the crocodiles which already roared and snarled over their prey adown the stream of Gunja. No one to lead, none to carry. Each going as if alive, and yet somehow dead, this ghastly procession to the river, 1,000 paces distant, so completed the horrible sense of fear that desperate terror possessed the great army, and they fled, leaving behind all things, and soon only a few faithful soldiers were left in sight. These remained with their commander and his officers of staff, ready to share with him the death which they expected would be meted out to all who remained. The women also did not all flee. Then spoke Rai Ernan, saying, Did I not tell thee to depart, ere I punished thee? Wilt thou now go? Behold, thine army in flight. Its rout shall not cease, for thousands shall never more see Saldi, because they will perish by the wayside. Yet not a few shall reach their homes. But thou shalt never more go home, neither thee nor thy women. But they will not stay in my land nor their own, but in a strange country. That haughty, but now humbled soldier, my father, bent on one knee before the Rai, and said, Mighty Rai, what wouldst thou with innocent women? Thou saidst my warriors were guilty. I admit it nor accept myself. But these, my women, they have harmed no man. Thy words lead me to believe that justice is thy ruling principle. Thine acts do likewise, for when thou mightest have struck us every one, thou didst no more than make example of a few guilty ones. I implore thee, then, have mercy on my women, perchance on my officers also. On thy officers, yes, they are faithful unto thee, though they expect but death as their reward. Bid them depart with what still bides of thine army. They are unused to caring for the needs of the body, wherefore they will of a surety all perish except I save them. Having power I will use it mercifully. None shall perish by the wayside. Not one shall hunger, neither thirst, nor suffer any sickness. O Jehovah, all the way home, nor lose his way, though none shall have to eat any food all the way. And about them shall wild beasts rave, and though not one have a weapon, no animal shall harm him. For the spirit of Jehovah shall go with them and be their shelter and their safeguard. Yea, more also he will do, for he will enter into their souls, so that they that are warriors shall be henceforth his prophets, and shall uplift their people and make of their name one which shall go down unto all ages. A famous race of educated men shall they be, and astrologers, telling of God by his works of heaven. Yet shall a further day come some 6,000 years hence, when the men of Chaldea shall again try to prevail over my people, and again shall fail, even as now. But thou shalt long have been with thy fathers asleep from a second life, and safe in the name where I work, ere this second attempt. Cayest thou innocent women who voluntarily came in all the insolence of supposed power and invincibility to murder my people? Innocent, they who came to see the rapine of my cities and to revel in the sufferings of my people? Innocent? Nay, not so. Wherefore I shall retain with thee these wives and these maidens. Behold, I have said thou shalt not go hence, neither these women yet a while, but thou shalt never go again from this land. I will put thee in a prison which has neither bars nor gratings nor any wall, yet thou canst not hope to leave it. Dost thou mean that we are all to die, Zorai? Asked my father in a low, sad voice. Not so, Zoastica, thinkest thou? I condemn murder, yet would myself do it. 117 needlessly? Now, having said that, thou canst not leave Swern, neither is it possible for thee thereafter, though neither bolt nor bar hindereth, nor any man watcheth or keepeth thee. It was piteous to see the partings between those who were to go and those who must stay. But then, such are the fortunes of war, and the weak must obey the strong. I had rejoiced in our fancied strength, nor cared who fell by it. Power. I think, after all, that I felt a grim satisfaction in beholding thee, power, my God, work so swift destruction. The princess said these last words musingly, apparently lost to her surroundings as she sat with clenched hands, admiration depicted on her beautiful face and her glorious blue eyes with their faraway look. But oh, so heartless, so cruel after all. Queenly in figure, commanding in personality, beautiful, wonderfully beautiful. The world now, as then, would call the Princess Lalix. Indeed, she bore a most startling likeness to thine own fair American women. But these are not like her, really. She, lioness-like, sided ever with the triumph power. But the real American maiden, sympathetic, true as steel, graceful as a bird, sweet as a rose just blown. Like Lalix in these three last traits, but ceasing to parallel her further. For she of today clings to her father, her brother, her lover, come sunshine, come storm, success or adversity. Faithful unto death. Such have their reward. There came a day when Lalix was altered to be all that the fair modern maidens are. But it was not till after years. There are some kinds of roses which, while in tender bud, seem all thorns. But what marvels of beauty are they when they have at length opened their hearts to the sun and the dew. It appeared that Prince Menax had not heretofore heard Lalix speak at length, but had for some reason waited this experience until I might listen. Consequently it was a revelation to him to hear one so fair, and even so sweet, reveal so heartless a nature as she exhibited in her speech, which was quite as much retrospective meditation on her part, as recital. After some moments Menax said, Astica, thou hast related that his majesty of Swern did not by thee and thy companions as thou didst anticipate, reasoning from the national custom of thy people to devote female prisoners of war to lust and ministrations to man's base passions. Astica Menax, thou'lt not esteem me disrespectful if I shall henceforth call thee friend? I will confess it to have been very much of a surprise that Rai Ernan did not so do. I could not have complained, for such are the vicissitudes of war. Instead, however, he declared that neither he nor the Swarni had any use for us, wherefore he sent us into a foreign land. Is that our destiny here? Such a hard fate? No, never so, replied Menax, his lip curling with disgust at the bare imputation. Here thou shalt be supported by the government until perchance posseed citizens shall choose wives of thy number. Ours is a people of strange tastes, sometimes. Thou art sarcastic, Astica. Save that the prince slightly raised his eyebrows, he vouchsafed no reply to her remark. Even this notice was so faint that if I had not been closely watching his face, I should not have perceived it. After a more or less extended silence, Menax said that they were hindered from evermore returning home to Salda, because, "No longer my home," quickly interrupted the lady. "Then the land of thy birth," said Menax with some asperity, as he again lapsed into silence. Lolix then arose and, clasping her hands, vehemently exclaimed, "I have no wish evermore to see my native land. Henceforth I choose my lot in Posseed, to call it home." "As thou wilt," said Menax. "Thou art certainly a most strange woman. For love of power thou forsakest gods and home and native land. Are the others, thy captive friends? Nay, hold, perchance not friends, seeing that they are fallen under misfortune. Are these as thyself, these women, forgetful of their country?" Bending her lovely head, the princess fixed the gaze of her glorious blue eyes upon the upturned face of her critic. 2 drops, teardrops, fell from beneath the long sweeping lashes. Her lips quivered, and she clasped her little hands together with the words, "Ah, Astica, thou art cruel," then turned away and walked sobbing to the seat where first I had seen her. Thus was the unblown rosebud mistaken for a thistle blossom. As for me, a strange mixture of feelings possessed me, a commingling of wonder and approval. I wondered what sort of a nature it was that could be so heartless and thirst so greatly after power as to leave every natural tie for the sake of following it, and yet was so essentially feminine as to be pained at the expression of a very natural reprobation of such conduct. I pitied her because she was so ingenuous, and was so sincerely honest in and through all her soullessness, and had so artlessly narrated her later history, evidently expectant of approbation, and felt so hurt at the contrary effect produced. Finally, approval divided my emotions, because the prince had given a really merited rebuke, and one which, though its smart was keen, could not fail of a salutary effect. My reflections were interrupted at this point by Menax, saying, "Zalm, let us go into the Xanathathlon, where all is quiet and beautiful among the flowers. We shall be alone there, thou and I. I would dismiss these people of my palace, but prefer not to disturb yon salty maiden." Building for Flowers. Chapter 12. The unexpected happens. A very few steps took us into the great conservatory, or Xanathathlon, where bloomed all manner and species of flowers. In the midst was a fountain whose 3 lofty jets sprang into the arch of the great dome and sparkled during the day in the sunrays as they filtered through the thousands of panes of many-colored glass. Now, however, when the dull roar of the rain falling on all without mingled its tones with the dulcet plash of the fountain, that object of beauty was flashing in the rays of numerous electric images of the day-king. Intermingled with the myriads of natural flowers were many hundreds wrought in glass so perfectly that only close examination by sense of touch might say which were produced by Flora and which by the artist. These illuminants were suited in kind to the natural flowers of the plant, tree or vine on which they hung. On the plants there were but few, on the trees, higher above the floor, the number increased, while on the vines that clambered over arches and pillars, or swung pendant between high points overhead were a great multitude, casting throughout this floral paradise a soft, steady glow which was most delightful. In the midst of these pleasant environments we seated ourselves on what to the eye seemed a pile of moss-covered rocks with cozy depressions amongst them, very comfortable, since in reality they were easy springs, whereon grew moss originally furnished by silkworms. "Sit here, closer to me, my son," said the benign old prince, drawing me down into a hollow beside that occupied by himself. Zalem, he began, I hardly know why I called thee this night, why I waited not for a time, and yet I do know, too. I had a mission to confer upon someone fitted to perform it. There are others more experienced, yet I chose to give it to thee. Thou knowest what it is. Very evident to me was it that this was not what actuated the Astica in his choice, and that it was not for this that he had asked me into the conservatory. He had relapsed into silence, which he presently broke by asking, Hast thou ever heard that my wife gave me a son, and that both wife and son are taken by death? I have one son and a daughter. Praise unto Inkle, I have her yet, but my son, the pride of my life, is gone unto Navazaman, the destiny of all. Mortality. My son, oh my son, he sobbed. When his emotion had somewhat subsided, he resumed, Zalem, when I saw thee at thy first speech with our beloved Rai, 4 years ago, was it not? I was astonished at thy likeness to my dead boy, and I loved thee then, Zalem. Many a time have I gone to the Ziaquithlon to note thee at work in thy studies. Always have the summonses thou hast received at divers times to attend at this Astakithlon, had for their prompting motive sight of thee. Yes, sight of thee, lad, sight of thee, he murmured softly, gently stroking my curls the while. Few days have passed that I have not at some time seen thee, either personally or by Naim. Yes, I have gone at night and stood by thy window, that I might gladden my heart with the sound of thy voice as thou hast sat reading to thy mother. I have watched thee and been proud of thee, Zalem, for in every way thou hast seemed as my own. Thy triumphs in study have made joyful my days, as has also the skill with which thou hast performed governmental commissions, for thou wert as my son. Then come and live here, lad, for I want thee near me, in this mine old age. Together will we float down the stream of life, thou and I. Perchance I go first out across the great ocean of eternity. Then will I await thee in the dim land of dreams, where is no more parting, neither pain nor sorrow. Come, Zalem, come. To this tender appeal I replied, Menax, I have often wondered, during the years of my abode in Kafel, what meant thy favors to me. Thou hast ever been more kind to me than any other, yet have ever been reserved and distant. Yea, more so than others who could not care overmuch what befell me. Now all is plain. I have looked on thee with affection and loving reverence, and treasured thy kindnesses, and acted according to thy few words of advice. Yea, Menax, we will together go hand in hand to the shadowy land of departed souls. Thou for me or I for thee, waiting the other's coming, whichsoever the harvester of souls shall first garner. We arose and tenderly embraced each other. As we parted our clasp, I beheld the only child of the prince, and framed in clustering vines that twined caressingly around her lovely form. As I looked upon her, I thought of that other girl, the Saldu to whose story I had so recently listened. Nearly the same age, neither of them more than a year my junior, but so widely different from each other as types of womanly beauty. It is difficult to describe a person in whom the deepest interest of the heart is centered, and the greater this feeling the more difficult will be the portraiture. At least it is so in my case. The reader is aware how the brown-haired, blue-eyed, queenly girl of far-away Sald appeared, how delicate her fair complexion, how high-strung and sensitive her nature, yet withal, how cruel. But how can I picture her whom I loved, her with whom the hope of a chance meeting, even at a distance, made a great part of the pleasure I felt in going to the palace of Menax. She whom I had loved and enshrined within my heart nearly as many years as I had resided in Kafel. How can I describe her? If the Princess Lalix was on the threshold of womanhood, so was this fair one, the Princess Anzami. Slight, delicate, womanly, the daughter of a long line of patrician ancestry. My senior and superior in the ranks of study at the Ziaquithlon, if my junior in years. I loved her, yet carefully concealed the fact. Each of my friends who reads this will know what I feel when I avow unwillingness to describe Anzami, and bid each to place in this posseed life frame the picture of his own best loved one. Each heart recalled a different name, but all sang Annie Laurie. Prince Menax caught sight of his daughter at nearly the same moment as I did, and a look of mild surprise overspread his face at her presence, when he had supposed the Zanatithlon deserted. Seeing this expression, the Renu came forward and, kissing her father, said, "My father, have I intruded? I heard thee and this youth enter, but knew not that thou didst desire privacy, so kept my seat and continued my reading. Nay, my pet, thou hast no need of excuse. I am, indeed, rather glad that thou art here. But what, may I ask, wert thou reading? It will not be well for thee to study too hard. And this, I suspect, was or is thy meaning when thy word is reading." With a sweet smile dancing over her face and lighting her grey eyes, she replied, "Thou wouldst make an excellent reader of the hidden mind. I was indeed studying, but the end justifies the labor. Whosoever shall acquire a deep knowledge of the science of medicine shall be in a position to relieve even those in the agonies of mortal pain, and to cure those less gravely afflicted. Is it not a work for Inkel then, as well as for his children, and is not such an act done for the least of these, something done also for him? Two girls, Lalix of Sald, and Anzami of Pasid. A wide continent separated their two countries, but a yet greater distance was between the daughters of the two lands. Lalix, with no sympathy for those in pain, no sorrow for those in mortal agony. Anzami at the very antipodes of such traits of character. For a full minute there was silence, while Menax looked at the noble-hearted, dainty speaker. Then, clasping my hands with his right and those of Anzami with his left, he said, "My child, unto thee I give a brother, one whom I deem worthy to be such. Zalm, unto thee I give a sister more precious than rubies. And unto thee, Inkel, my God, all the song of praise which fills my breast for thy blessings to me." Here he dropped the hands that had touched together for the first time, and lifted his own to heaven. How the touch of that little hand thrilled me ere it was withdrawn! Was I worthy of all this love? No sin yet stained my fair fame, and I felt at that moment entirely deserving. If ever it blotted my record, sin was yet to come, but with disquiet I thought of the strange prophecy on that night of long ago. For an instant only this feeling possessed me, and then it fled. I was much given to the habit of analyzing men and motives. It was a second nature, so to speak, to consider every question in every possible aspect. So, even now, I was querying myself as to the meaning of this latest experience. I knew that for Menax, who had so winningly asked me to be his son, I entertained the most profound respect and affection. My life would not have appeared to me too great a price to pay, if for it I could have bestowed commensurate benefit on him. And I loved life too. There was nothing morbid about my nature, unless exceeding love for my friends be a sign of morbidness. I dwelt a little upon what my adoption meant socially and politically. Thou needest not be told what it must have been to my ambition thus to be placed in so high a niche as I would thenceforth occupy in Atlan estimation as the legal son of a high counselor, who by marriage was the brother of the Rai. All this time, while considering the situation, I was reserving as a choice sensation the pleasure of examining what was the kind of love I felt for her who was my sister, by adoption only, it is true, but who, herself the pet of inner circles and the adored of the people of Kafel, would appear before the world as my sister the moment Rai Guaxeln should officially approve his brother's course. Ought I to feel pleasure or vexation? I looked at her whom I had dreamed of as my wife in case Inkel in his goodness should see fit to grant me exaltation to high places. Could I hope to realize the dream, after this unexpected turn of fortune? If I had come to my high place by a different manner, then I could have hoped for the hand of Anzami. But now, my great fortune seemed like an apple of Sodom, bitterness to my mouth. For I was her brother, legally, if not by consanguineous ties. There was a chance that things were not so dark as they seemed, since such adoptions among the lower classes were frequent, yet did not act as a bar to marriage. So, thus again the sun came from behind the clouds. The characteristic most marked in the appearance of the girl before me was the simplicity of her attire. That evening, her glory of brown tresses was caught in a loose, unbraided fall at the back of her shapely head by a plain golden clasp. A long, flowing robe clothed her slender, girlish form. No costume could be more artistically, tastefully simple than this colorless, diaphanous fabric, tinged just enough with blue to seem pearly white. Shoulder tips of pure carmine indicated the wearer's royalty. Her dress was gathered at her throat by a pill made of a golden bar whereon flashed large rubies, grouped about a center of pearls and emeralds, the whole heightening the color of her cheeks so as to make her seem some lovely human rosebud. Rich as it was quiet, the attire added nothing to the girl's own sweetly dignified loveliness. The pearls, emblem of her rank as a Zyakanu, the emeralds, mark of her not yet having attained political voice, the rubies, gems of royalty worn only by the Rai or one of his near relatives. Gwaxon's own sister was Anzami's mother and the wife of Menax. Pasib derived her greatness from her educational superiority, a greatness which recognized no sex in its learned ballot holders. But if Atlantis owed all things to knowledge, it was none the less true that ATL's people of ability would not have been what they were had it not been for their wives, the sisters and the daughters, and more than all, the mothers of our proud land. Our grand social fabric was founded on and built by the efforts of sons and daughters who, for centuries, had respected the lessons inculcated by fond, true, patriotic mothers. Next to that paid to his creator was the homage which a Poseida accorded to woman. We loved our Rai and the Astiki. We respected them as much as ever rulers in this world have been respected. But we honored our women more, and Rai and prince, sovereign and subject, were proud to acknowledge the holy influence which made all our glorious land of freedom one great home. America, thou art beloved by me even as was Pasid. Foremost amongst nations art thou so because of woman and Christ. Thou wilt keep in the van because of them, and eclipse all the world beside when the happy karmic day shall have arrived which places woman not below, not above, but by the side of man on the rock of esoteric Christian education, the granite of knowledge and faith, which withstands the winds and storms of ignorance. Built on such foundation, the national house shall not fall. Built on other, great shall be the fall of it. Here is wisdom. Myriad serpents are in a man. In thee, keep them. Now ye are slaves. Be ye masters instead. But, alas, this way is narrow. Few will to find it. Chapter 13. The Language of the Soul. Zalem, my son, thou heardst the narration of the Saldu, Lalix. As thou knowest, it is from things arisen out of the occurrences by her related that thou goest on a mission to Swern. It is not a hard task, merely to make return of acknowledgement for the gifts presented and disavowal of our intent to keep as prisoners the people whom Rai Ernan sent hither. We will give them asylum, but Rai Ernan must not think that we permit their presence for any purpose except to do him a favor. Concerning other business, on the morrow it is Rai Gwaxon's pleasure that thou attendest at Agako. But wilt thou not remain here this night? My father, if fain, would stay. But is it not duteous that I go unto my mother this night and set her at ease? She hath an infirmity of nervousness that cannot well withstand my absence at night. Thou art right, Zalem. Yet soon it must be arranged that thy mother be domiciled in some pleasant part of this Astakithlon, so that thou shalt be under thy father's roof at night. I then departed from the prince and from the sweet girl who had been with us during a part of the evening, and went forth into the night. The rain had ceased, and the clouds, rolling across the sky in sullen blackness, had but one rift in their gloomy mass. In this single rent shone a great white star, which at times flashed red. As I looked at it, down close to the horizon, seeming that moment risen from old ocean's phosphorescent waters, visible from Menax heights, I thought of the past. For this star had flashed brightly upon me while I awaited the sunrise on Pitek Rock. So many years it seems since that morn. Today this star is called Sirius. We named it Corietos. As I looked upon it, it seemed an omen auspicious of success, past, present, and to come. Raising my hands toward it, I murmured, Phyrus, Phyrosopertos, which is, star, Oster of my life. It seems a little singular that the language which is translated thus should have a similar sound and import as today used by the people of my home planet. At that old day I raised my hands aloft and exclaimed, Star, Oster of my life. Today I turn a while from precipitating this history in astral word things, turn to my alter ego, and say, Phyrus Phyrisa. This is her own dear name, and signifies, star of my soul. Peculiar, is it not, that 12,000 years should pass, and I, member of another race of human beings, in another mansion, find so little change in the language of the soul? Please provide me with the text you would like me to edit and format for text-to-speech. I'm ready to make it sound clear, natural, and engaging. Chapter 14. The Adoption of Zalem. When, according to request, I arrived at the Agako Palace on the next morning, I proceeded directly to the private office there occupied by Prince Menex, expecting to find my father alone. But in this I was disappointed, as Rai Guoxun was there with him. The two were in conversation when I entered, and did not cease, evidently not regarding me as an intruder. At last I heard the Rai ask, "Should we not now go to the Inkalithon? If it please thee, and thou, Zalem, accompany us." A palace car was summoned by the Rai, and came rolling along into our presence without any person to operate it. Came in at the door of the office, which opened to allow its passage precisely as if some court page had opened it. It wheeled into the room and came to a stop in front of us. All this was done exactly as if under a guiding hand. But no visible hand was there. This was the first time I had ever seen any exhibition of occult power on the part of Guoxun. Indeed, I never saw many examples of his power, notwithstanding his high adeptship. Like all true adepts, he was exceedingly chary of such object lessons, disliking to show his knowledge before those not possessed of sufficient common sense to know that any acts of the sort were but examples of the control of nature through an understanding of higher laws than the ordinary mind perceives in its natural surroundings. But I was not one who saw anything miraculous in the occult. If I understood not the process, I did understand that it was but the operation of some unfamiliar law. Hence Guoxun was not averse to allowing me to witness his power at times. The car conveyed us to the Valk's landing outside, where we found a Valk's of small size, into which Rai Guoxun courteously assisted first Menex. Then myself and himself entered last. Here was a spectacle worthy of note, the ruler of a mighty nation without the display of a single attendant, not more deferential to rank than to those of inferior station. True, as a Zioan Kalai, Guoxun had command over mechanical service which was more regal far than a retinue of menials could be. Like father, like son. Guoxun, who was as a father to his people, was copied by them in his demeanor. They, too, were simple in habits, courteous in manner, and, though in many cases wealthy and luxurious in their habits in life, were entirely unostentatious, as their Rai set them example. The great temple of Incal was distant several miles, but a few minutes. The Inkalithon sufficed to bring us to its huge structure. Outwardly the Inkalithon was shaped like the Egyptian pyramid of Cheops, not quite so high, but covering an area of twice as great extent. No windows pierced its sides, and sunlight or that of day never entered its interior. Besides a number of small apartments, the building contained one vast hall where was space for several thousand worshippers. The posseed habit of copying nature was followed in the sanctuary with extraordinary faithfulness. Instead of straight walls or alcoves, or the ordinary arrangement of interiors, the enormous auditorium was in faithful semblance of a cave of stalactites and stalagmites. In placing all this calcite, utility was consulted with regard to the stalagmites so that too much floor space should not be occupied by them. But the stalactites, being pendant from the marble ceiling, had been placed as thickly as space allowed and sparkled like stars in the light from the incandescent lamps swung midway between them and the floor below. From the latter point of view these lamps were concealed by broad concave shades so that their glow was wholly invisible from beneath, but shining upwards was reflected from myriads of sparkling white needles, filling the temple with a steady and soft, but powerful, light that seemed to emanate from no special point, but from the air itself, a light well adapted to religious meditation. We left the Valks and entered the unimposing but ample portal, and proceeded across the hall to the holy seat, in the back of the sanctuary. Within it we found Mainin the Inkalis or high priest, a man of wondrous attainments of knowledge, second to none in fact. To him we all made courteous obeisance, and then Prince Menax said, "Most holy Inkalis, thou knowest, in thy great wisdom, upon what errand thy sons have come before thee. Wilt thou fulfill our prayer by granting us thy blessing?" The Inkalis arose and bade us to follow him into the triangle of the Maxon, or divine light, in front of the holy seat. Deferring the relation of our subsequent action, I will describe this especially sacred part of the temple. It was a raised, triangular platform of red granite, several inches higher than the floor of the auditorium, 36 feet between its points. In the very center of it was a large block of crystal quartz, upon the perfect cube of which rose the Maxon. This seemed a flame, in shape like a giant spearhead, and it cast a light of intense power over all things around. Yet one could look at its steady, unwavering white glow without desiring shade for the eyes, even though these were not strong. Over 3 times the height of a tall man it stood, a mysterious manifestation of Inkle, as all spectators believed. In reality it was an occult odic light, and had stood in that one spot for centuries. It had witnessed the grander development of Poseid and its capital city, and had seen the original temple of Inkle, a small architectural structure, unworthy of a great people, torn down, and the present Inkalithon built around it. It made no heat, did not even warm the quartz pedestal. Yet for any living being to touch it was fatal in the instant of the rash act. No oil, no fuel, no electric currents fed it. No man. Many hundred years previously there had been for 434 days a ruler over the Poseidi who possessed wonderful knowledge. This wisdom was like that of Ernon of Swern. No one knew whence he came, and not a few were disposed to question his statement, while all were in doubt as to whether his meaning was figurative or literal when he said, "I am from Inkle. Lo, I am a child of the sun and am come to reform the religion and life of this people. Behold, Inkle is the Father and I am the Son, and he is in me and I am in him." He was asked to prove this claim, whereupon he laid his hand upon a man born blind, and the man received his sight and saw with the doubters that his deliverer stooped to the pavement of the triangular platform, and with his finger drew a square 5½ feet either way. Then he stepped outside of the lines indicated, and at once the great block of quartz appeared, a perfect cube in the place. Standing by its side he placed his finger upon the rock, and blew thereon with his breath. As he withdrew the finger the Maxon, or fire of Inkle, sprang up, and thus had the cube and unfed fire remained during all the centuries since. It is needless to say the proof was satisfactory, and thereafter the mysterious stranger revised the laws and provided then the code which had ever since governed the land. He had said that whosoever should add to or take from his laws, that person should not come into the kingdom of Inkle until I am come on earth for the final judgment. No one had ever desired to disobey, it would seem, or at least no change had ever been made. The laws which this Rai had given were written by him with his finger upon the Maxon stone, and no work of sculptor's chisel were better done. They were also written upon a book of parchment leaves, and this he placed under the unfed light itself, which thereafter sprang from the surface of the book. This had remained ever since, unharmed, unscorched. The wonderful writer had placed it there in sight of all the people who could enter the new temple built in place of the old one. As he did so, he said, "Hearken unto me. This is my law. Behold it also written on the Maxon stone. No man shall remove it, lest he die. Yet after centuries have flown, behold, the book shall disappear in sight of a multitude, and no man shall know its place. Then shall the unfed light go out, and no man be able to rekindle it. And when these things have come to pass, lo, the day is not far off when the land shall no more be. It shall perish because of its iniquity, and the waters of Atl shall roll above it. I have spoken." Once, in the history of Poseid, a Rai had come to doubt whether a man would surely die if he tried to withdraw the book of the unfed light. He conceived the idea that as the Maxon sprang from the top of the book alone, and not from its sides, that removal might be possible. So therefore he forced a malefactor to attempt the deed, fearing after all to try it himself, although in the tyrannous policy which he followed, he cared not whether the man died or not. That was a day of growing darkness and wickedness, when men had somewhat forgotten the great Rai, son of Inkle. The unhappy wretch was made to grasp the book, and withdraw it if he could. He found it impossible to move it, but yet was not destroyed by the Maxon. Grown bolder and urged by the Rai, he tried harder. He pulled, and then his grasp gave way, and one hand passed through the Maxon. The member was instantly destroyed, cut off, gone, while the monarch, standing many feet distant, fearful of approaching near, was stricken in that same instant by an outleaping flash of the Maxon, and no one ever saw him more. That one example was sufficient. The error of their ways suddenly became very apparent to the evildoers, and administration of the laws was again in accord with their spirit, as with their letter. The day of the dismal prophecy had been looked for as the decades passed into centuries. But its time was not yet come, and though many alarmists set days when it would surely come, it came not, and the unfed light continued. According to the law, bodies of all souls which had passed into Navasaman were cremated. This even included some animals. Those dying at a distance from Kafal were incinerated in some one of the multitude of Navamaxa, furnaces especially for dead bodies, which the government provided all through the provinces. And if the incinerated body was that of a human being, the ashes were taken to Kafal and cast into the Maxan, as a ceremonial act. Those of the departed from Kafal were taken as they lay in death to the Inkalithlan, and being raised to the top of the cube, were let fall face forward into the unfed light. In either case, whether as incinerated ashes or unaltered forms, the result was the same. That is, while there was no flaming, no smoke, no tremor of the Maxan, nevertheless the instantaneous disappearance of the object occurred at the second of contact with the marvelous unfed fire. Hence it had been sung by poets as the gateway to the country which each soul must discover for itself. To die, without in some manner passing into the Maxan, either in corpus personae or by the ashes from prior incineration, was thought to be the most frightful calamity by the greater number of the people. It might appear that people of such scientific erudition would not be so seemingly childish in religious conceptions as this. As a verity, it was not childishness. Instead, it was an insistence upon such entire destruction of the earthly casket of the soul, as to render certain the freedom of the real person from all earthly restraint in entering into Navasaman. Not that many people understood the esoteric significance of the rite. No, they but understood so much of the real meaning as the Inkali had given them through comparing the earth-leaving soul to the seed which, sprouting, leaves behind it every fragment of the shell. To return to the Inkalithlan and the ceremonial of my adoption by Prince Menax. As we stood beside the Maxan stone, Gwaxeln bade me kneel, and then, placing his hand upon my head, spoke, saying, in harmony with the laws of the land, made and provided in such cases, Astika Menax, a counselor of the land of Pasid, hath a wish to adopt thee Zail Numenos, for a son unto his name, in place of one departed hence into Navasaman. Wherefore, as thy sovereign and his, I, Gwaxeln, Rai of Pasid, do declare it to be as prayed for by Astika Menax. The Inkalis completed the ceremonies by placing his right hand upon my head and his left upon that of Menax as we knelt before him, and invoking the blessing of Inkal upon us both. As he removed his hands, he addressed me thus, be thou erect in the sight of Inkal, that no man may accuse thee truthfully. This do, and thy days shall be long. But even as thou shalt fail, so then shall thy time be shortened. May the peace of Inkal be with thee. Not one of the three hearers understood him to mean that my days would be short because I would fail in rectitude, but only as a warning were the words taken. Yet I knew afterwards, all too late, what prescience guided my Neen in his words. Knew in a flood of bitter memory, which recalled how recreant I had been to the high resolve on Pitak Rock to be successful, a result of being true to my divine God-considering selfhood. But all this came, as I thought, too late. Too late was it, when I lay in a dungeon awaiting death, from which no mortal could save me, and dreamed that my soul sat on a verdureless shore looking across a limitless ocean and crying, ah, where is the hope of my years? Bitter and fiery was the remorseful agony, but my name was still on the book of life, still there, and not erased as I feared. Karma is inexorable and severe, my brother, my sister. But our Savior hath said, follow me. He that hath an ear to hear, let him hear. Be ye doers of the word, and not hearers only. As we turned away, an Inkala who had been present began playing on the great organ of the temple. Then the silences of the vast auditorium responded as no human voice could make them do. On the winds the bell's deep tones are swelling. The echoes rang again and again as the thundering voices of the great organ pealed forth, thrilling the soul with its mighty harmony. Rays of many-hued lights, some brilliant, some soft-tinted as those of a spectroscopic image of the moon, played from point to point in exhausted air tubes, and as the colors changed, so did the notes of music, for every ray of light, whatsoever its source, is a pulsing choral note, if developed rightly. Thus the stars sing. The Rai did not go with Menax and myself when the conclusion of our business was reached, but remained with the Incalas Mainin. With him Guaxon was more familiar, his friendship more deeply intimate than with any other human being. And the reason was that both he and Mainin were sons of the Solitude and had been youths together in the days ere public favor had marked the one for Rai, the other for Incalas, these both being elective positions, the office of high priest being the only ecclesiastical office which could be filled by popular vote. And this exception was because it was considered true justice to allow the people to consult their own desires in this matter of choosing one whom all believed to be the most eminently good and perfect example of moral life, to be over them in this highest spiritual office. But in the days of their youth neither had seemed to expect the preferment which the years had in store, and after the long course required of Zioinkali at the Ziaquithlan, both had hidden the world of Menadu and had gone forth into the solitudes of the vast mountains, where only the sons of Inkle had abode of all mankind. These men were the theocristic or occult adepts of that olden age, the Yagvidya of their time. They were indeed chary of their wisdom, then as now. But to Guaxon and Mainin they imparted it without stint. They had no families then, nor do these students of God, of nature, deviate now from the same celibate principles. None who hope to achieve their deep knowledge will mate. After years had flown, so many that men had almost forgotten them, Guaxon and Mainin did what few had ever been known to do, return to the haunts of ordinary humanity. My father, Menax, had been but a babe when Guaxon went away, and the latter's sister was not then born. Yet when Guaxon came back, the silvery threads of age already gleamed in the hair of the Prince Menax, while as for the Rai that was to be, he looked a little more mature, but otherwise unchanged from the youthful semblance of the days of yore. In the interim, his sister had come to the world, grown to womanhood, wedded Menax, and after bringing into life their son, Soris, and their daughter, Anzami, had gone into the undiscovered country through the Maxan gateway. Mainin, too, was of a similarly youthful appearance. Both of these sons of the Solitude came back, giving as their reason for return that their presence was needed, and both were eventually chosen by the people to fill the respective positions which we have seen them occupying, positions rendered vacant by the death of the incumbents. It is only now, after 12,000 years have slipped into eternity through the back door of time, that I have come to know how much Mainin had to do with those events, and how wholly in the dark concerning his real character was Guaxon and every other son of the Solitude. Not to anticipate, is it strange that Rai Guaxon felt more pleasurable? Was it possible for him to have as much intimacy in his intercourse with Main as with any other person connected with his daily life? Or that he felt his finally exposed treachery more keenly than anyone else could? I think not. Chapter 15. Eternal Desertion. On leaving my farm home that morning, I had told my mother all that had transpired, and said that she should have an escort to the palace, whither, after my recent change of fortune, I expected her to go and live, in accordance with the instructions of Menax. What an anomalous position was this! Here was I, son by adoption of one of the imperial princes, and by virtue of being recognized brother of his daughter, Anzami, I was a nephew of my sister's uncle, Rai Guaxon. Yet my mother was not related to any of these royalties, and had seen none of them, except the Rai, often enough to enable her to be sure of recognition should she meet them again. But I rejoiced when I thought of the opportunities she would presently have of more intimate acquaintanceship. Having sent the promised escort for her, what was my surprise on returning to the palace, at learning from my father that instead of coming she had sent a message in writing. I hastily broke the seal and read, in her fine poetic chirography, the simple command, Zalm, come to me. Preza numenos. I went. Somehow an icy feeling of apprehension was about my heart, a presentiment of something harrowing. When I arrived at the house, my mother, looking, as I thought, rather pale, said, "My son, I cannot go to the palace. I have no desire to do so. I am overjoyed at thy success in life. Live then, in thy high place. I may not go with thee. Thou art easy in the midst of noble society. I could never be so. Perhaps thou wilt say that for me thou wilt give it up and remain with me. Do not do so, lest thou feel thus. It is best that thou shouldst endure the pain of knowledge now rather than hereafter. Listen. I have cared for thee during the years of infancy and boyhood, and seen thee arrive at man's estate. Thou needest not this care now. I will go back to the home of the mountains. Mother, talk not so, I interrupted. Hear me through, Zalem. I will go back to the mountains with my husband. He whom thou knowest not, a good man, a lover ere I married thy father, and whom, having wedded this morning, the notice of it hath doubtless by this time been. My other husband, thy father, I loved not, but did detest. For it was a marriage arranged by my parents against my will. But alas, with my consent, fool that I was to give it. Thou art the fruit of that union, and to me came unwished. For thy father was disliked, abhorred, but dying, left you heritor, not of my dislike, that were too unjust, but, must I say it, an object of indifference. I have not been a lacking mother, for, as a matter of pride, I concealed my feelings. In a way, I even love thee. I love my friends. 'Tis nothing deeper. I have now to bid thee good-bye. Having said which it is necessary to, I heard no more, for I had fallen unconscious upon the floor. Was this the mother I had idolized? For whom I had striven so hard in the earlier years and later, in Kafel, ere a new object to work for arose and led me thenceforth with greater determination in the form of a double ideal, love of mother and love of Anzumi. O Inkle! My God! Oh my God! At last I came out of the horrid dream into which, without regaining consciousness after my swoon, I had passed, a heated nightmare of brain fever. Mother! As I uttered the loved word, Astika Menax, who sat by my bedside, turned away, his eyes brimming with tears. Nay, Zalem, be not troubled. Thou hast been ill near unto death with brain fever these 2 weeks. I will tell thee all tomorrow perhaps. Thou camest very close to going to await me in the shadowy land. But not long wouldst thou have had to wait, my light. For it would have been but a little while ere I rejoined thee, lad. The story is not long. My mother, being told that good care should aid her in nursing me, said that she would not remain at all, as she doubted not that the skilled care of Menax's private physician could do as well or better for me than she. Wherefore she had gone with her husband to their mountain home. From the hour in which Menax told me this, at the cost of much pain to himself, the subject was dropped, and never again referred to by anyone. Once, when I went near to the place of my birth and sent a messenger to ask if I was welcome, he came back to my valks and said that a man met him at the door. To him the message was given, and he said, "Say to thy master that my wife bids him come." I went, but could see that she would rather I had not come. She gave me her hand, but did not offer to kiss me, as a mother is wont to do. Her manner, but spare me details of this last meeting and last time I ever saw my posseed mother. She acted wisely in not going to the palace, constituted as she was. It is a painful subject. Let it be dropped. As soon as my health permitted me to go on my mission to Suernes, which was not until the new year had begun at the Zyquithlon, from attendance at which the Zyrane forbade me until the next year, Prince Menax took me to his private office. "The Zyrane has ordered wisely," said Menax. "Oh, these younger minds, they are full of promise for the future. No scheme was ever better than this in which the students govern themselves, and on all questions concerning educational matters, even to the distribution and use of the educational funds provided by the government and the selection of tutors, their word is law." On the table in Menax's office stood a lovely vase of malleable glass, into which, while fused powder of gold, silver, and other colored metals were mixed, together with certain chemicals which rendered the whole of various degrees of translucency, from nearly opaque to perfect transparency, the various range affecting the metals as well as the glass, and appearing in different parts of the same object. The beauty was not second to the value of the costly product. Menax pointed to the tall vase, and I read upon it this inscription, formed with rubies: "To Ernon, Rye of Swern, I, Guaxon, Rye of Posseed, return this in token of thy appreciation of the Poesidi." If any reader desires to see a facsimile of the original legend in Posseed chirography, the desire is here granted. Turning from the vase, I asked, "When shall I go upon this mission, my father?" "As early as health and convenience permit, Zalem." "Then be it the day after the morrow." "'Tis well. Take any company thou mayst choose. There are none who cannot get leave of absence from the Zyrane. I think, shouldst thou wish fellow students for companions, At least they can probably obtain a vacation of a month, and thou wilt scarcely care to stay longer than 33 days. Take also this signet ring, whereby I delegate thee my deputy, being confident of thy discretion in its use. Its powers are those of minister of foreign business. And take escort of courtiers also. To this, I replied that I would not take a retinue, such as a staff of officers, since from the story of Astaculalix, I judged Rai Ernan to be one who would look with scorn upon such a useless appanage. This pleased Menax greatly, and he proudly said, Zaelm, thy language pleases me. I see thou art wisely politic, and dost consider well the probable idiosyncrasies of those with whom thou hast dealings. During my illness Anzumi had shown much solicitude, and as I learned from the regular nurses, all the while I was outside the realm of consciousness, she had permitted no one else to care for me except when she was utterly fatigued, and not long then. As I convalesced, her presence was not bestowed upon me except at intervals. I took advantage of one of these visits to let her know that I was aware of her kindness during my delirium. She flushed, then said, Thou knowest that I am studying the science of therapy. What better chance to experiment could an eager student have than thou didst furnish me? Yea, verily, I answered, but felt that there was a deeper reason than the experimental proclivity, and that the indulgence in the latter was extremely lovingly cautious. To Anzumi I outlined a plan for getting the greatest possible amount of pleasure from my trip. After the state business at Ganj, the capital city of Suernes, should have been attended to. It was 3 years since I had been away from Kafel to any greater distance than going to Marzus involved. I showed her the route I purposed to take. Together we scanned the map, and I pointed out that from Kafel on the extreme western cape of Pasid, my course would be east by north across the continent, the intervening ocean beyond it and between that point and further land. Then still on east across the country of Necropan, which country now called Egypt, Abyssinia, etc., then embraced the entire continent of Africa, one government similar to that of Swern, and was inhabited by a people of kindred powers but not nearly so far advanced. Africa was then not more than half its present size, while Suernes, which also embraced all of Asia, was much different from what it is today, but was a name more distinctive of the peninsula of Hindustan. Leaving Necropan, the route would be across the sea to India, or, as we knew the names, across the waters of light in reference to their phosphorescence, to Suernes. From Ganj, capital of Suernes, our course was still eastward across the Pacific Ocean, as it is now named, to our colonies in America, called Incalia by us, because in that far antipodal land, the son, Inkle, was fabled as making his bed by that epic heretofore mentioned as the basis of Atlan folklore. From southern Incalia, modern Sonora, I intended to go northwards and skim hastily over the desolate ice fields of the Arctic regions. What is now Idaho and Montana, Dakota, Minnesota, and the Dominion of Canada were then covered with vast glaciers, the rear guard of the glacial epoch, which was slowly retreating, very slowly, even in so late a day, geologically speaking, as the days of ATL, reluctant to end its frigid reign. The trip could thus be made to afford novel and pleasing contrasts, tropical, semi-tropical, temperate, and frigid. Would our father object to my going also, Zaelm? Asked Anzumi wistfully. I have not been away from Kafel in 5 years. Indeed, no, little girl. He bade me invite whomsoever should please me, and I know of no person who doth please me more than thou. I have already asked a goodly company of our common friends. So Anzumi went also. When everything was arranged, our party consisted of nearly a score of young people congenial to each other, a couple of officers of the staff of Menax, with the necessary servitors and conveniences for a month's absence. Our Valks was of the middle traffic size, these vessels being made in 4 standard lengths. Number 1, about 25 feet. Number 2, 80 feet. Number 3, something like 155 feet, while the largest was yet 200 feet longer than the third size. These long spindles were in fact round, hollow needles of aluminum, formed of an outer and an inner shell between which were many thousands of braces, an arrangement productive of intense rigidity and strength. All the partitions made other braces of additional resistant force. From amidships the vessels tapered toward either end to sharp points. Most Valksy were provided with an arrangement allowing, when desired, an open promenade deck at one end. Windows of crystal, of enormous resistant strength, were in rows like portholes along the sides, a few on top, and others set in the floor, thus affording a view in all directions. I might mention that the Valks which I had selected for our vacation trip was 15 feet and 7 inches in its greatest diameter. At the appointed time, the first hour of the third day, as agreed with Menax, my invited guests assembled at the palace, from the roof of which we were to take our departure. How careful I was of my lovely sister, and how proud of her beauty. The Princess Lalax, whom we had ever treated as a guest at Menexithlon, came up to the platform where the ship lay, curious to see our preparations for departure. It seemed ever new to her to behold an aerial vessel leave terra firma. Not that anything of her wonder was expressed. She made it a point of pride to appear surprised at nothing, however novel or marvelous it might really be to her experience. Indeed, hers was a calm, even temperament, not easily aroused. I had not, in the 5 or 6 weeks since hearing her story, again seen her exhibit so much of any sort of emotion as she had that evening when I had observed that my attentions to Anzami disturbed the Saldu, and I knew that the effect must be deep because of her inability to keep its appearance wholly secret. Considering that we were bound for Suernes, Lalax was not invited to go, as she otherwise might have been. But I did not forget to bid her a cordial and respectful farewell. The current keys were set, and just as the Valks trembled slightly ere leaving the roof, Menax sprang upon the deck, thereby considerably astonishing me, for he had no idea that he intended accompanying us. In reality, he did not, but to all questions, he preserved a smiling silence. Long as was our silver-white spindle, we had soon risen so high as to make us seem a mere speck to people on the earth beneath. Then for half an hour we flew at moderate speed through the high abyss, when a young lady called attention to an approaching Valks, following in our wake. Prince Menax, seated in a deck chair by my side, looked over the rail at the surface more than 2 miles beneath. Then he drew his heavy fur cape more closely about his shoulders, looked back over the 100 miles, more or less, of our course already covered in the half hour, and remarked that the other Valks was rapidly gaining on us. "Shall I give orders to the Valks man to increase speed, that we may enjoy a race?" I asked of the company, which, clad in Arctic clothing, was occupying the passing time in sightseeing round about us on the open deck. "Nay, not so, my son," said Menax. I said no more, for it at that moment dawned upon me that the pursuer followed us by the prince's order. Menax now arose, bade the company good-bye and a pleasant trip, and then, Anzami having arisen also, he put his arm about her and came back to me. As I stood up, he passed his disengaged arm around me, and thus we stood for some moments. Then releasing us, he ordered the 2 deckmen to throw grapples across to the other vessel, which at that moment grated alongside. The next instant, he stepped on board the other Valks and signed to loose grapples. Thus we parted, high above the green earth, 2 miles beneath, he to return, we to go onwards. Chapter 16. The Voyage to Swern. Before us lay a pleasure trip during which we should travel many thousands of miles. We proceeded slowly when we came above the base of the huge bulk of Pitak Rock, the mighty mountain, and ascended somewhat so that we should be on a level with its high point. When at the place, nothing would suit the company except a stop on the summit, and together we all placed foot in the snows on the Pitak, which thing was done chiefly to please Anzami, who said that the place was very interesting on account of what had there happened to me. Then, again, we were under way, descending from the higher altitudes in order to better view the thickly inhabited, though mountainous, country beneath us, between Pitak Rock and East Poseid. At the approach of sunset a dull roar arose to the ear, and soon the long white shore of old ocean flashed beneath for a moment, and in a little time was Fax behind, with the waters, lead color in the twilight, beneath, behind, before, and on both sides, no land in sight, and over 1,000 miles east the country of Necropan. Without going at a full rate of speed, we could not expect to be above that land in less than 2 or 3 hours. But as it would be dark ere reaching it, we slackened speed to 150 miles per hour, closed the deck and went into the salon, where incandescent lamps lit up the darkening night glooms. A trip by Valks could never prove so monotonous as a journey in even the fastest of ocean steamships, so often is today. The variety of scenery, the wide views possible, for altitude was dependent wholly on pleasure, the external cold being unheated by people who sat in a parlor warmed by means from navas and furnished with air of the proper density by the same nightside forces. All this tended to prevent ennui. Then, too, The rapid transit changed the aspect of things beneath so fast that the spectator looking back gazed upon a dissolving view. As an aside, the currents derived from the night side of nature permitted the attainment of the same speed as that of the diurnal rotation of the Earth, e.g. supposing we were at an altitude of 10 miles, and the time the instant of the sun's meridian. At that meridian moment we could remain indefinitely, boson, while the Earth revolved beneath at approximately 17 miles every minute. Or, the reverse direction keys could be set, and our Valks would speed away from where it was meridian on the surface beneath, at the same almost frightful rate, frightful to one and used to it, as my reader is now, but one day will not be, if, as I hope, he or she will live to see Valks rediscovered. Nor need the life be a very long one ere then. While we had such preventives of ennui, we lacked not commoner means of enjoyment. We had our Naima, in the mirrors and vibrators of which our friends, however distant, could appear in image of form and of voice, live-sized and with undiminished vocal volume. The salons of the great passenger Valksa had libraries, musical instruments, and potted plants, amongst the flowers of which birds similar to the modern domestic canary darted about. At about the 10th hour it was reported that Necropan was beneath, and at this surprising information, because at the speed I had ordered, we should have been at least 6 hours longer in coming to that country, I inquired of the Valksman his reason for increasing speed without orders. No good reason being given, I severely reprimanded the conductor, and ordered that a descent be made to terra firma, in order that we might travel by day over the wasted land, as our word Satamund may be translated, which is the Sahara Desert of today. This great wade some of our party had never seen, and to allow them the privilege we settled down to spend the night on an elevated ridge, high enough to be above malarious influences, for we were near where modern Liberia lies. The proud bird, the condor of the Andes, that can sail through heaven's unfathomable depths, or brave the fury of the northern hurricane, and bathe his plumage in the thunder's home, furls his broad wings at nightfall and sinks down, to rest upon his mountain crag. Though we called it Satamund or the wasted land, yet it was not such an arid region then as it is now. Water, if not as abundant as it was in Pasid, was abundant enough to give a wealth of tropical trees of the hardier sorts, sufficient at least to hide the nakedness of the slopes and hills of that old seabed. There were even a few saline lakes there, broad and blue, and it was around these that the population was centered. But the same dread catastrophe that overtook fair Pasid laid its terrible hand upon Necropan, and its beauty of verdure went out from the land, because the geological changes withdrew all the water from the surface, and hid it so that only artesian augurs could find it. The same mighty throe rent the rocks through and through in southwest Ingalia, and today there is in that arid region scenery most fantastic, weird past the power of my pen to describe, where flows the Rio Gila, the Colorado, and Colorado Chiquita. But I will reserve the description, and when it is given it shall be in other words than mine, so that thou and I, my friend, shall together have the pleasure of enjoying a fine word painting. In Pasid and Swern, and wherever civilization extended its scepter, it was the universal law, and mankind's pleasure to obey the heavenly mandate which they, in general accordance with the solar life spirit taught us, required the planting, instead of careless rejection, of seeds of goodly flower or fruit, for shade, for beauty, for utility, wherever it chanced that a favorable spot offered, either in the habitats of man or in the untrodden wilderness. Indeed, in such trips as our party was then taking, it was a matter of religious significance to take great quantities of seeds and to scatter them from the Valksteks at nightfall, both as an offering to Inkel, as his sublime symbol set in the west, and also that the dews of night might ensure germination, and this ceremony was also held to be an acknowledgment of the goddess of increase, Xania. Thus the wilds came to bloom as the rose, and today the world is heir to that sowing of seed. The indigenous cereals, the wheat, for the origin of which many ingenious but insufficient theories have been put forth, and the varieties of palms that make the tropics famed for the grace of their cocoas and dates, and every genus of the camarops. And these things are because man, woman and child found pleasure in that olden time in planting seed by the wayside. Go thou and do likewise, that the waste places may become full of beauty and be a joy forever. All hail to arbor days which fulfill the injunction of Christ. They will surely make a return, and some in hundredfold. A small pocket now and then will hold many a seed for planting, and though thou heedest not its sort, so that it be goodly, yet the Father hath said, it shall bring forth after its kind. The storm, The morning dawned clear and cloudless and was altogether so delightful that we essayed scarcely any forward progress, moving slowly in order that the deck might be uncovered and the company allowed to sit out in the fresh air and warm sunshine. Down below, a couple of 1,000 feet at most, we saw, through good glasses, various forms of human, animal, bird and plant life, and sounds came up to us in drowsy musical monotone as our veils hovered above. Towards evening the winds began to blow, rendering it unpleasant to remain so near the ground. The repulse keys were set, and presently we were so high in the air that all about our now closed ship were cirrus clouds, clouds of hail held aloft by the uprushing of the winds, severe enough to have been dangerous had our vessel been propelled by wings or fans or gas reservoirs. But as we derived from nature's night side, or, in posseed phrase, from navas, our forces for propulsion as well for repulsion, or levitation, therefore our long white aerial spindles feared no storm however severe. As the windows, being frosted over, obscured our view, and as the night promised furious weather, we had recourse to books, music and to conversation with one another, and, through the Naim, with our friends at home in faraway Posseed. Authority had Murus, Boreas, over the currents from Navas. The evening had not far advanced when it was suggested that the storm would most likely be heavier, and the wind wilder nearer the earth, and so the repulse keys were set to a fixed degree, making nearer approach to the ground than was desirable impossible as an accidental occurrence. We might, if it were generally agreeable, take advantage of our privilege and enjoy the sensation of being in the midst of the storm, ourselves safe and under full speed, and brave the fury of the northern hurricane. The partial novelty might make us sleep better. When, the evening passed, we should have gone to our staterooms. I, therefore, approved the plan, and gave orders to the conductor to descend to a height of about 2,500 feet. Down we dropped. Our lights were made low in order to produce a partial gloom, the better to enjoy the full fierceness of the tempest, and we sat near the windows where we could hear, if not see. To the eye naught would have appeared outside save entire blackness. To the ear, the loud beating of the rain upon the metal shutters was plainly, delightfully apparent. Against the sharp points of prow and stem the wind howled and shrieked like an army of demons. At times when the Valks was struck, broadside by some counterblast, it would careen and tremble, but it kept on its way, determined as a thing of life. The experience was enjoyable, if not entirely novel, for it spoke to us of the power of man over matter, and taught us of the things of God. Inc. al to us, master of all things and of ourselves, who by him had this authority over the elements. When the sensation had become monotonous, the lights were increased to proper brightness. Again we turned to books and games and music, as we once more sought the upper regions of the atmosphere, which were quieter compared with those of the half-mile plain. Anzami and a girl companion sat apart from the rest of the company in a retreat formed of flowering vines draped across one corner of the main salon. In a short time she came from her nook to where I sat, wrapped in meditative obliviousness. Touching my shoulder as she came close, she said, "Zalm, thou dost sing. It would please me if thou wouldst take thy lute and come to where Thurtle and myself have chosen seats, and sing to us." She bent over my shoulder, blushing slightly, looking so altogether lovely that I simply sat and gazed in silent appreciation of her beauty. "Come, Zalm, wilt thou?" I arose promptly enough when I saw a shade of disappointment cross her face, as she interpreted my silence to mean unwillingness, and I said, "Lo, Anzami, I am but too pleased to comply, but how could I move?" Unsuspiciously, she asked, "Move? And why not? Hast thou ever seen a bright humming bird?" I replied, "which, poised at a flower beside thee, kept thee still, almost afraid to breathe, lest it be alarmed to flight? Even so, I could not move, lest— There now. If I were not used to reading one's earnestness or other emotions in the eyes, I would say thou art a sad flatterer. But, come, what shall I sing, little friend?" I asked of Thurtle, a demure, sweet little maiden, an art student, half serious, half frivolous in temperament. "Oh, dost ask me? Well, something, with a mischievous glance at Anzami. "From thy heart," she laughingly replied. Anzami blushed, but made no other sign, merely dropping her long lashes as I looked at her, while I said, "Truly, then from my heart this a popular favorite by the way. Ere the heart can know its own, ere the doubts of life are o'er, love in our hearts must have grown to the heights of heaven's shore. Truly, love is sought in vain in other place than in the heart. True love always hath its pain when from purity we part. May we cease from every strife, while in lovely verse enshrining Inkle's blessing in our life, with his peace it ever entwining. So is melody divine, when the music of the soul, 'tis betrothing thine and mine, while the centuries unroll. Yet our hearts are young and gay, seeking ever fairest bowers, where shall bloom from day to day all the beauty of the flowers. There is one of all the rest, that alone for me is blooming. Deep the tendrils in my breast find forever their entombing. Shall I pluck it while in bloom, ready for the gardener's gleaning? Could I take forever home what unto me is no dreaming? Yet, beloved, we shall rejoice in his blessing evermore, listening to the gentle voice that as one we do adore. Thus it was within the vale, song and pleasure. Without was the storm, risen up after us. Into the teeth of the furious gale plunged our long spindle, giving no sign exteriorly, even had anyone been there to see, of the light and warmth, laughter and song, of the human freight and songbirds within its staunch shell, amidst the flowers, a drifting bit of the tropics, safe from boreal blasts. No sign, save only the gleam of the crimson fore and aft lights. While the others retired for the night to their various staterooms, I remained in the vacated salon until the announcement was made to me that we were above Suernes. No landing could be made, however, in the face of a gale blowing 80 miles an hour. Such an attempt would have resulted in being dashed to pieces the instant we reached the ground. In order that we might be wholly out of the range of the influence of the storm, I gave directions to rise above the level of the disturbance, if such a region of calm existed within reach, and there set the keys so as to stop all propulsion. Receiving this order, the conductor augmented the repulsion force by means of the levers of degree, and we rose steadily up, above the clouds, above the rush of the hurricane, into a clear, calm atmosphere, intensely cold, almost 13 miles from the earth's surface. Could we have had a view unobstructed by storm clouds, we were just about high enough to afford us a horizon of 350 miles. Soon after this, I went to my room to bed. With the morning, the storm had not decreased in fury, and occasional flurries in the air above us proved that the storm area on the surface must be of vast extent. The cold outside was too intense to consider, even for an instant, the opening of the deck. The sky was almost black in the depth of its blueness. The sun, shorn of much of its dazzling brightness, appeared strangely dim, and the stars were visible. The steady motion of the air dispensers as their wheels and pistons worked to maintain the interior air at a normal pressure was painfully apparent in the awful stillness, while the fizz of the air escaping through the fine crevices around the windows and edges of the deck made such a noise that I ordered the set screws tightened and the ventilator pipes opened. Had the frost not hindered vision through the windows and, with the clouds, prevented a view of the earth's surface, a sight most peculiar would have been presented. The view toward the extended horizon would have made the apparent union of earth and sky seem almost on a level with us. But directly beneath, the fun separation from the solid globe would have seemed, not like a ball but like a huge bowl, ornamented with landscape scenes in its interior. As, however, we could not see, our songs, our reading, and our conversation went on, whilst the very faint beams of Inkle, coming through the frosted glass, were supplemented by the some knowledge which gave us heat and air and position, to defy the cold and the rarefaction and gravitation knowledge of Navas. At home in Poseid there was no storm, but Menax, at the Naim, told us that the weather office anticipated one, the one of which we at that moment awaited the abatement. We waited until the sun set in the west and came in sight in the east twice. Several times the Saldu appeared at the end of the salon, seeming in the mirror of the Naim as real and present as if, in verity, a third of the globe did not separate us. Once only, she spoke, and then in a whisper to me, as I stood near the Naim. "When, my lord, wilt thou be at home? A month? 'Tis long, 'tis long." A report of even the smallest events of our trip was furnished the news office, and was printed upon the discs of the public vocalographs, to use a word of modern sound, And long before any landing was effected by us on the soil of Suernes, our fellow countrymen were acquainted with the story of our enforced suspension between heaven and earth while biding the abatement of the storm. Speaking of the vocalograph leads me to remark that the social superstructure of Poseid was maintained upon the broad basis of equitable laws laid down by the great Rai of the Maxine time through the influence of free speech as made and molded by church and school, and expressed through the millions of vocalographs, the three renderings secure the integral homes which, aggregated, formed the nation. At last the Storm King withdrew his forces, and the time had come for our descent. Down we swept from the vault of heaven, into Ganj, capital city of Swern. Hast thou ever been in the ancient and long-deserted city of Petra of Seir? That very peculiar city at the foot of Mount Hor? A city hollowed from the living rock? Quite likely not, for the followers of Mahomet make it hard to visit the place. But if thou hast read thereof, then thou hast some idea of Ganj in old Smyrna, built in the cliffs of the river banks. Such details as embrace the manner of our reception are too trivial to fill this record. Suffice it that it was suited to the friendly international relations of Swern and Poseid, and to my station and rank as a high deputy. Rai Ernan was far less interested in the vase and in the other gifts of gold and gems, than in the captive Saldani whom the tokens commemorated, particularly in the Saldu, Lalix the Renu. I was startled at the monarch's close knowledge of the whole affair in all its details, and of my sickness and other incidents which were not matters of public note. But I betrayed no such feeling, since it was but momentary and passed as soon as recollection of Ernan's wonderful occult powers came to me. Speaking of the Saljui, but especially of Lalix, he said, I did not send the Chaldeans unto Guaxiln as objects of lust, neither as a retributive punishment, that by exile from their native Chaldea they might atone to Swern for their fathers, sons, brothers, or husbands who worked harm to Suernes. No, doubtless they were not more blamable than is a tiger which hath a similarly destructive nature. But by the laws of Jova we find that ignorance of the law never exempts a wrongdoer from penalty. Law says in regard to sin, thou shalt not, and the penalty lies alongside, inexorably, and is dealt out unsparingly for disobedience. Law, therefore, appears not to be retributive but educational. Having felt the punishment, no one, either man or animal, is apt to try the error twice out of curiosity. Nature makes no penalty easy, saying, when thou hast learned, then the punishment shall be more severe. If a babe fell over a cliff, its death would be the result, though its innocence knew nothing of sin, just as surely as a knowing man might meet the same fate deliberately. Now the Chaldean women needed to learn that conquest, bloodshed and pillage is a sin. The Chaldean nation needed a lesson also. It received it in the death of its prize soldiery. But such examples need finish. A diamond in the rough is surely a diamond, but how much doth the lapidary increase its beauty and value? Not to release unto them those women was to that nation what the faceting is to a gem. Thinkest thou not that I am right? Even so, Rai, I responded. For several days we remained in the capital, and during this time were escorted over it by no less a person than Rai Ernan himself. It was a strange people, the Swerni. The elder people seemed never to smile, not because they were engaged in occult study, but because they were filled with wrath. On every countenance seemed to rest a perpetual expression of anger. Why 167 pondered, should this thing be? Is it a result of the magical abilities they possess? By what seems to us of Poseidon, mere fiat of will, these people appear to transcend human powers and set at naught the immutable laws of nature, though it cannot be said that Inkel has not limited them as surely as he has limited our chemists and physicists. The Swerni never lift their hands in manual labor. They sit at the breakfast or supper table without having previously put upon it anything to eat, or elsewhere prepared a repast. They bow their heads in apparent prayer and then, lifting up their eyes, begin to eat of what has mysteriously come before them, of wholesome viands, of nuts, of all manner of fruits, and of tender, succulent vegetables. But meat they eat not, nor much that is not the finished product of its source, containing in itself the germ for future life. Hath Inkel exempted them from his fiat as creator of the world, which all men suffer? In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread? It is less onerous, certainly, on those who walk his paths, or even those who partly do so, and whose rule of life is continence. Such are more powerful, have occult powers that no eater of meats can ever hope to attain, but surely they are not wholly exempt. It must be somewhat toilsome to perform such magic feats as these. None ever got something for nothing. These people gaze upon the foes who come to menace them in their homes, and they are not. It passed o'er. The battle plain where sword and spear and shield flashed in the light of midday, and the strength of serried hosts is shivered, and the grass, green from the soil of carnage, waves above the crushed and moldering skeleton. What Poseidon could do these things? Rygwaxeln Inkelis Minin, but no more, at least none known to the public even by repute. But no man of all Atl had ever witnessed much display of such power on the part of either, and with the masses it was mere repute. I noticed in our visits in and about the capital a thing which cast a shadow over me, that his people did not love Ernon, however much they respected him and feared his power. That the Rai was aware of my knowledge of this dislike was obvious from his conversation. "Ours is a peculiar people, Prince," he said to me. "During many years, centuries even, it hath had to reign over it rulers come from the sons of the solitude. Each and every one hath striven to train his subjects so as to fit some future generation for initiation, as an entire people, into the mysteries of the night side of nature, deeper than thy people of Poseid have ever dreamed of going. To this end moral codes have been insisted upon as a coefficient of tuition in operative magic. But the endeavor hath never produced the end sought. Only here and there hath an individual arisen and progressed. Soon every one of these hath fled away from the less energetic people and gone to the solitudes, to become one of the sons, of whom thou mayst have heard. Generically we term these students sons. Specifically we would have to refer to them as sons or daughters, for sex is no bar to occult study. It had long been a matter of interest to me to learn all I could of this band of nature students, Inkelines as they were sometimes called, from Inkel, God, and In, to study. Thousands of years later, in the time of Jesus of Nazareth, these were called Essenes. But Atla, which possessed such a wealth of literature, had, with a single exception, no books on the subject. In that exception, a little volume printed in ancient Poseidonic, the details were very meager. Yet its perusal had been of great interest to me. As I now listened to Rai Ernon, my interest was reawakened, and I thought I might one day become a candidate for admission to the order, if but that if was of a large size. If the study renders the student so wrathful in soul as I see the Swerni are, then I will have nothing to do with it. The seed was planted, however, and grew a little when I learned that the angry gloom was not due to occult study, except in the sense that the lower nature was rebellious against the purity of the study and cast up the mud of anger, rendering turbid the clear waters of the soul. It grew still more when the Rai remarked later on that the girl Anzumi would one day be an Inkalinu. But the growth was not great in that olden time. It was reserved for a life to come, when decades upon decades of centuries had flown, till now. The Rai continued. Ye of Poseid dip a little into the night side, and behold, out of it ye gather forces which open the penetralia of the sea, and of the air, and subject the earth. 'Tis well. But ye require physical apparatus. Without it ye are nothing powerful. Those versed in occult wisdom need no apparatus. That is the difference between Poseid and Swerni. The human mind is a link between the soul and the physical. Every higher force controls all those lower. The mind operates through odic force, which is higher than any speed of physical nature. Hence controls all nature, nor needeth apparatus. Now I, and my brother's sons before me, have striven to teach the Swerni the laws which govern the operation of this force. Through this knowledge Jova letteth his children's strength. Hand in hand with this knowledge are physical acts, powers that come early in the study. So far have they gone, but will no farther go. Morality aids serenity of soul. Hence it is profitable to the Inkaline, above all things, to be moral. But man is an animal in his corporeal self, and the passions thereof are pleasant. Love is of twofold nature. Love of God and of the Spirit, pure and undefiled, and love of sex, which may likewise be pure, though if the dominion of the animal in man be over it, and so not so that of the human, it shall cause the man to sin, for then it is lust. I have sought that the Swerni may know the law, that they may be the masters, not the creatures of circumstance. But because they know a few things of magic, and in the greater feats were aided by the sons dwelling amongst them. Lo, they are content. And behold, they rebel against punishment on account of the lustful nature they do indulge, and curse me mightily, because I exact obedience to the law, and penalty for the infraction thereof. And they curse my brother's sons who do aid me. Therefore is their wrath which it hath so troubled thee to witness. My people do things strange in thy sight, O Ida, yet have no wisdom why it is so, and work their wonders heedless of Jehovah. Wherefore they are a brood of sorcerers, and do not work white magic, which is beneficent, but black magic, which is sorcery. It shall work them exceeding woe. I would, O Zalm of Pasid, have taught these my people faith, hope, knowledge and charity, which same make pure religion undefiled. Have I not done well? Gwaxeln, my brother, have I not done well? Rai Ernan was sitting in the salon of the Valks, and now addressed Gwaxeln of Pasid, whom I saw in the Naim as I looked around. Verily thou hast even so, my brother, said Gwaxeln. For some moments the noble ruler was silent, and I could see teardrops falling occasionally from beneath his closed eyelids. Then he opened his eyes and began a most touching apostrophe to, and in some sort against, his people. O Suernes, Suernes, I have given up my life for thee. I have striven to lead thee into a spade, Eden, to teach thee of its beauties, and thou wouldst not. I have tried to make thee van of all nations, and thy name synonym with justice and mercy and love of God. And how hast thou requited me? I would be as a father to thee, and thou didst curse me in thy heart. Keener than knives is ingratitude. I would have led thee to the heights of glory, but thou wouldst rather lie in wallow of ignorance, like swine, content to do what are marvels to other people, but thyself all ignorant of their import. Thou art an infidel, ingrate race, believing not in Jehovah, content to live by the little thou knowest, too slothful to learn, more ungrateful to Jehovah than to thy Rai. O, Suernes, Suernes, thou hast cast me off and made my heart to bleed. I go. From thy midst the sons go also, a mournful band of disappointed men. And thou shalt become few where thou art many, a derision before men and a prey to the Chaldeans. Yea, thou shalt dwindle and shalt wait until the centuries, even 90 centuries, are fled into eternity. And in that day thou shalt suffer until the time of him who shall be called Moses. And of them it shall be said, they are the seed of Abraham. And behold, even as now the Spirit of God is abroad in the land, imminent in the sons of the solitude, and ye do mock it, so in a remote day shall his Spirit become manifest and shall incarnate as the Christ, and so shall the perfect human glow with the Spirit, and become first of the sons of God. Yet shalt thou even then know him not, but shalt crucify him, and thy punishment shall go down the ages until that Spirit comes again in the hearts of those who do follow him, and finds thee scattered to the four winds. Thus shalt thou be punished. From now until then shalt thou earn thy bread by the sweat of thy face. Thou shalt no more have the regal power of defense, lest thou use it for offense. I will no more restrain thee. My people, O my people, ungrateful, I forgive thee, for thou canst not know how I love thee. I go. O, Suernes, Suernes, Suernes. At the last word the noble ruler's voice lowered to a murmur, and he buried his tearful face in his hands and sat bowed in silent grief, except for a sigh of sorrow which once or twice he uttered. Several Suerni had heard his words, and these now left the Valks very quietly and went to the city. Rai and I Inkle. I turned to the Naim as these words were uttered, and noted that a great shade of sadness rested upon the face of our own Rai, Gwaxeln, as he looked upon Ernan, like himself, an adept son. Rai and I Inkle Emo Navazamindi Su, which being translated, is, to Inkle the Rai, to the country of departed spirits he is gone. Startled, I looked around at the sworn Rai, who still sat silent as before, in the same position. I spoke to him, yet he gave no sign. Then I bent and gazed through his fingers into his fine grey eyes. They were set, indeed, and the breath of life was fled. Yea, verily, he had gone, even when he said, I go. Come unto me, Zalm, commanded Gwaxeln. I went to the Naim and stood waiting. Are thy friends all within the Valks? Even so, Zo Rai. Take then thy guards and seek the palace of Rai Ernan. Call upon his ministers to come before thee and tell them that their Rai is deceased. Tell them that thou wilt take his body in charge and carry it unto Pasid. Amongst the ministers are 2 elderly men and sedate. These are sons. They are of that body of disappointed men, who go forth from Suernes according to the words of Ernon. These 2 will know that thou speakest truth when thou sayest that Ernon of Swern hath left his reina in my hands to govern as I shall decide is most wise. But the others will not know, and the sons will leave to thee the telling of the facts. Great shall be the anger of them that are not sons, so that they shall try to destroy thee by their terrible power, disliking to be told that they are deposed from authority. Nevertheless, this do and fear not. Be of good cheer, for how shall a serpent bite if it hath lost its fangs? When, according to these orders, I had the court before me, I spoke as directed by the Rai. It was received with a courteous smile by the 2 who by their demeanor I recognized as the sons of the solitude. But by the others great anger was shown. What? And thou, Poseida, offerest us such indignity? Our Rai is dead. We are pleased, but we, not thou, will attend to the funeral rites. As to the government of Swern, we laugh with scorn. Begone. We are our own masters. Leave us our ruler. And thou, dog, leave this country. For reply, I repeated with emphasis the assertion of my authority. I confess to having felt an inward fear when the brow of one of these never-smiling men clouded with intense anger, as he pointed his finger at me, and said, "Then die." I did not outwardly shrink, though half expecting to perish on the spot. Neither did I feel any death tremor, though the menace, ever before fatal, was not withdrawn. Gradually, the minister's fury gave place to surprise, and he dropped his arm, gazing at me in amazement. I ordered my guards to manacle and take him to the Valks. Then I said, "Swern, thy power is fled." Thus said Ernon. He hath said that henceforth thou shalt earn thy bread by the sweat of thy face. Over this country Pasid shall rule. I, special envoy of Guaxon 7, Rai of Pasid, do depose all ye that are here from rulership, except those 2 who offered not scorn but courtesy. While they remain, which will not be long, I will make them governors over Swern. I have spoken. Indeed, I had spoken, and that to so great an extent unauthorizedly. I was in an agony of doubt lest Rai Guaxon should rebuke me, but I would not reveal my real weakness to these ingrates. Instead, I took a roll of parchment and wrote from memory the form of commission of governors of provinces in Atla, appointing one of the Inkaleni to the office. This I sealed with my name as envoy extraordinary, following that of Guaxon as Rai, using red ink, for which I sent a messenger to Anzami at the Valks. My reason for appointing one of the sons as governor was that only one would serve. The other chose to ask passage to Kafel in my Valks. Then, giving the governor his commission, a document which he received with the remark, "Thou art a man indeed, not longer a boy," words which, though so kindly meant, fell on heedless ears at the time, for as I made my return to the Valks, I felt actually heartsick at what I feared had been the acme of indiscretion on my part. I called for Rai Guaxon, and when he responded, I told him what I had done. He looked grave and said merely the words, "Come home." Imagine now my distress, not reprimanded, nor commended, but without any explanatory clue whatever. I was ordered home. Then it was that I sought Anzami, and having found her in her stateroom, I told her all the story. Our Rai was known to be one who could be severe in his punishments, although these took the form of disgrace meted out as public dismissal from office for being unworthy of trust. Anzami was very pale, but said hopeful words. "Zalm, I see not but that thou didst right well. And yet, why was our uncle so gravely reticent? Let me give thee a potion. Lie here on this couch and take what I give thee." She poured a few drops of some bitter drug, put in a little water, and handed the cup to me to drink from. 10 minutes later, I was asleep. Then she left the room and, as I afterwards learned, called her royal uncle to the instrument, where she laid the case before him. He was troubled at the effect of his words upon me, an effect not intended, as he told her, and one which would never have occurred if he had not at that time been engaged in solving the very abstruse political problem presented by the new aspect of affairs through the decease of Rai Ernon. What further he said was, "Be not worried because Zalm is called home for no purpose of punishment, since I am well satisfied and called him for quite another reason. I slept for hours, and when I at last awakened, Anzumi, sitting beside me, told me all that Gwaxeln had said. As it was then nearly night, I concluded to go to my own room and prepare for the evening repast. On the way, I met the son who was going to Kafel with us. To this person, it seemed a great novelty to travel as he was then doing, although his remarks on the subject were few. It was, as I reflected upon it, something of a novelty to be piercing the air at the rate of 17 miles each minute, a mile above the earth. I tried to fancy how it would seem to one like my passenger to be doing this thing, but after 5 years of familiarity with it as a means of travel, I had poor success in attaining a sense of his feelings concerning the experience. As we traveled westward, the sun seemed to remain as it was when we left Ganj, for its speed, or that of the earth, rather, was the same as our own. We had been on the way for 5 hours and had covered considerably over half of the distance home, the whole journey being something like 7,000 miles. The remaining 2,000 miles would occupy some 3 hours for transit, a length of time which seemed to my impatient desire so long, that I paced the floor of the salon in very fretfulness. I have seen, since the days of Pasid, a time when a vastly slower progress would have seemed swift, but then the past had a veil obscuring it so that comparison was impossible. Man never is, but always to be blessed. Chapter 17. Ryan I Inkle, Ashes to Ashes. On a bier in front of the holy seat, by the eastern face of the Maxen stone in the Inkalithlan, lay all that was of the earth, earthy of Ernan of Suernes. In the triangle were gathered a few witnesses asked by Rai Gwaxeln to be present, and over all shone the mysterious light which required no fuel, nor for its tall taper any human keeper. High above, hung the white stalactite ceiling, casting down from its many points the radiance of the lights which no one could see from below. Close his eyes, his work is done. Beside the restful form stood Meineen, the Inkalis, his hand on the shoulder of the dead Rai. After the mighty organ had sounded a mournful requiem, Meineen made the funeral speech, saying, "Once more has a most noble soul known earth. How hath it treated him who gave his life to the service of its children? Verily, Swerna, thou hast done a deed which shall clothe thee in sackcloth and ashes for I, Ernan, my brother, son of the solitude. We bid thee adieu in great sorrow of soul. Sorrow not for thee, for thou art at rest, but for us left behind. It shall be until many years ere we know thee again incarnate. As for this, thy poor clay, over it we will say final words, for it hath done its work and is committed to Navazaman. Ernan, brother, peace be with thee evermore." Again the mighty organ played in solemn sadness, and while attendants raised the bier upon the cube of the Maxen, the Inkalis raised his hands to heaven and said, "Unto Inkle this soul, unto earth this clay." The body, bound with light bands to the bier, was raised with it to an erect posture, trembled a moment in that position, and fell forward into the Maxen. There was no flame, no smoke, not even ash left behind the instantaneous disappearance of body and bed. The funeral was over. As we who abode in Kafel turned to depart, we saw that which no man then living had ever before beheld in the Inkalithlan. Back of us, in the auditorium, stood groups of grey-habited men, cowled like monks of Rome. There seemed great numbers of them, collected in groups of 7 or 8 amongst the maze of stalagmite pillars which supported the roof. As we gazed, these men faded slowly from sight, until over 80 of Kafalians seemed indeed small. 165 number in the vast hall where so recently had been hundreds of Inkaleni, sons of the solitude in astral form, gathered at the funeral of their brother. Yea, verily, had the sons come to witness the impressive ceremony where all that was mortal of their dead fellow was restored to the keeping of the elements of nature. But no man knows that sepulchre, and no man saw it ere, for the angels of God upturned the sod, and laid the dead man there. Chapter 18. Le Grand Voyage. Rai Gwaxeln directed me to attend at Agako before resuming my vacation trip, although it was all arranged previously to the funeral of Ernan that my action in Swern was to his satisfaction. When I obeyed the Rai, which was almost immediately, for we were all ready to resume our journey, Gwaxeln, in the presence of his ministers of state affairs, tendered me the position of suzerain over the land of Swern. I was vastly surprised, yet felt that I might accept and in conducting the affairs of that country render good service. But the fact that I was yet an undergraduate at the Xiquithlon made me hesitate. At last I spoke, saying, "Zo Rai, I am sensible thou hast done thy servant a great honor. Nevertheless, my liege, feeling that I have not thus far acquired the full knowledge I desire, being yet but a Zayakin, I ask thy permission to refuse the office." Guoxun smiled, and said, "Even so, but the governor thou didst appoint shall execute thy duties for the 3 years intervening, the 4 years I would say, since I would not that thou shouldst study at all this year, and thereafter thou shalt legally assume active duties. I have an object in this besides mere form. I believe that that man who hath an object, a direct goal, in view, is more likely to win success than one without. It is a good stimulus. I do therefore appoint thee suzerain over Suernes, and dismiss thee to thy journey of pleasurable recreation with thy friends as soon as thou shalt sign thy name to this document. That is well written, though thy hand shakes a little because of thy nervousness. Be calm." This last he said as, trembling slightly, I wrote the desired signature. Once more we were on our travels. Anzami, the elf, persisted in calling me my Lord Zalem, when she had learned the story of my imminent suzerain duties. Our course was again eastward, although now farther south, for we did not propose to visit Suernes this time, but intended to proceed instead to our American colonies, as in the original route we had planned to do after leaving Suernes. We crossed equatorial Necropan, Africa, then the Indian Ocean and the Umor. The coast of Umor was the cry that called our little company to the windows to look at a dark, serrate line that bounded the eastern horizon. It was the distant range of the Andes, appearing almost on a level with our Valix, which, 2 miles high above the ocean, shot towards the hazy, black line. Below was the broad mirror of the blue Pacific, apparently waveless because so far beneath us. Umor, land of the Incas in a far later day. Umor, where in 8 centuries more they must find a refuge who should be so fortunately fated as to escape from Pasid air. Queen of the world no more, she sank beneath the waves of the Atlantic. 8 centuries, whose lapse would see the proud Atlantean become so corrupt that his soul no more reflected the wisdom of the night side because the calmness of morality being fled, the key to nature's penetralia would have been lost, and with it his dominion over the air and the depths of the sea. Alas, poor ATL! But Umor lay ahead of us, and ignorant of the misdeeds to be of our national posterity, we in our Valix stood gazing on the coast we were so rapidly approaching, and commented upon its majestic mountain ranges as seen through the telescopes. Here we beheld a land where, after thousands of years, the conquering Castilians would come, led by Pizarro, and find a race under the rule of Incas, a name preserved through the many centuries from the day when their remotest ancestors fled from sunken Pasid, calling themselves children of the sun. Umor was the region of the quarries of Pasid and of many of its rich mines of mineral wealth. Here, too, were vast plantations, and east of the mountains were regularly planted groves of the rubber tree, the genuine Siphonia elastica of botany. Here also flourished the cinchonas, as well as many other trees now indigenous to South America, colonized plants from Pasid, until planted abroad by, unto when thy science shall, like Pasid, approach nature from its godward side. When, instead of ascending to that key force of all nature, the odic force, from a synthesizing of environing phenomena, thou shalt look from Odysseia down all the river of energy, then wilt thou have all that Pasid had, being thyself Pasid returned, even its Valix, its Naim, and its telescopes. Not such crude instruments as thine are, were the telescopes of Atlanta. Not the most remote star which sends a beam of faintest light across the depths of space, but that star could be brought so near to us in seeming, that had so minute an organism as a leaf been lying on the ground of the star, it were visible to our eyes. Dost thou refuse credence? Con this proposition, that light is not alone a reflection or refraction of force from a substance, but is a prolongation of every substantial form, for as much as only one substance exists, though many are the dynamic variations thereof, these are mistaken by thee for different substances. There is but one substance. Light from Arcturus, let us say, is the prolonged substance of that star. Machine-made electricity is, per contra, unimpressed, formless force. One can be made to reinforce the other, the formless to acquire the image of the formed. Dost now see principle of our telescopes? Thy mind jumps far to the van, and I hear thee ask, is Mars inhabited? Is Jupiter? Is Saturn, Venus? Ah, my friend, I will not answer yea or nay, for when the posseed view of nature reappears on earth, thou wilt know. Seek and ye shall find, but seek correctly. Walk the cruciform way. Atlanteans, these vegetable treasures never grew outside of posseed, and today the wild forests of peculiar South American trees and shrubs are the direct descendants of our regularly cultivated farm and plantation products in Umor. In that olden time, the Amazon River ran within dikes across the continent, and the trackless silvas of Brazil were then drained areas of tilled soil, such as the adjacent territory of the Mississippi is today. Some day this river, father of waters, in the north will sweep unresisted, undiked, across the lowland, which even now, its surface is above in altitude. It will do this because these things are certain to be in the mutations of the coming centuries. It will do this also because history repeats itself. Think not that thou shalt inherit, reincarnate the glories of ATL, and escape its shadows. All things move in cycles, but the circle is that of the screw thread, ever around and around on a higher plane each time. But that time when these things shall come to pass, and no man be able to say nay, is yet far away on the horizon of time future, as far as is the grand recession of the Amazon on the horizon of the past. From the great orchards and plantations and homes of Umor, in the north of that continent, to the desert wilds of its southern parts, where one day trouble was to overwhelm me, and thence north along the eastern coasts, we took our way, leaving the doings of the millions of our colonists, the Umayuri, to the imagination of the reader. Successively we came to the Isthmus of Panama, then over 400 miles in breadth, to Mexico, South Incalia, and to the immense plains of the Mississippi. These latter formed the great cattle lands whence Posse drew most of its supplies of flesh foods, and where, when the modern world discovered it, enormous herds of wild progeny of our ancient stock roamed at will. Buffalo, elk, bear, deer and mountain sheep, all offspring of the remotest ages. I regret to see them so wantonly slaughtered as they are. Surely so old a stock might be spared. To these broad valleys were to come, in later centuries, invading hordes in boats, and over the far northern isthmus where now are only vestiges of its former existence, the Aleutian Islands. They came from Asia, then, as now, to a large extent the home of semi-barbarians, except where the sway of Suernes had extended a civilizing influence by sending out the tribes which, in a later day, were to occupy so large a niche in history under the name of the Semitic Ram. But the barbarians who went into Incalia, occupying the North American plains and lake regions. A future age should come which would find these hordes gone from the earth forever. And later still, curious people digging from archaeological remains would say, here lived the mound builders. Still farther north than this, in the present lake region, were large copper mines whence we obtained much of our copper, and some silver and other metals. A cold region was this, far colder than it is today, for it lay in the edge of the retreating forces of the glacial epoch, an epoch not over until much more recently than geologists have hitherto thought and even still think. To the west lay what in early American days were called the Great Plains. But in the days of Posse they had a far different appearance from that which they bear today. Not then arid, nor very sparsely inhabited, though vastly colder in winter, owing to the nearness of the vast glaciers of the north. The Nevada lakes were not then mere dried-up beds of borax and soda, nor the Great Salt Lake of Utah a bitter, brackish body of water of its present comparatively small size. All takes were large bodies of fresh water, and the Great Salt Lake was an inland sea of fresh floods, bearing icebergs from the glaciers on its northern shores. Arizona, that treasure house of the geologist, had its now marvelous desert covered with the waters of Midi, as we called the great inland sea of that region. Verdure was on all the slopes of all the hundreds of square miles not covered with lovely bodies of water. On the shores of Midi was a considerable population, and one city of no small size, colonists all from ATL. Reader, dost thou remember a promise given in previous pages, wherein I looked forward to a treat in scenic depiction, saying it was from another pen than mine? I redeem it now, for already the geologist is after me for having declared Arizona the scene of a lake or inland sea so vast as Midi, and so recently as 12,000 years ago. I am reminded that he has decided from evidence afforded by erosion and weathering of the rocks in that amazing region, that while the Arizona desert was undoubtedly a lake or a seabed since the Paleozoic time when it was the site of a shallow ocean, nevertheless that lake was certainly of an age older than the Pliocene, being probably in the Cretaceous epoch. My friend, no. Those gorges and stupendous canyons are not merely the gradual product of time and water and weather. Per contra, they are of sudden formation, the rending and cracking apart of the strata in a similar, but on a far more vast scale than the volcanic outburst at Pitak Rock, described in the first chapter of this history. The Arizona wonders and the gorge of the Grand Canyon of the Colorado were the result of an awful dance of the solid crust of the globe. Even now the lava beds of the rectangle between the parallels 32 degrees and 34 degrees north latitude and 107 degrees to 110 degrees longitude west from Greenwich, in the MT Taylor and MT San Francisco region, have few parallels on Earth as regards size. All over this hideous work of destruction, when the sea Midi had fled away into Ixtla Gulf of California, the rains and torrents of 11,000 winter seasons, and the desiccating, powdering influences of as many torrid summers have smoothed and chiseled and wrought the ruptured, ragged surfaces into yet more fantastic shapes, and claimed the whole work as its own, denying the hand of Pluto as the major worker. And the geologist seems to have admitted the claim, and placed the lake time far back, in order to allow a sufficient term for the execution of the gigantic work. And it is not so, for I saw that lake only 12,000 years ago. But now for the literary treat. It is taken from a very modern pen, but it is so faithfully descriptive of the appearance of the region today that I desire to enjoy its perusal with my readers. The words are those of Major J. W. Powell, U.S. Army. The canyon walls are buttressed on a grand scale, and deep alcoves are excavated. Rocky crags crown the cliffs, and the river rolls below. Asterisk, 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 the sun shone in splendor on the vermilion walls, shading into green and gray where the rocks were lichened over. The river filled the channel from wall to wall, and the canyon opened like a beautiful gateway to glory. But at evening, when the sun was going down and the shadows were settling in the canyon, the vermilion gleams and roseate hues, blended with tints of green and gray, slowly changed to brown above, and black shadows crept over below. Then it seemed the shadowy portal to a region of gloom. Lying down we looked straight aloft through the canyon cleft and saw that only a little of the blue heaven appeared overhead, a crescent of dark blue sky with but 2 or 3 constellations peering down upon us. I did not sleep for some time, as the excitement of the day had not worn off. Soon I saw a bright star that seemed to rest on the very verge of the cliffs overhead. Slowly it seemed to float from its resting place on the rocks, out over the canyon. At first it appeared like a jewel set in the brink of the cliff, but as it moved out I almost wondered that it did not fall. In fact, it did seem to descend in a gentle curve, as though the sky, in which the stars were set, was spread across the canyon, resting on either wall, and swayed down by its own weight. The star appeared to be really in the canyon, so high were the battlement walls. The morning sun was shining in splendor on their painted faces. The salient angles were as if on fire, and the retreating angles buried in shade. The rocks, red and brown, blazed from their setting of deep gloom below, but above all was vermilion fire. The light above, made more brilliant by the bright tinted rocks, and the shadows below, made more gloomy by the somber shades of sunlessness, increased the apparent depth of the awful canyons, and it seemed a long, long way up to the world of sunshine, and was a mile. Even the wide waters of the Midi, set about with towering peaks in the olden days, beautiful as a dream, were not more grand and glorious than these awful gorges come to take their place. From the city of Tulta, on the shores of Midi, our Valks arose and sped away north, across the Lake Ui Great Salt, to its northwestern shore, hundreds of miles distant. On this far shore arose 3 lofty peaks, covered with snow, the Pitachi Ui, from which the lake at their feet took its name. On the tallest of these had stood, perhaps for 5 centuries, a building made of heavy slabs of granite. It had originally been erected for the double purpose of worship of Incal and astronomical calculations, but was used in my day as a monastery. There was no path up the peak, and the sole means of access was by Valks. In the neighborhood of 20 years ago, more or less, counting from this Anno Domini 1886, an intrepid American explorer discovered the famous Yellowstone region, and while on the same expedition went as far west as the Three Tetons in Idaho. These mountain triplets were the Pitachi Ui of Atlanta. Professor Hayden, having arrived at the base of these lofty peaks, succeeded, after indefatigable toil, in reaching the top of the greater peak, and made the first ascent known to modern times. On its top he found a roofless structure of granite slabs, within which, he said, the granite detritus was of a depth indicating that for 11,000 years it had been undisturbed. His inference was that this period had elapsed since the construction of the granite walls. Well, the professor was right, as I happen to know. He was examining a structure made by Poseidon's hands 127.5 centuries ago, and it was because Professor Hayden was once a Poseida and held a position under the Atlan government, as an attaché of the government body of scientists stationed at Pitachi Ui, that he was karmically attracted to return to the scene of his labors long ago. Perhaps knowledge of this fact would have increased the interest he felt in the Three Tetons. Our Valks alighted upon the ledge without the temple of Ui just as nightfall came on. It was very cold there, so far north and at such an altitude. But the priests within the heavy, well-built edifice never suffered cold, for Atla, drawing upon Navas, had nightside forces at its call. The primary cause of our visit was our desire to pay devotion to Inkle as he arose next morning. All night the brilliant beams of light from our ruby-colored lanterns flashed the tidings, to such Poseidi as might look our way, that a royal Valks was in the region. Next morning after sunrise our vessel lifted and departed for the east, that we might visit our copper mines in the present Lake Superior region. We were conducted in electric trams through the Three Tetons were situated in northwestern Wyoming, but Wyoming as a territory was not in existence at the time referred to, having been formed in 1868 from parts of Idaho, Dakota, and Utah. A small part of Yellowstone Park is in Idaho. King's Handbook of United States. The Poseidi were experts in this now lost art of copper tempering. In return, I gave the overseer a nugget of native gold. He asked me whence it came, and when I told him, remarked, "Any specimen from the famous mine at Pitek Rock will be highly prized by an old miner like thy servant, more especially as it is presented by the discoverer of the mine himself." Thus had the mine, found by me when an obscure lad, returned riches to the pick and shovel which had rendered it famed throughout the civilized world. After taking counsel among ourselves, we decided not to make the farther northern trip, for every one of us had seen the Arctic ice fields at least once, while some of us had been there several times. Instead, we concluded to remain in Ikalia for a week longer, and spend the 11 days thereof in visiting, more at our leisure, the great territory where, although of course we did not know it, the Anglo-Saxon was one day to found the glorious American Union. History is said to repeat itself. I believe it does. Certainly races follow in the track of preceding races, and as the most important and populous part of all the North American colonies of Poseid had its habitat west of the great chain now known as the Rocky Mountains, so also the grandeur of America will be upheld by the western and southwestern states of the American Union. Man likes pleasant places to live in. He likes those lands where Mother Nature is amiable and laughs with abundant harvests upon slight provocation. Man likes to live in a fruit land, and where shall he find anything more to his mind than this same southwest and west of the Incalia of yore? Along the ocean shore and back to the Sierra Nevada mountains is the region where, under Posse dominion, lay a province not second in beauty to the lake region along the shores of Midi, and it bar retained its fair charm, while that of the other has given place to drifting sands and cactus and the mesquite, and has tenantry of the Moloch lizards, rattlesnakes, and prairie dogs. It is no more union of lakes and union of lands, that it was in that olden time, when we finally left Incalia that we might return home to Kafel. The last of our colonial lands visible was the coast of Maine, for we journeyed eastward, then south. For change we decided to forsake the realms of the air for those of the deep, where the shark is king. Like all vessels of the class to which it belonged, ours was constructed for both aerial and submarine service, the plates of the sliding deck and the other movable parts of the hull being capable of very close approximation by means of set screws and rubber washers. To settle straight down into the ocean would be too much like a landing on terra firma. But being at a height of 2 miles, more or less, The conductor was directed to gradually reduce the repulsion current, thus diminishing our buoyancy so as to bring us into the water 10 miles distant from where the slant commenced. He was further ordered to do this while maintaining a speed which would, though very slow for a vessel, be really swift, that is, he was to cover 10 miles in as many minutes. When we struck the water at this rate of progress, the shock which the entering needle experienced was sufficiently great to cause its inmates to stagger, and little exclamations were made by the ladies. As soon as we entered the water, the repulsion was made nil, and its opposite, a degree of attraction greater than that of water to the terrestrial center of gravity, was set up, whereby we were enabled to sink to a considerable depth, despite the air contained in the vessel. The lights outside the windows were started, our speed modified to suit the element, and then we all gathered in the salon by the windows, darkness within and the waters lit without, enabling us to see curious tribes of Neptune which crowded about the strange illumination in their midst. While thus engaged and while listening to the delighted words of an enthusiastic ichthyologist, I heard a familiar voice in the darkness. I knew it for that of my father Menax, and accordingly went to the name. He could not see me because I stood in darkness, but I could see him in the great mirror, for at home he was in the light and his image was so transmitted, so that I saw not only himself, but his immediate surroundings, just as a person outside a lighted window at night beholds everybody and thing in the interior, himself unseen. "My son," said the prince, "thou shouldst not have allowed thy love of novelty to cause thee to act so unwisely as thou didst in entering the ocean at even the slow rate of a mile per minute. I fear that thou hast a vein of reckless daring in thy nature which will some day bring thee misfortune. Inkel punishes the reckless by allowing his broken laws to exact their own penalty. Be cautious, Zalm, be cautious." After the submarine experiences had become tedious, the opposite course of a rapid but graduated augmentation of repulsion was imparted to our vessel, a procedure not dangerous as the other had really been, and soon our long spindle shot out of the water like some great bubble, then rose to where the RAS or repulse indicator was set for its government, only a few hundred feet above the surface of the ocean. There, putting aside the closed deck, we sat in the bright sunshine and we enjoyed the pleasant ocean breeze, which blew in the same southern direction in which we were going. Desiring to reach home by the next day, when the afternoon grew cool, we closed the deck and arose high in the heavens so as to lessen atmospheric resistance and made the quickest speed we could toward the south. This, I should remark, was not nearly so great as either an eastern or western course would have allowed. Thus, traveling either due east or due west, we could proceed at the rate of a degree of longitude every 4 minutes. But north or south, we cut the Earth's currents, and just in proportion as a Velk's course deviated from east to west, in that proportion was its speed lessened until going due north or south, we could only travel at the comparatively slow rate of some 100 miles each hour. We saw that if we traveled home by the straight course, we would not reach Kafel under 2 days, and, having set our desires on reaching it by the next morning, the prospective delay was so tedious that we decided to run in on an angle. That is, we would head our Velk southeast for the Neckarpan coast, then southwest for Kafel, and though the extra distance would be several thousand miles, the increased speed attained would allow us to reach our destination in time to take our breakfast at home. Beautiful Kafel, there's no place like thee, Queen of Atlantis, and Queen of the Sea. Chapter 19. A well-met problem. Work awaited me upon my return to Kafel, work to which I might attend, without harm to my delicate health, in fact rather tending to its improvement, furnishing a proper degree of mental stimulus, without involving any of the severe tension of study. On the day of my arrival home, Menax said to me in a way which set me to thinking, "I understand that the people of Swern have lost the power which they have hitherto had of providing themselves with food by seeming magic. It must be a terrible problem to them how to meet the cravings of hunger." Whether Menax designed these words for the purpose of arousing me to a sense of my duties in the premises or not, I had at the time no idea. But I pondered the situation very earnestly. It occurred to me that these people had few, if any, cultivated fields like our own, that they probably had no adequate knowledge of the arts of husbandry, tillage, and like requirements, and finally that they were not possessed of muscles trained to effort. In fact, they must be, in all matters of this sort, a kind of overgrown children. The more I dwelt on the problem, the more startling the situation seemed. I saw that they would, for at least a year, require to have provision made for them. They would also have to be taught the methods of agriculture, horticulture, and care of cattle, sheep, and other useful domestic animals. Later, it would be necessary to teach them such other arts as mining, spinning, and metal working. In fact, here was an entire nation of 85 millions of people coming to school to me for tuition in the arts of life. As the full force of the position came to my realization, it staggered me. Ah, poor me! I fell upon my knees on the greensward of the gardens and prayed to Inkle. As I arose, I turned and found Guaxon regarding me with a most peculiar glance. His face was as grave as possible, but his splendid eyes were full of laughter. "Dost thou feel equal to the task?" he queried. "So Rai," I replied bravely. "Thy son is hard-pressed. Equal? Yea, if Inkle will give me guidance." "Well said, Zalm. Thou shalt call upon the resources of Pasid to aid thee, and they shall be at thy service." Not to be prolix, the schools were established, the food and raiment stations were placed in given districts, and the people of Swern, the great peninsula of modern Hindustan, with parts of Arabia, were taught the means of comfortable self-preservation and dependence upon their knowledge. Not all of this was done, that is to say, supervised by me, but the initiation of it, and during 3.5 years the practical work of it was conducted by me and my vice-suzerains. Perhaps I was not grateful to Inkle. Perhaps I never thought a second time, in these days of prosperity, of the prayer of the moneyless and unknown youth upon Pitak Rock. But perhaps I did too. I rather think that I was never for one moment forgetful of that morning and its vows. Yet, it is a strange fact that human nature may swerve aside from what it knows to be the undeviating line of right, may be keenly conscious of every infraction and still be able to feel that it has been true to its vows. Moral lapses are the most frequent, those sins which are not strictly direct infractions of communal equities but rather of the Magdalene type. Strange, also, is it that mankind is seldom lenient to the victims, though generally quite sparing of censure for the real criminal. There can be no true justice in a decision on any subject in the world until, in crimes of this sort, equal penalty is meted regardless of sex. Does my proposition seem too sweeping? Consider then this: human justice is a system. If it be faulty in only one particular, it is faulty in all things, since justice means perfection, and that is not perfection which hath a blemish. In the history of the Judaic race, the later records of the deserving portion of the people of Suernes may be found. Verily, my people, we have seen glory together and long suffering. We have stood together since before the age that is, and that which passeth was. My seed of strong effort was sown in fallow soil, and it returned more than 100-fold. The end is not yet. The harvest is not garnered, nor the chosen people come yet into their reward for the great tribulation since Ernon of Swern ceased to strive for them. The way was long, but they shall come at last from out the desert they entered so long ago, and Yova will give his children rest. As Rai Ernon had said, the Saldi general never returned to his native land. He wandered about the city, little noticed by the people, and made his chief abiding place at the Valks of a certain Pasid commissary stationed with others at Ganj. One day, having become quite friendly with the latter, the Salda asked that his friend give him the pleasure of an ascent into the air. He had never experienced a ride on a Valks and was desirous of so doing. At the time the commissary was busy, and promised to do as requested on the morrow. Accordingly, after dinner next day, which meal was served on the open promenade deck of the Valks, the ascension was made. The general had taken too much strong wine and was rather unsteady in his motions. One of the party was a Swerna who had been one of Rai Ernon's counselors. The general stalked to the taffrail of the Valks to look down into the nether air. Standing near was the Swerna. Neither liked the other, and the Salda, also excited by wine, became quarrelsome. The Swerna, the same, by the way, who had been so amazed by the failure of his occult powers when he made his 177 attempt to kill me, gave the general a sly push, and he fell against the rail. Being heavy, his weight bent it so as to cause a still further loss of balance, and he fell over the side, catching the rail with both hands in a very agile manner. Here, unable to raise himself, he hung, calling for help in an agony of terror. The posse captain was not a bad man, but he was somewhat stupid as a result of a fall on his head, and while able to give satisfaction as a commissary, he was not able to rise higher than some such subordinate position. He had, previous to his injury, been a talented man, and was even yet an inventor of some small note. This was a talent that did him small service now, however, because so many others outranked him in the same direction. He had finally come to be a lunatic on the subject, and was ever seeking to utilize force or to economize power. While the captain was standing in stupid indecision, the Sworna stepped in and pushed him aside, himself grasping the terrified Salda by the arm. The next instant the ex-counselor and the Salda general were swinging, whirling towards the earth, over a mile below. Then the posse looked over at them as they fell and, his mind all occupied with his favorite mania for invention, exclaimed, "What a waste of force! If only they could fall on some mechanism adjusted to raise a weight." How it happened, the commissary never knew, he averred, and for lack of witnesses, together with his obvious stupidity, the court excused him. When I learned of the event, it was through the governor, whom I had appointed, who reported having relieved the captain from command of his Valks and commissarial office, and the placing of another posse in his place. The Salda was the father of Lalix, and I thought it well to break the news as gently as possible to her. How was I astonished, after having done so, to hear her calmly say, "Prithee, how doth this concern me?" "Why, thy father," I began, when she interrupted me with, "My father, I am glad. Shall I, who love courage, feel aught but displeasure at his cowardice in the face of death?" Wherefore he was moved to cry out in terror like a child, "Fool, I call no coward father." I turned away entirely horrified, silent for lack of words to express my feelings. Perceiving my action, Lalix came to me, and resting her small, white hand on my arm, looked up into my face, so that my gaze was directly into her glorious blue eyes. "My lord Zalem, thou seemst offended. Is it so? Have I said aught to cause thee offense?" "Gracious gods!" I exclaimed. Then remembering a former estimate of mine, that the Saldu was only a child in certain respects, I said, "Offended me? Not so, Astaku." Then she slipped her hand through the bend of my arm and walked beside me. This little experience was the beginning of a longer one which, while very sweet for a length of time, yet culminated in anguish there in Atlantis and, phoenix-like, arose from the ashes of the dead centuries, only a few short years ago. Verily, the evil that men do lives after them, because it was so very obvious that her heartlessness was only that of undevelopment. I was not disgusted with Lalix. I reproved her, indeed, but instead of turning away in unreasoning wrath at its existence, I sought to induce a perception of the enormity of such an offense as cruelty of heart. According to the custom of her people, Lalix wooed me to wed her. Of course, I could not accede, pleasant though it was to have this beautiful girl doing her best to win my regard. I could not, while I loved Anzumi. Of this love for my sweet, womanly little sister, I never told Lalix, disliking possible contingencies. But I did worse, I told her an untruth, for I said that the Passid law forbade marriage with those of alien birth. "Never an exception?" queried Lalix. "Never one. Death is the penalty." This was another falsehood, for in Passid the death penalty was never inflicted, it being forbidden by the law of the Maxen book. "Well then, it matters nothing. Thou art young and strong, and of good courage and handsome. Wherefore I love thee. If the law forbid, it is all the same. None but ourselves need know." The last barrier was fallen. Conscience slumbered. Thoughts of Anzumi were put aside as one would shun an accusing angel. Did I think of Pitak Rock and my days of sinlessness? Or of the mysterious stranger whom I had heard in awe in the first of my life at Kafel? Yeah, I thought of these things. I thought of Inkle, and I said, "Inkle, my God, if I am about to do wrong in thy sight, in disregarding the laws of society and marriage, smite me dead ere I sin." But Inkle smote not then but afterwards through the ages. He smote not then. Conscience slept the sounder, but passion awoke. Chapter 20. Duplicity. The year during which I was not permitted to study passed quickly and uneventfully, except that complications deepened on account of Lolix. My affection for Menax became almost reciprocally as great as his love for me, which was limitless. But I did not tell him that which, heavier and yet heavier, weighed upon me as time lapsed, the secret affair with Lolix. To have done so would have been best, yet I dared not, for it would have lost me all that I most prized. At least I feared then. As time went on, I began to query my position. Did I love this beautiful girl? Not as I loved Anzumi. Oh, Inkle, my God! My God! I moaned in anguish of soul. Conscience slept yet, but stirred restlessly. The fact that Anzumi was my adopted sister did not prevent her becoming my wife, for the law of consanguinity was not violated. But my own acts barred the way. My scheme to domicile Lolix in a palace on the far side of Kafel from Menaxithlon was successfully carried out without exciting the suspicion of anyone, not even arousing the jealousy of Lolix. Duplicity, duplicity. Then I wooed Anzumi unrestrained by the presence of her, who would have been a dangerous factor, had she even suspected that the daughter of Menax was not my sister by the ties of consanguinity. But my days began to be filled with fear, for I had sown dragon's teeth. The denouement of such affairs as have evil for a guide is invariably sorrow and bitterness. Suppose Lolix did not tire of me, and I had neither the heart nor the will to do anything to cause her to do so. Nature's laws were ever liable to cause a revealment of the facts which would be fatal to my hopes. And though I often cried in agony of soul that I was an unhappy wretch, conscience still slept. But mine was not a character to be deterred from my resolves by danger. If I was engaged in a game of skill with the evil one for an opponent, I would play to the best of my ability. So I determined to be rid of Lolix, a determination that was late. For the fruit of our sin was come and a home secretly provided. For I would do no murder. These plans were carried out, all fortunately, as I thought, without any man being the wiser. But how to be rid of the really lovable woman, Lolix? Only a year remained ere I would enter examination for my diploma at the Zyaquithlon. If successful, I meant to ask Anzumi, whom I knew loved me in return, to be to me all that the honored name of wife conveyed. At evening, or of an afternoon, nothing pleased Anzumi better than to walk, alone or with Menax or myself through the palace gardens, under the spreading palms and festoons of flowering vines which canopied all the walks, forming long, cool tunnels of green, gemmed with Flora's most radiant hues. From the breaks in these verdant walls we could see the mimic lakes, hills, cliffs and streams, and beyond these could look out over palace-kept, vine-draped Kafel and its half-thousand hills, large and small. Walking amidst such scenes by the side of her who was so dear, is it strange that my soul was at such times eased of something of its burden of sin and woe? So long did I defer action in the case of Lolix that I came to fear to take any course except to let events order their own settlement. I lost confidence in my ability to solve the dangerous problem, fearful lest I should make a bad matter worse. Thus the days slipped by and the examination ordeal was close at hand. Neglect Lolix I did not, could not, nor had I desire to do so. Very often I was with her. Indeed, with a strange blindness to the wrong involved, I divided my leisure between Lolix and Anzumi. I sometimes feared that my Neen, Guaxiln, or perhaps both, knew of my secret. They did, too, for their occult vision was too keen to allow them not to know the facts. But neither made any sign, not my Neen, for he cared not how much secret evil went on, as we shall see ere long, nor Guaxiln, not because he, like my Neen, did not care, but because he was merciful and knew that karma had more dreadful punishment in store than any man could possibly inflict, and his mercy forbore to add to my penalty. So the cancer remained hidden from public gaze, and I knew not that the noble ruler was a sad spectator of my misdeeds. I do not wonder at his sad demeanor when with me as manifested in the last year of my studies. Anzumi had postponed the time of her examination in Zio until the year in which I was to graduate, and hence the festivities which always followed the examination as a mark of rejoicing over the success of those who received diplomas, included her in the honorable list, for she had passed with high credits. A dinner was given by the Rai to the successful contestants, and this feast inaugurated an extended season of high social dinners, balls, parties, concerts and theatrical performances, all in the same honor. Anzumi, arrayed in a robe of grayish silk, with her heavy coils of dark hair fastened apparently by a lovely rose, and upon her shoulder a pin of sapphires and rubies, was presented by Gwaxeln at the state dinner to the new Zyoki as the Astranavu, or star of the evening. This was a social distinction akin to the modern queen of the ball. Knowing that Rai Gwaxeln would lead his niece to the table and be her escort, I took Lalix as I had a right to do, for I was a graduate and the possessor of a diploma, and all such might choose a companion who might or might not be a graduate. Lalix, for my sake, had studied hard during the last 3 years, and was now in her 2nd year at the Zyaquithlon, to which she went from the lower schools. I was growing proud of the girl and felt most tenderly towards her. Indeed, I would have been a most despicable person had I not, after her sacrifice for me. Several times I found Gwaxeln looking intently at me. I sat not far from him, and once, as he passed me after the feast, he murmured sadly, "Oh Zalm, Zalm." As may be imagined, this address did not increase my peace of mind. But that night passed without any further disquiet, as so many others had done. As I walked with Lalix in the great hall of Agako, I remarked the many glances of admiration bestowed upon her beauty by the many gentlemen we met, nobles of high degree. She had indeed grown to have a loveliness of face and figure, and best of all of character, which was no longer heartless, but very gentle since her sad experience of secret motherhood and consequent disbarment from its innocent joys, since the child might not be known as hers. She had had offers of honorable marriage find refused them, knowing even as she did so that the fact of their proffer was a proof of my having spoken falsely when I told her that the laws of Pasid forbade our marriage. But her love for me, if it suffered, was faithful and knew no lessening, and she kept the secret well and the more closely for my sake. Wretch that I was! As I looked upon her, I felt that she was very dear to me, but Anzami was more so, and therefore the hideous tragedy went on. I knew that from love of me Lalix had first repressed heartless remarks, then taken an interest in relieving suffering for its own sake, and so had become transformed from a beautiful thorn tree to a glorious rose of womanly loveliness, with few thorns indeed. Had I really any conscience deserving the name, that I did not come out before the world and take Lalix as my wife after all this boundless love for me? No, not in Pasid. Conscience had not slept. It had never been existent. It was yet to be born and grow in a later time. Thus did the nemesis of judgment still withhold her stroke. Chapter 21. The Mistake of a Life. Comparison is good mental exercise. It is due to the reader and to myself, as well as to Anzami and Lalix, to indulge a present mood prompting me to make an analytical comparison of these two women. What was it that fixed so unalterably my desire to wed Anzami and not Lalix? Both were gentlewomen, the first by nature, the second by nature also. I was, however, about to ascribe the sweet charity of Lalix to the perception on her part of the misery she would feel, placed in like situation with those who suffered in very fact. But the ability to so perceive could arise only from its existence in her nature. No, it was her nature finally developed. Both women were refined, intelligent, and both were beautiful, though of types widely variant as a blush rose and a white lily. Anzami was a born daughter of Atl. Lalix was one by adoption. A small difference, surely, since both were in full accord and equally sensitive to the good, the beautiful and the true, in the polished refinement of erudite Pasid. Truly, the relations between Lalix and myself were wrong, but she was not on that account less dear to me, nor was my regard for her less tender and loving. Her companionship had become a part of my life. If I had a sorrow or was despondent, she interposed her sympathy and cheered me. My anxieties were also hers, my joys her joys. In everything but name she was my wife. Then why did not I acknowledge the fact before mankind? Because karma ordered otherwise. I loved Anzami also. Through this love, karma operated to annul its own tendencies to espouse Lalix. And the mode of this operation was exhibited in my recognition of Lalix as possessed of every requisite to make me happy except in her one lack, that of psychic perception of the relation of the finite to the infinite. Absurd? No, that my soul craved such an ability on her part, and found it not, but did find it in Anzami, was evidence of the growth of the frail seedling of interest in the occult life of the Sons of the Solitude, which had been somewhat matured by the words of Rai Ernon of Swern years before. Sayest thou that if a little such interest worked such error in life that deep interest would make for the losing of the soul? Wherefore thou wilt have none of it. Not so. It was the not being true to the ideal at that time gained, true with all my soul, that did the mischief, just as in the myth of Lot's wife. She had never been turned to salt had she obeyed, not curiosity, but the higher injunction. Lolix had no dimmest perception of this psychic link between the things of earth and the things of infinity. I knew Anzumi had, wherefore I ordered my life so as to include her and exclude Lolix, whereby I did both them, myself and my conception of God, which is but a redundant expression, for no one finite can injure infinity, a fearful injustice. But karma lay in wait for the evil of my life, demanded payment, and got it, every jot. No words can paint the suffering of the expiation. I scarcely propose to try and shall rest content if a realization of some part of it shall deter others from sin through the certitude that there is no vicarious expiation for evil done, and no escape from its penalty. The law of the one reads, "Except a man overcometh, he shall not inherit of my life. I will not be his God, neither shall he be my son." There can be but one way to such overcoming, the ever-recurrent plungings into material incarnation, until the errors of the personal will are atoned to the divine will. There can be no vicarious undoing, and soon I will show why. Another cannot do thy breathing for thee. Reincarnation, the ever-recurrent prisoning of the soul in fleshly bodies, is but expiatory, is but penalty. If in his name ye are become free, if in that way ye have overcome, and in place of being slaves to our masters over desire, ye have undone sin, then is there no more incarnation for you in the prison of this death, miscalled life. There is no other way. The great master pointed none. In expiation of my dark past I must needs return into the world. Thy world of sin, sorrow, sickness and pain, and disappointed longings for the peace that passeth understanding. Is not my 12,000 and more years of further wanderings in the far land of this world, far from my Father's house, and feeding on the husks called joy, suffering the fevers, pains and disappointment of hopes, enough of expiation? Yet for a little while longer I must, and, impelled by love, willingly do serve him. Some souls shall have even more than I, if they turn not. Which will ye? Will is the sole way to esoteric or occult Christian knowledge. Whosoever will, shall have eternal life. But the will to overcome must replace our will of desire, as the fresh air replaces the exhalations of our lung. As the atmosphere is around about us, and inhaled becomes our breath, so the will of the Spirit is around us and, entering into the heart that hath determined to strangle into submission the serpent, suffers us not to know defeat. But I and Lolix refused this breath, and unwilling turned away. Oh, the horror, the pain, of those lost ages, lost with her, but refound by us both in overcoming. I am sorry to admit that such moral obliquity could ever have warped my character, even 12,000 years ago. Will is the only way to Christ. Is it not an appalling contemplation, to think that, having determined to put Lolix away and to install Anzumi in her place by honorably wedding her before mankind, I was able to calculate upon my knowledge of Lolix and to depend upon her acquiescence in keeping my secret because of her unselfish love for me? Monstrous! I knew that Lolix did nothing by halves. Having given herself to me, she would not expose my iniquity, even though I rejected her for another. Society had no reproach for a woman betrayed. In pursuance of my plan, I proposed to obtain the spoken affirmation of the love that had long been confessed by the demeanor of Anzumi. Then I would tell Lolix all, reserving nothing, and throw myself on her mercy. Even after these many, many centuries, when Laus Deo, reparation is at last complete, I look at the record of this part of my life when I was Zalm, and wonder that the very confession does not scorch holes in the paper upon which it is written. Moral turpitude is a fearful thing, for, though conscious of its being sinful, I was but dimly aware of the hideous blackness of my action. Canst thou dissociate, reader, thy horror at the one action sufficiently to take interest in the recital of my profession of love made to Anzumi, after I had hidden from my own sight the evil of my life? It may be almost futile to try, yet it is possible to forget anything out of sight, at least to such a degree, that one may smile and be a villain, More especially is it easy to smile when the evil is in such a fax, far past tense, is atoned, and the villain is one no longer. Thou wilt pardon me if I hint the way of atonement. Of all my thousands of years of my many lives, to which in this history I can but briefly allude, I draw for thee one lesson that the weary pilgrimage hath taught me, and in my soul I pray thee heed it. For I am longing for my release, when I may go out into the blessed realms that mine eyes have seen, mine ears heard, and myself been amidst, with him who openeth and no man shutteth, and shutteth and no man openeth. So this know and these things. So long as any that read my words turn aside, and will not to know and do his way, so long do ye keep me out of my part in the great peace, until his spirit shall cease to strive with thee, or hinder thee. I am working and sacrificing that ye may know that way, and tread it. Yet some of you will, even at the finality, be of them that, denying him, are by him denied. Out of all the glorious systems of worlds, only earth beneath, for acknowledging him by words and crying, Lord, Lord, they yet hate one another in their serpent-dominated hearts. Think not that I use any figure of speech when I say serpent. Microscopists know better. He that soweth to the flesh shall of the flesh reap corruption. But he that soweth to the Spirit shall of the Spirit have life everlasting. They that are alive have crucified the flesh with its affections. Some will close the eye and the ear to my message I have of him. By that shall the seed of eternal life be closed out of their souls, and they shall die. But so many as in all things turn unto the way shall in no wise be cast out. He said it who is true. Keep thy lamps trimmed and be wise, not foolish virgins. 12 Not in this connection read the last age of this book, which closes the history given of a life redeemed upon his cross. Ed. Chapter 22. Zalm proposes. My mind was filled with the question which I made paramount, how to phrase my proposal of marriage to Anzumi. Such occupation of thought is common to all lovers of every race and nation, where matchmaking is not conducted by the parents. Having set my time for the momentous inquiry, I sought Anzumi. The information that she was absent at Roxoy Palace, one of the 3 set apart for the Rai, but seldom used by him, was rather perturbing. Lolix resided at Roxoy, and had done so ever since the time when I secured her transference from Menexithlon. But I was not altered in my purpose of seeing Anzumi. So, while journeying across the city, 40 miles to Roxoy, I pondered the new situation. I knew that the 2 girls were friends, and this fact seemed likely to complicate matters. Arrived at Roxoy, I found Anzumi in the gardens, seated near a cascade that tumbled over a fairy-like cliff into a mammoth dewdrop of a lake. She was alone. As I came near, she inquired, in a surprised tone, "Where is Lalix?" "Where?" I repeated. "I know not. I was told that she was with thee." And 'twas truth. But she took my veilks and went away, saying that she would go and get thee, that we 3 might have a little outing together. I thought rapidly. To Menexithlon was 40 miles across the city due south. The veilks must therefore take nearly or quite as many minutes going in that direction, and the same returning. 80 minutes. That would be long enough. Seating myself beside Anzumi, I took her hand in mine. I had often done the same before, and even clasped her about with my arm, but in a distinctly brotherly way. Now the simple touch of the fingers was electric in effect, and she could at once detect the intensity of excitement which possessed me. The fine language I had intended to use was lost, and instead of trying to regain it, I said merely, "Anzumi, would words deepen thy certainty of my love for thee? I cannot command them, but I ask thee, little girl, to be my wife." And for reply she answered in phrase as brief, "Zalm, be it so." What followed the reader may imagine. Thine own fancy will please thee best, for surely the picture is not hard to draw. When Lolix returned, I had departed, nor this hastily, for she had been delayed in coming back, so that 3 hours had elapsed since her departure. I knew that few things were more certain than that Anzumi would confide her joy to Lolix. But I had no misgivings, for I felt every confidence that Lolix would not betray our secret, however terrible the blow might be for her to bear. As I anticipated, Anzumi told the story of my avowal, and of her acceptance of me. When the whole was related, Anzumi said that her friend looked at her a moment, then fell fainting to the floor. When she had been revived, she seemed so calm that even Anzumi did not question her statement that the swoon was due to nervousness. This was at the eventide. Anzumi, filled with happy feelings, saw her friend in bed, dismissed the attendants, soothed her to sleep, and came home. These facts I did not learn until the next day. I thought it best to have an interview with Lalix at once, and so experience all the pain and have done with the anguish of it. Deluded mortal! I went to Roxoy and going into the Xanathathlon, awaited Lalix, to whom I had sent word that I desired to see her there. She came. Fully 10 years seemed to have passed over her since I saw her last. Worn and pale, with great dark rings under her glorious blue eyes, into which the tears flooded as she caught my quick gaze. Poor girl! But what could I do? That was my thought. I was even a little conscience-smitten, but very little, for the scales of sin were thick and very numbing to the soul. She spoke first. "Oh, my love, why hast thou done this? Thinkest thou I shall live? I have for long known that no law existed to bar our union, and have waited for thee to do what was right, confident that the day would soon come when thou wouldst ask me to share thy proud name. But, oh Inkle, my God, my God!" she exclaimed, bursting into a flood of tears that were as quickly repressed. Then in a calmer voice, full of piteous heartache, she went on. "Zalm, I love thee too well, even now to chide thee. I am thine to do with as thou wilt. I gave thee my life long ago. I gave thee my babe, and thou didst place it in a home where no man might suspect its parentage. Zalm, I have done more also. There was another that, oh Inkle, forgive me. I sent it into Navazaman, that it might not accuse thee, Zalm. And now I, whom thou hast called thy blue-eyed darling, I, who love thee more than I do life, am by thee put aside. O God, why am I made to suffer thus? Why thus stricken?" She broke into a storm of agonized weeping, and I sought not to stay the flood, knowing that sometimes tears are a blessed relief. Had she loved me thus? Fool! Not to have known it from her actions, which spoke louder than words possibly could. My heart smote me now indeed, and I prayed to God for forgiveness, and I prayed to her. Too late. Conscience came forth at last, born to smite, sprung like Minerva, full armed for the combat. When Lalix had recovered calmness, she said, in such heartbroken tones as had never fallen on my ears before, "Zalm, I forgive thee. Not even now will I betray thee, since whom I once loved I will love till death. Afterwards also, if love survive the grave. If thou art come to say the parting word, so be it. But leave me now, for I am almost crazed. Yet remember, my darling, that if thy new life be not happy, though I pray Inkle it may be, that there once beat a heart for thee warmer, more loving, perchance truer, than I fancy thou'll find that of thy new love. I shall not live long to be a shadow over thy peace. Kiss me once as thou wouldst if I were thine own wife in the sight of the world, as I am in that of Inkle, and having died, thou wert about to confide my clay to the unfed light." With these words she stopped, arisen and come before where I sat, and placed her arms around me, drawing me into an embrace. A moment thus, then her lips, chill as those of one who keepeth company with death, met mine in one long sobbing kiss. She released her clasp, stood an instant, and was gone. So she left me. Long I sat in the midst of the flowers in the great conservatory at Roxoy. The blossoms blushed bright, but a worm was below. The moonlight shone fair. There was blight in the beam. Sweet whispered the breeze, but it whispered of woe, and bitterness flowed in the soft flowing strewn. Karma disposes that night the banns of my coming marriage with Anzumi would be announced by the Inkalis Mainin in the great temple. For in cases of high social rank it was customary thus to add extra formality to the publication. If, during the ceremony, a death was to occur within the Inkalithlon, custom decreed that one entire year must elapse before consummation of the marriage rites. In any event 1 month must pass after the banns, which were in consequence declared immediately following the engagement. For reasons of his own, Mainin the Inkalis desired that Anzumi should not wed anyone, But as he had no authority over and but little acquaintance with her, he kept silent respecting his wishes. At the proper hour, Anzumi and myself stood before Meinine the Incalas, within the holy seat. By our side was Rai Guoxun and Menex, the five of us being the cynosure of the eyes of a great audience. In a clear, slow voice, the Incalas began an invocation to Inkle. But in the midst of this service, a woman glided quickly across the triangle of the place of life, in the center of which was the Maxon. It was Lalix. She was as faultlessly attired as it was her pride always to be. Apart from the awful blaze in her eyes, I saw nothing extraordinary in her appearance. But to have stepped into the place of life was an impermissible thing, and the act centered all eyes upon her. It meant an appeal to the authority of the Rai. "What wouldst thou?" asked Guoxun. "Zo Rai, in Salda, my native land, it was the custom to allow either sex to woo the other in marriage. I wooed this man, the Astika Zalm, ignorant that he loved my friend. How could I know? And now, I pray thee, deny the banns, if thou hast a right to do. Woman, I am sorry for thee, but the customs of Salda are not those of Pasid. I grant not thy prayer." I had felt a numbing terror lest at last my crime was to be revealed. But the fear faded as the slender, graceful figure of Lalix turned and was swallowed up in the audience. Then the interrupted banns were renewed. When Meinine said to Anzumi, "Thou dost declare it thy wish to wed this man?" She replied, "I do. And thou? Dost thou declare it to be thy wish to wed this woman?" To which I said, "Even so, Inkle not preventing." As I made answer, the proceedings were the second time interrupted by Lalix, who again came into the place of life, but this time as hurriedly as if pursued. Opposite the unfed light she stopped, and said, "Inkle will prevent. See, I come to wed thee now, Zalm, and here, the god of departed souls shall be our Incalas. This dagger our wedding proclamation, banns and all." I ought to have prefaced the narration of the questions put to Anzumi and myself by explaining that after the invocation by Meinine, that person, Anzumi and myself and the Rai with Menex, had left the holy seat and had gone into the place of life, so that Lalix now stood close beside me. As she spoke of the dagger, her words were calm, but rapidly uttered. It was the calmness of insanity. Crazed by the course I had followed, Lalix stood there, her glorious blue eyes filled with the light of madness. With her last words still upon her lips, she struck at my breast with the keen weapon. I warded the blow with my arm, which was pierced through by the forceful stroke. As she drew it out with a wrench, blood spurted over the granite floor. At sight of this she uttered a frightful shriek, saying, "Mad! Mad! Mad!" and with one bound sprang to the center of the place of life, where she stood by the cube of the Maxon. Anzumi swooned. Menax stood as if petrified, gazing at my flowing blood, while Guoxun, pale but calm, spoke to a guardsman near. "Arrest the maniac!" The order of the Rai attracted the attention of Lalix, who said to the approaching soldier, "No, no, arrest not me. I was mad, but I am not. Whosoever shall touch me, him will I curse, and then die in the Maxon." Being superstitious, the guardsman paused, for he dared not touch her, neither disobey the Rai. In his terror, he turned to the latter and began to make excuse. "Silence!" thundered Guoxun. Then, in gentle tones, he said to Lalix, "Woman, come to me. Not so, Zorai. At this place beside the Maxon, no one under the law may offer me violence. Here, then I stay." Speaking thus, Lalix rearranged her slightly disordered turban, folded her arms, and then leaning back against the Maxon cube, gazed calmly at the Rai. He made no motion but looked first at her, then at me. Lalix, though still near to the Maxon, had assumed an erect position, no longer touching the cube. Incalas Meinine had stood quietly by during the excitement. He now said, "I, Astaku from Salda. There thou shalt stay, indeed even longer than thou thinkest." He had spoken very calmly, even softly, gazing the while at the unhappy girl. When he turned towards the Rai, he saw a look of horror on his face, and hurriedly looked away again, finishing the reading of the banns. I scarcely heard him, being engaged partly with my bleeding arm, and partly with Anzumi, who, but partially recovered and still half fainting, leaned against me for support. When the ceremony was completed, Rai Guoxun, placing a hand on each of our heads, said, "Not only a year must elapse ere ye may wed, but much longer. Zaelm, I do forgive thee thy sins so far as it is mine to forgive. The human laws thou hast broken. As for thy partner in wrong, never mind." Then turning to Meinine, the Incalas, he sternly said, "Because of thine accursed deed, thou and I are forever more strangers. Now I know thee for what, alas, thou art." Having spoken in this, to his hearers, enigmatical and startling language, Guoxun left the Incalithlon. Meinine also left. Menax, become curious regarding the unhappy cause of all this trouble, spoke to her as she stood by the unfed light. She neither answered nor moved. I approached near to her and said gently, "Lalix." Still no answer nor movement. I touched her silken bodice, but received a shock which startled me like an unexpected blow. Her corsage was as rigid as stone. I touched her hand. It too was cold and stiff. Her face, even her wavy brown tresses, were alike rigid. Not only was she dead, but actual rock, like one in a dream, too much stunned to be horrified, but still possessed of a strange curiosity. I rapped with my knuckles on the various thin edges presented by folds in her robe, and heard them sound with a metallic clink. I grasped a finger. It broke off, and then in a sudden wave of awful living horror I dropped it upon the stone floor. It broke into fragments like any fragile bit of rock. Still were the golden tresses, with which I had so often caressingly played, of the old lovely color. Her complexion, her blue eyes, even, were of the same natural hue they had been in life. But for all that her body was stone and her soul was forever fled. Her pretty foot, showing from beneath the hem of her robe, was not only as the rest stone, but it was petrified fast to the stone pavement on which she stood. At last I realized all. This hideous deed was the work of Meinine. In that instant, he looked at Lalix in speaking to her. He had prostituted his occult wisdom, and for this had Guoxun cursed him. Lalix's flesh and blood and raiment had been transmuted into solid stone. This petrification was all that remained of poor, wronged, forsaken Lalix, a perfect statue which, if suffered by man to remain, might stand during the many centuries till even stone at last crumbled to dust. The awful meaning of it all came home to me at last. Was I primarily responsible for it? In that moment I knew that the murder was on my soul, as well as on that of Meinine, who had never found that opportunity, at least except by me. Even in her temporary insanity Lalix had been true to me. Not one word had she spoken to involve me. If Guoxun knew, and I was aware that he did, he gave me free pardon so far as human law was concerned. For the broken laws of Inkle he could not extend pardon, that had become karma, and lay a weary width of desert sands of sin to scorch my feet in the passage I must make across them ere ever I could tread the narrow way of attainment. The long atonement was before me. I gazed on the mute form of the girl I had so fondly loved, and loved yet, until Menax, who had become aware of the awful occurrence while I stood stupefied, but on whom the main effect was a desire to leave as soon as possible, pulled me by the sleeve. "Come, Zaelm, let us go home." Giving one last remorseful look, I obeyed. Lovely Lalix. Her voice was still in death, and that through me. As remorse surged over my soul, I thought that I would now be glad to ask Anzumi to release me, confess all to her, and with her consent make Lalix my honored wife. But it was forever too late in that life thus to make reparation. No more could the tender glance of love flash on me from those starry eyes of blue. No more would my weary head nestle down on her shoulder, while with gentle caress she chased away my darker musings with a mild and gentle sympathy. Ah, ye gods! What had I lost? My life that had seemed complete and as a sphere like unto the full moon, was come, like that orb when it rises late at night, to seem torn and but half of itself, wrecked and ragged, careening through the night-time of existence. Anzumi knew nothing of the awful reality. She had been too much stunned by the sudden knowledge of her friend's insanity. She must not know, if it were possible to prevent her learning of it. We went to our carriage, and solemn one, stunned the other, and wildly remorseful the third, got in and went home to Menexithlon. Home? I felt that the peace of home was no more mine. Life had become a desert over which stalked the skeletons of despair, regret, and sorrow. Overhead a moonless sky, underfoot in the night a howling waste of sand, blown hither and thither by curbless winds. Lolix was gone. Anzumi would never be mine, as I felt in prophetic forecast of soul. And so, with bowed head, I sat in the midst of the desert of my days and let the phantoms dance about and mock me, unheeded. Chapter 23. A witness before the criminal. States of mind, of feeling, and of intuition are the only real things that exist. Jesus, although the Son of God, and John and Paul were all sons of solitude. Hegel, Berkeley, Sterling, Evans, all real theosophists and all real Christians, are becoming sons, and are in accord with those peerless nature students of old when they say, "Spirit alone is real, all else is illusion." If a man thinks himself ill, he will become so. If, per contra, he is cheerful under even the most adverse circumstances, he will not see that the world about is full of gloom. Nor is it. 'Tis only in himself, and he can change the world all into gall and bitterness for himself, although it be all a song for others. For weary weeks I wandered about, stupidly, a leaden load of grief weighing on my soul, a feeling of dull despair which would have crazed a less well-balanced temperament. Had Lolix felt thus for even a little while? If so, and I knew she felt worse, if that were possible, God pity the bright, sweet, and beautiful girl who had suffered so through me. I was tempted to suicide, tempted to sneak out of the back door of life, and I often felt of the edge of the razor-keen knife given me by the Incalian mining superintendent. How long before? For years, really. For years? For centuries, for aught I knew by my feelings. I stood by the Maxon in the long afternoons when I was alone in the temple. Or did I but dream that I did this? It was a dream of tortured sleep, for no one had admittance to the Incalithlon, except the Incala, on any other occasion than on days of worship or of special ceremonies, and then the edifice was always thronged. Anzumi crossed my desert at times, but though she spoke and caressed me, and strove to arouse me, it was in vain. All her efforts fell like a ray of sunlight on the inky lusterless pools sometimes seen in deep forests. Left all alone with my remorse, for their unavailing efforts seemed to my friends more productive of harm than of good, and therefore they ceased them, I took my private veilks, and, to shut off all possible communication with the world, removed from it the Naim. Then, no one witting my intentions, I slipped away in the night time. I wandered then through the realms of the air, sometimes so high above the earth as to be in almost entire darkness, where the Nepthian ring was visible and where even the air generators and heat-furnishing apparatus were scarcely able to keep the air in the Veilks dense and warm enough to support my miserable life. Or, equally alone, equally in darkness, I made my valks seek the depths of the sea where phosphorescent fish would have mistaken my craft for a larger brother had I ever cared to light up. But my soul was dark, and of what avail was it to illuminate the valks when, with eyes to see, I saw not? So bitterly keen was my horrible anguish of soul that at last the body of clay lost its power to hold me, and I arose above time and earth, and remained in that state for what seemed an endless period. No light appeared to be in the awful blackness, neither any warmth, but a darkness as of death, a coldness as of the grave. No person crossed my path. No sound was heard, save dull, muttering groans. But at length flashes of red flame leaped athwart my vision, then went out, leaving the gloom more wholly black than before. Horrid hisses, as of giant serpents, assailed my ears now. Awful pain seemed dissolving my very soul. At last my nerves failed to respond to the racking agony, and sensation failed. Numbness seized upon me, and I exclaimed, "Is this death?" But only echo answered. The hisses had ceased. All was silent. Suddenly I felt a deep dread of the horrible solitude, so dark and cold, yet in which somewhere I could see a little light that but seemed to render the intense darkness more smothering. I called aloud. Reverberating echoes alone answered. I shouted and shrieked in wild terror. But in all the vast glooms around no sound, save my own replying, reflected tones came again. The knowledge that my confines were limited came to me from the fact that my voice was sounded back to me after what seemed ages between utterance and return. With this knowledge came I was free to go, and I rose from the place where I stood, as if I was endowed with wings, and I fled faster than thought. Tall cliffs I found in the glooms, and ever and anon peaks shone out in the glare from some flaming pit, that no creature was anywhere to be found. I was in a very universe of solitude. Alone, oh alone! The awful, horrible despair that then seized upon me caused me to wail in more than mortal pain. My eyes were dry, and my soul as if crushed. Despair so frightful held me for its own that I longed to perish. Vain wish! Then I remembered that I had an earthly body. To find even that would be some solace. On lightning lines I sped to it, to find it cold and lifeless save for a small glow of magnetic light in the plexus of the heart nerves and another in the medulla oblongata. But beside it I found, oh Inkle! I found Lalix, weeping, praying to our God to restore me. She did not seem aware that I had come, but sought me in the cold body of earth. Then I knew that I had been reminded of my corporeal self by that fond woman's soul pleadings. Such pleading, such anguish, I could no longer endure. I stood beside her. I touched her. Then she looked up and saw me. She looked long at me, then at my body, and then, Zalem, is it thou? My love, my love. Oh, clasp me ere I fall. She fell forward upon my breast, and in that time the body of me disappeared, and also all things, save the sandy waste where we then found ourselves together. Then, before our horror-stricken gaze came a little babe, so tender in age it seemed just born. It was able to come to us, however, and it could utter wailing speech, which smote our ears like cries of mortal agony. It was dripping with blood, and its eyes were as those of a dead infant. With an awful shriek of anguish Lalix cried, "O Inkle, my God, have I not suffered enough but that my dead, my murdered babe should come to smite my soul? Zalem, Zalem, see our baby girl, murdered by me, for thy sake." My heart seemed to stop beating in its fearful woe, and I stood paralyzed, gazing at the little one as it stretched its hands gory with the blood of untimely birth, and raised its glazed eyes to me. Then I stooped and took it into my arm, holding it close, trying to warm its poor, cold little body, and I wept. At last I wept great tears of real value, because shed for another. With a voice choked with anguish, I said, "Lalix, thy sin is on my head, because done for me. Let Inkle have mercy on me if he will." Then a glorious radiance broke over the scene, and the cross-bearer was beside us as we stood, clasping each other and our child. He whom I had seen by the moonlit fountain, years before, stood by us again. On his breast shone a cross of fire, which leapt or fell again in waves of undulating, living light. He spoke, "Lo, thou hast called upon the Most High for mercy, because unto that little child thou hast shown mercy. Thou shalt receive it. Thou hast come unto me, and I will give thee rest. Yet, it shall not abide with thee until the day of the great peace enters into thy overcoming heart. Therefore, in a far day, thou shalt garner a sorrowful harvest of woe, and repay all thou art indebted. When thou art come again, also she with thee, and again are ready to go into Navazaman, ye will find yourselves free of earth forever. Then, having received, thou shalt give. He that causeth another to sin causeth that others and his own feet to slip and to turn from my way. He must at one his heart to me first, then go again into the field of woe, yet not in a body of flesh but of spirit. And he must find his victims and struggle with them till he turn them back from whence he led them. Thus taketh he on his own back their burden he made them to place there. Then shall he carry it for them until they, following his spirit counsels to their souls, are come unto me. And I will take that burden, that shadow, and it shall cease. For I am the Sun of Truth. Can a shade exist in sunlight? Can any pile shadows on the sun? Neither can any pile sins upon me, and burden me. That little one I will take unto me. Thou hast defended it. And it shall be as a millstone on thy neck, casting thee into the sea of earthly woe. Yet ye shall escape, for thou hast thy name in the book of life. But now, rest. And my daughter, rest. I found myself in my body, unable to recall anything I had passed through. But I was aweary and I slept. Nature came to the rescue of my tired soul. And for days I was in fever, which passed into a coma. And from that I awoke, weak but well. Still I was in a waking dream, and I dreamed that I was in the Incolithlon at Kafel. Oh, the agony! Oh, sin's bitter cost! But at last I went back to Kafel after weary weeks in which I was lost to my people, months, 3 of them, back to my home. As I passed through the palace I met officers and ladies of the court, and attendants, to all of whom I had been a friend and who so regarded me. They now gazed blankly at me, but spoke no word of greeting. Was my life known at last to a horrified world? No, this was not the reason of the strange demeanor of the people. I was unexpected, was supposed to be dead. During the 100 days of my absence, Menax with Anzami had concluded that I was dead, had perhaps taken my own life. It were happier for me had they thought aright as to the first part of the matter. Now I was come home, resolved to be open and frank in my relations with those whom I loved best on earth. I would confess my evil ways to them, and implore forgiveness. Once again, too late, Menax, long a sufferer from an affection of the heart, thinking me dead because I had not come to him nor to Anzami, had not survived the shock which this belief caused him. I was told that for some weeks he was gone to Navazaman. I dreaded to ask after Anzami lest here, too, some terrible news awaited me. In my misery I wandered about the city, and ere long found myself by the great temple. A little door stood open and no one was near, so I entered by it, careless that admittance was denied all but Ingali. I hoped to find in this sacred shade some relief. No one seemed to be within, and I wandered about until I stood in the triangle of the place of life. There, forgetful for the moment, I gazed reverently on the unfed light. Then I passed around to the other side of the quartz cube and, oh God, there stood Lalix, still and cold. My very brain reeled. I went to her, and found her the same as when I looked last on her dear form, stone, only stone. How many years was it since then? A whole life may crowd into a day's length and centuries pass in a few weeks. Oh Lalix, Lalix, my accuser! In blank numbness of mind I laid my hand on her cold form, and shuddered at the chill, yet bent and looked into the eyes which saw me not, and kissed the dumb lips which made no response. Yet she would not speak, though he kissed in the old place the quiet cheek. In her hand was a roll of red parchment. I ventured to remove it and look at. It had contents, if indeed it had any writing upon it. It had, and I read, because this statue is a record of a despicable crime, I, Guaxiln, Rai of Poseidon, do forbid its removal until I grant permission. Let it stand a silent witness before the criminal. With a shudder, I replaced the roll in the stony grasp, and almost fainted at the hollow rattle which it made as I did so. Was I that criminal? Not the one. But I felt as if I was. I would go to Agako and ask permission of the Rai to remove her of whom he knew I was fondest, but had lacked the courage or decision to say so to the world. Circumstances made her more precious to Zaeln than Anzami was. I turned to leave that I might go to Agako, but I was startled when, on turning, I found myself facing Rai Guaxiln, gazing sorrowfully upon me. Startled only, for nothing surprised me any more nor ever gave me real terror. Ere I had spoken he said, "Yes, thou hast my consent to remove her." I felt no wonder at his anticipation of my request, although I noted the fact. Indeed, it was deep gratitude which I experienced instead. I was muscular and at once acted upon the permit. I took one long, last look into the deep blue eyes, and at the face, which seemed almost to smile as I bestowed a sobbing kiss upon the calm lips. Then I lifted her from the granite floor. The one foot that was exposed to view beneath the hem of her stony robe broke off at the ankle, just above the straps of her dainty sandal, as I lifted the slight but now heavy body. Then I raised her higher, and yet higher, to the top of the cube of the Maxon. and let her drop forward against the quenchless light. Kiss her and leave her. Thy love is clay. As she touched the maxenlight sight instantaneously disappeared, with no more disturbance of the tall taper than comes from the flight of darkness when the morning sun lights up the valleys. Calmly the quenchless light stood, unchanged as ever. As I turned away, I saw the little foot, whereon sparkled the sapphires and diamonds of the sandal strap buckle. My gift. I succeeded in detaching the little remnant unbroken, but instead of putting it also in the maxenlight, I wrapped it in my mantle, glad that I had a token, even if it was only a stone foot. I could not bring my courage to the point of asking my sovereign about Anzumi. No, I feared his possible and not unreasonable scorn. I would seek her and find if she also were dead, like Menax. If so, I resolved to take the first opportunity. The morrow might favor me, as it was the beginning of an Inkalon or Sunday of general worship, and return to the temple, where I would bathe away my physical self in the unwavering flame of the unfed light. Anzumi was not dead, however, but had not yet learned of my return. I found her, the sign of her great sorrow in her fine gray eyes, which, as we met, rested on me in a bewildered stare. Then, with one long sob, she fell into my outstretched arms in an unconscious condition. Poor little girl. I held her, I clasped her close to my heart, and while I kissed her pale lips, her black-ringed eyes, her sunken cheeks, my tears fell on her face like rain, the first tears my fevered physical eyes had shed through all my agony of soul. At last she awoke from her faintness only to experience a long sickness, in which her pure spirit came near bursting its earthly casket and, after several weary weeks, finally left her to consciousness. When she was again moving about in her old quiet way, and although frail was able to endure the recital, I sat down in the Xanathathlon in the seat where Menax and I had sat so long before. Then I drew the slight form down upon my knees and, with my arm about her, told her all the sad story of Lolix and the miserable flight from Kafel which I had made to escape the memory of it. Alas, how unsuccessfully! No one can run away from self. After the unrestrained confession, I asked her to forgive me. For some time she said nothing, but her arms stole around me, so that we clasped each other. At last she spoke. Zalem, I do forgive thee. From the depths of my soul I do. Thou art but mortal. That thou hast sinned, do so no more. I do not wonder that thou shouldst have loved that sweet woman. At this, I drew forth the memento of Lolix, which I had carried with me, despite its weight, and without a word handed it to her. This is her foot? O Lolix, I love thee also. Zalem, give me this. I would keep it in memory of my friend. Then I spoke. Anzumi, my wife, for thou art to be mine. The world knoweth it. Thou hast forgiven me. So hath thine uncle Arai. But it is yet some months ere we may wed till death. Hence I will go forth into Umor, in the region where men are not, even in the south part, for in Aixa are certainly mines, and in the sandy deserts there will I find gold. Not that I want gold, for I have millions, 3,000,000 teki and much other wealth. But all that the earth will yield it is good for Posse to have. I go, because I fear I cannot be in Kafel and refrain from being always with thee. In Umor I can see thee, and bear thee, and love thee dear, for I shall not this time remove the Naim, so that it will be much as if I were here. Therefore, kiss me, sweet one, a fond farewell, and I will be gone when the evening falls. Inca be with thee, and his peace overshadow thee. It was 2,000 miles from Kafel to that part of the Umor coast nearest which I desired to go inland. But, thinking of Anzumi, the distance was passed unheeded until we lay above the region where now the geographies mark the great niter-bearing desert of Atacama. It was desert then as now. We found on prospecting its deepest sands, near to the base of the Andes, that these were rich enough in gold to justify myself and men in setting up the electric generator of water. This was an instrument containing several hundred square yards of metal plate surface arranged in banks like the gills of a fish, the whole encased in a tight metal box. An air current entering at one end of the case had to traverse every inch on both sides of the plate ere it touched the farther end. As each plate was made and maintained very cool by Nava's forces, the result was rapid deposition of moisture from the atmosphere. In the example cited, the generator was of the largest portable size, and the flow of water condensed by it was about a quart every minute, quite enough with which to do a considerable amount of mining in the economical way in which our mining machinery used water. I had brought a horse from Poseid, and after mining arrangements were attended to, and the men placed at work, I had the animal made ready, and taking a case of mineral locators, light instruments operated by something similar to what would nowadays be called a pile la planche, hence not night-side electricity, instruments used for determining the location of mineral deposits on the principle of the electrometer, and with food enough for several days, I set out to prospect for valuable minerals. I also took a small, easily portable Naim so as to maintain communication with the rest of the world. I soon left this latter instrument in a cache, intending to get it when I came back, for I had not gone above 5 miles ere discovering that the instrument had been rendered useless by the loss of its vibrator. Where I had lost this essential I did not know, but I concluded not to go back after it. The loss, though no small annoyance, was a relief to my horse, for it reduced his burden by a number of pounds, no small matter, considering that I had a rifle, which I will not now describe, different though its principle from any modern weapon, in that its propulsive force was electricity, my mining tools, my packages of dates and nuts for food, my polar compass, pocket photographic apparatus, and a small generator, with, lastly, my bedding and my own weight. That night I was far away, and the next evening found me over 100 miles from the camp. As the sun sank low, I found myself riding along the bottom of a deep arroyo. At a little distance, I saw the mouth of what appeared to be a small cavern. This might do nicely to camp in overnight and provide shelter. My horse was well trained and would stay for hours within whistling distance of the place where I left him. So I dismounted and, bidding him remain near, went into the cavern. It seemed like a long tunnel, and without going further, I returned to my steed and took off his saddle. Then I laid under it the food I had brought for myself. For the animal there was abundance of grass growing about. The tools I also put under the saddle and, taking my electric rifle, was about to return to the investigation of the cave, when my horse pleaded for water, and as the ravine was a dry creek, I proceeded to give him drink and take some myself. The creek bed was of smooth, cement-like rock, with numerous depressions shaped much like buckets. Beside one of these, I set the generator, and soon the hole was full of water, cool and refreshing. I watered my grateful animal at this, and drank from the spout of the instrument myself. How good the fluid seemed! As I placed the generator, still running, back beside the hole, I little thought how I would need it soon, and be unable to get it. I found the bottom of the cavern to be of the same rocky character as the bed. The arroyo. I knew it was not mineral-bearing, but my curiosity was aroused, and I concluded to go to the end of the tunnel. In my pocket I had a small lighting battery and incandescent bulb, and when it grew dark in the cave by reason of my distance from the entrance, I used this to illuminate my pathway. For fully half a mile, I found the cave to open on before me. At that point I stopped, overcome by surprise. In all that region I had not seen a sign of human presence, recent or ancient, until now. But before me, only partially exposed, stood a house, presenting its comber and part of 2 heavy walls of basalt. I dropped my lumen in my surprise, and it broke on the rocky floor, extinguishing the light. But it was not altogether dark about me, for daylight filtered in from some source. Long I stood there in that gloomy cavern, gazing upon the ruined house. Whence had come its builders, and in what forgotten age? Where had they gone? Was this but a solitary building, or were there others hidden in the sands of the plain nearby, but not uncovered? Conjecture had here full play, for in all the annals of Poseid, covering decades of centuries with concisely written records, no mention was made of any people, civilized or even savage, having had inhabitants in this no-man's land. The only tenable conclusion was that I now gazed upon the relic of some people so ancient as to antedate even Poseid's 40 centuries. At length, I crossed the cave's short width in order more closely to examine this remnant of the dim past, a past forgotten even when Poseid was young. In the side of the building nearest to me was a doorway through the smooth, finely chiseled basalt blocks forming the wall. Partly ajar swung a door, apparently formed of a single slab of basalt about 6 inches thick by the proper proportions otherwise. Impelled by curiosity, I stepped into the room, which was easily done without disturbing the door from the position it had so long occupied. My reason greatly disliked the admission that even a stone structure should so long have withstood the effects of time, but it was only thus explainable, so I dismissed conjecture for the time. I found the 3 dimensions of the interior apparently equal, and about 16 feet every way. There was but the single door to give entrance, excepting 2 parallel openings in the roof, formed by placing a stone of less width by a span on either side of the opening it would otherwise have filled. There was no break in the solid masonry. The floor, which was thinly covered, I found to be made of granite, the jointure of which was as perfect as that of the walls. Not a sheet of paper could have been slipped between any 2 blocks. After exploring thus far, I leaned against the wall, near enough to the door to touch it without change of place, and letting my gaze rest on the barred grating in the ceiling, gave myself to reflection. How cold and gloomy it seemed in that lonely room, relic of a bygone age, forgotten by even so old a race as ours. The solid construction, the simple severity of its plan, all forcibly brought to mind the descriptions given of prisons in Passid in ante-Maxan days. Was it the solitary example of building skill of its constructors in which I now stood? Or was it one of a collection forming a buried city? How this particular building came to be clear of sand in its interior was easy to see. The rain waters had percolated through the shallow soil above, and had run through the crack which I have mentioned as giving light to the cavern. A part of the flow had gone outside, thus exposing 2 sides of the corner of the house. The rest of the water running on the flat roof had entered through the grating. Seeping thence through the sand in the room, it had carried it out of the door standing open at the side. Satisfied with my reflective study, I began to think of returning to the open air, and to my horse. As I turned to pass out, curiosity impelled me to swing the ponderous door on its hinges, if I had strength. Expecting that much effort would be required, I gave force to the action. Alas, for my superficial examination of the slab. I had observed no sign of a lock of any sort, and did not imagine any existed. Hardly any effort was needed to swing the deceitful door, and it went so with such quickness that I lost my balance and fell against the wall, striking my head so severely as to render me unconscious. When I recovered, I found the door shut and securely locked. In my cursory notice of it, I had not seen that instead of a simple slab, it was made of plates of stone, separated at the edges by a segment of a 3rd plate, forming thus a hollow space between the outer surfaces. In that space, there was concealed an arrangement of bolts and bars of stone, working on the gravity drop principle and releasing the locking bolts when the door shut tight to place. The ends of these, 4 in number, then shot into recesses in the wall, and the door was securely locked. Being of a calm disposition, given to reliance on my scientific knowledge, the discovery that I was imprisoned did not discompose me in any great degree. Instead, I sought for some means of withdrawing the bolts, but none existed. Now, I thought in dismay that I had not a single tool with me with which to dig out of this gloomy prison. I then sat down to reflect on the situation. The longer I pondered, the more terrifying the aspect of things became. First, not a soul knew of my whereabouts. As I had no name, my place could not be determined except by tracking me. This would prove impossible because I had followed the beds of watercourses, long stretches of which were bare rock. I would not be missed for 3 days yet, as I had said that I expected to be gone for a period twice as long, and 3 days more than I had already been absent, ere I proposed to return. No, there was no hope of escape, and now I realized how true were the words of Rai Ernon of Swern when he told me that a Posida depended for his very life on his being surrounded by the creations of his knowledge in the realm of natural physics. The food which I had brought with me was with my horse and outfit, as far beyond my reach as the stars. It might be that they would finally search for me and find my horse. But no, he would not be apt to remain 3 or 4 days alone in that awful wilderness. He would wander, perhaps go back to the Valix. But he would leave no trail to give a clue to my prison, for he would go as he came, over an unyielding rocky stream bed. Hunger pangs again suggested that I had no food. Not even had I any water. Hope still remained, for was not Inkle my protecting father? How futile this, my hope! God, Inkle, Brahm, call the eternal spirit what thou Wilt verily doth heed the needs of his children, but those needs which to the child seem to be uppermost, are not always so adjudged by the Eternal One. He operates through his children, whether human or angelic ones, making each one interdependent with all others, and thus men or angels may have for helpers each other, or perhaps only some animal brother. God noteth a drowning mariner, but unless some brother be there to rescue, he may physically perish. He tempereth the wind to the shorn lamb, but generally only through the fact that self-interest, or it may be some higher emotion, as pity, is aroused in the mind of beholding man. Nay, it is only through the mainsprings of character, by our Heavenly Father implanted in the souls of his children, that he ever helps or saves. And this is mostly true, that the physical body must pray with muscular action if it would get an answer to its needs in physical form. The mind must pray through mental processes, and its answer will be in mental results, while the spirit shall pray through its spiritual nature, and receive those values which are not perceptible to the natural mind. All this, but although the mind prayeth forever, and the body doeth no work, the results, save a brother acteth, shall not be for the body. And though the spirit pray, yet if the mind pray not also, knowledge will not come to the brain. How shall the mind pray? By being in harmony with the spirit. And how shall it have this harmony? By control through the will of the animal body, that it infringe not the laws of that wholeness which is health. When I sat in the cave house and prayed to Inkle with my whole mind, yet as I could not pray with my muscles, no release would come for the body, neither food nor drink. I might on the mental plane have influenced Rai Guoxun to understand my predicament. This to him would have been clairvoyance. But this I could not while the enemy who had aroused my curiosity to work my ruin intercepted all such clairvoyant messages. More especially I could not, being ignorant of the proper method. It would have been mere chance that Guoxun would have been influenced by my mental tension of distress undirected by my knowledge. Meanwhile, unaware of how to use such powers, I dismissed thoughts of any possibility of escape in that direction. But I would pray to Inkle. So I knelt on the cold, cruel floor, and prepared to invoke his aid. As I uttered his name, I heard a musical laugh, albeit mocking, a sound which thrilled me with that dread terror which every man and woman has sometime felt, either in childhood days or in later life, that chill which shivers the senses when listening to some weird tale of horror, told by the fire's open grate, while the storm king rocks the very foundations of the ground. Turning and arising from my knees, I beheld the Inkalis of the great temple in Kafel. Wherefore didst thou start at beholding me, as if thou hadst looked on a demon? To this question, I could vouchsafe but one reply, that my sudden fright must have been from beholding him in that manner, since I was not accustomed to seeing men go about like ghosts, disembodied, yet not seeming to be so. I felt a great joy at his coming. For I then believed that Inkle had answered my yet unspoken petition for mercy by sending my Neen to my aid. And yet, why should I still be possessed by that unaccountable fear, the fear which overcame me upon first seeing him? I knew in the moment after its utterance that it did not arise from the cause attributed, his method of advent to my prison, because I knew that as a son of the solitude he possessed the power to lay aside the gross body of earth as one would an overcoat and project himself to any desired place. I knew as I looked upon him that his corporeal self was in a trance sleep, thousands of miles away in Poseid. I had no such power to project myself, else it had been easy for me to let Rai Guoxun know of my danger. At least, unknowing of Mainan's interference, I thought so. But as Inkle had sent the Inkalis to me, all was surely well. The priest doubtless read my thoughts, for he said that he had become aware of my unpleasant predicament through Inkle, and had come to assist me to escape. He must, however, leave me until he could get aid to me by dispatching of Valks from Kafel. It would not take long, and meanwhile I must be of good cheer. And then he disappeared as he had come, and I was again alone, awaiting his promised return with a feverish anxiety not to be expressed in words. Hours passed, and he came not, nor any other. Hours grew into days, 3 days, and he came not, neither came any succor. The pangs of hunger, terrible as they had become, were as nothing compared to my thirst. Once more the daylight ceased to filter through the grating overhead and the crevice leading to the upper ground. I had worn the ends of my fingers to rawness trying to release the bolts of the door, had sounded every inch to see if it did not contain a secret spring that would let loose some part of the prison wall. But fate had no such kindness in store for me. 7 times the light had gone out above me, marking 7 nights since Mainan's visit. Several times my torture of hunger and thirst had rendered me wildly delirious, with lucid intervals. In one of these lucid moments of comparative calm, as I lay moaning on the sandy floor, feebly calling on Inkle for help, I heard the same low laugh that had heralded Mainan's first appearance. The sound fired me with temporary strength, and I sat up. I would have cursed the Inkelis for his long absence, which had meant so much suffering for me, had I not feared that in his anger he would leave me there to die. I no more felt for him the reverence I had ever felt, for I was certain now that he was not what men thought him, and I would have therefore cursed him, because of my inward sense that great as was his esoteric knowledge, and the fact of his being recognized as a son, that none the less he was black-hearted and an abomination in the sight of Inkle, and that in him the sons of the solitude were deceived as the very elect. That I did not denounce him to his face was due to the fast-vanishing hope that he might still be induced to help me escape. This time he came with changed manner. Now when he spoke, his first words were in mockery of my appeals to the great Father of life. How much good may it do thee to cry unto Inkle or any helper God? There is no God. Ah, how blind men are to pray to such empty ideals as their fancies name God. Men of Pasid say Inkle is God. Men of Suernes say Yova, and they of Necropan say Osiris. What madness and idiocy! Here I sat more erectly, and regarded him a moment before asking if he were not afraid so to blaspheme Inkle and to deny his Maker. Thinkest thou, Zaelm, son of Menax, that I should do as I have if I thought any God existed? Is it news? Aye, it is news to thee that I should desire to achieve the ruin of her called Anzumi, that I came from a former life on earth, many of them, filled with hatred of her, who always heretofore hath caused me to be exposed to the laws of man. She cannot now, for in the book of fate I do not find it so written, so that either it is not there, or else I have lost my power to read fate, a thing I think not likely. But I will, through thee, wring her heart to the depths, so that she shall cry out in anguish of soul, What hath Anzumi done to me? Not as Anzumi, but as a powerful woman and seeress, ere she was born in the earth as Anzumi. I follow her in vengeance. To wring her soul in agony I compassed the death of Menax, against whom personally I had no cause. I have almost done the same for thee, yet have I naught against thee. It was that did work upon thy curiosity that thou here mightest find thy death. I had hoped to hinder thy confession of thy life sin with Lalix unto Anzumi. Then, after thou shouldst have met thy death, and then been found by me, I would have gotten so much the greater misery for her out of the public exposure of thine iniquity, for I had all the proofs well in hand. But that scheme is foiled. I care not overmuch. Thy death will occasion her much torture. For that purpose also was Lalix led to do as she did, and thou also with her, so long ago, for I lay my plans long ahead, being gifted with vast power for piercing the future. For that same end shall the rye be brought low, and at the last she who is the object of my chiefest wrath shall not know good from evil, so that her name shall be a scorn in the mouths of the people. Revenge is sweet, Zaelm, sweet. My horror and my weakness together made it impossible for me to do aught but sit and stare in silent helplessness, even had any corporeal body been before me upon which to act. Thou art aghast at my iniquity? I am too old to fear failure, and am beyond the reach of the laws of men at last. No man, nor all the men on earth, could deprive me of life or liberty. I have long known a secret which prolongs life many times the common length. 'Tis a secret won from the deeper night side of nature. One day shall come when a Pasid shall know these secrets. 'Twill be a sad day for it, I rejoice to think. I was old when Guaxon of Pasid thought me a boy with my mien. So also thought the sons of solitude, for I was cunning in concealment. So think they yet. Yes, I will tell thee, for thou art even now as one who is dead. I have worked for 3 centuries in this present body. Said I not that I am old? I have counteracted the good done by Ernon of Swern, so that he died of a despairing heart. I do thus that I may, if possible, wither all the hopes of humankind, turn them down from the infinite path, down to demonhood, death and destruction. Ernon worked to the exaltation of mankind, I to its depression, so we came in conflict and I won. And why knew he not my hand? Because I have ever worked in the dark, kept my own counsel, and obtained mastery over the evil hosts which are not human, never were and never will be. And against workers in the dark can no son of light prevail, for both work on the animal nature of man, which, having no light of guidance, taketh the first offered support, thus favoring workers in the dark. But enough. So much would I not tell thee were it not that thou wouldst not have much power thereby over me understand. Wert thou alive instead of practically dead? Thinkest thou now I can have belief in a God? Bah! If God exists, I fear not. Yet let him punish. And now a fearful, glorious, and wonderful sight appeared. The night had come while Mynene thus confessed to me and gloried in his apical crimes, and called upon Inkle to punish if he existed. In the total darkness of the prison, which, being physical gloom, could not veil the form of Mynene, there appeared that which struck terror to both our hearts, albeit terror of different sorts. A human form, which yet was not of earth, surrounded by a blinding white light, stood before us. Was this Inkle? Had he of a verity accepted the rash challenge of the criminal priest? Upon his countenance rested a calm but awful expression, though not of anger or any human emotion. For an instant the wondrous eyes gazed upon me, then turned to Mynene. He then spoke, calmly, musically, and while I listened all my pain left me, though the words were of fearful import. To feel the perfect calm o'er the agony steal. The voice was like my conception of the tones of Inkle, as he said, I shall not, O Mynene, enumerate thy crimes. Thou knowest them every one. Thou hast been fellow with the sons, and they taught thee all they knew, and of me thou learnedst more than they could teach. I, centuries agone. I knew thy way. I knew its evil, yet interfered not, for thou art thine own master, even as all men are self-masters. Few, alas, are faithful, but thine altitude of wisdom, prostituted to selfishness, to sin, to crime, more utterly than any other man hath dared, is thy destruction. Thy name meaneth light, and great hath thy brilliancy been. But thou hast been as a light adrift on the seas, a lure to death of all them that follow thee, and these have been myriad. Thou hast blasphemed God, and jeered in thy soul, saying, Punish! But thy day was not come, wherefore thou wert let go unrebuked. It made thee bold, and thou wouldst go on even now. But lo, Anzami thou shalt not harm, for she is handmaiden of Christ, even mine own daughter in service. Thou hast well merited the penalty, and because thou hast knowingly dared it, lo, now shall it be dealt out to thee. I would it were avertible, but thine is one out of a myriad of cases, more heinous because thou art wise, not ignorant. But as thou art an ego, a ray from my Father, and now give out no more light, but darkness only, I will cut thee off for a season, for thou shalt neither destroy more of my sheep, nor be let to leave unexpiated the evil thou hast done. It were better for thee couldst thou cease to exist. But this may not be of an ego. I can but suspend thee as a human entity and cast thee into the outer darkness to serve as one of the powers of nature. Get thee behind me. The high priest had stood the picture of an awful terror, numbed beyond thought of escape, which indeed was not possible. For the judge was man, and more than man finite, was man infinite, even Christ. Now, however, as the Son of Light ceased to speak, Mynene uttered a howl of mingled terror and defiance. At this dread sound the Christ stretched forth his hand, and instantly Mynene was surrounded with a glowing flame which, on disappearing, revealed also the disappearance of the demon priest. Thus had Mynene sinned, perverting his noble wisdom to evil and to sowing the seeds of sin, on and in the hearts of unsuspecting weaklings of humanity. He had sown and sworn was to reap, and through sworn the world. But for this moving he himself was blasted from the book of life by a curse from the Son of Man. Even those unfamiliar with any but the material aspect of nature can find no difficulty in comprehending the destruction of the life of a man whose corporeal body was in far away Kafal, when they consider that the earthly frame is no more an essential of the real man than the cocoon is a part of the butterfly. although in either case these things are essential to physical life. Terrified by the awful sight of the blasting, I sank on my face on the floor. From this position I was bidden to arise by the Christ, who said, "Such is the fate of the wholly selfish man. Fear not for thine own safety, for I blast not thee. Neither worship me, but my Father who sendeth me. I am reached unto the perfection of the seventh principle and am man, also the Son of Man, yet more than any man, for I am in the Father and the Father is in me. But all men who will may follow me and be by me in the kingdom. For are we not all children of one, our Father? I am he, Christ. That which I am, the spirit of every man is. The penalty visited upon my kneen was not annihilation, which cannot be. Neither was it the death which is transition, but the death which liveth no more as human life, but is out for a season into the outer darkness of devildom. Behold, I speak, yet having ears, thou hearest thou not, neither comprehend. But thy hearing shall come to thee, and thou shalt know, and shalt lead my people. And lo, thou shalt lead them in a day to thee yet afar off. But now thou shalt go no more to Atl to live there, neither be seen of Anzumi any more, until she hath gone from earth twice and come again, and shall be called Phyrus. Lo, I have said that these things should come to pass, and did prophesy unto thee in that city called Caphel. And thou heardst me, yet heeded not. But now thou wilt heed me, for I speak great words of God. And the world is his. Yet now no man knoweth me. But in a far day I will come again, yet I will enter in and dwell as a perfect human soul, and make that man first fruit of them that sleep the sleep which is change, so that by me he shall be exalted above death. Then shall men get them up and mock me, being unbelievers, and shall crucify me. Yet shall I, that am become Jesus the Christ, not be harmed, but mine earthly house only. And they shall be forgiven, for they will not know what they do. Peace I give unto thee. Sleep. Chapter 24. Devotion. Obedient to this command I slept. When I awakened I was yet in the prison, but all the suffering, all the tortures of hunger and thirst that I had endured were gone. Nothing seemed strange to me, not even when I arose and found that behind me, as a shell, remained the poor clay casket which had suffered so keenly under the pangs of starvation. All was as natural in seeming as are things in vivid dreams. I thought of Anzumi and wondered if she, too, felt as happy as I did at that moment. I prayed that she might. Then I thought of the words of him who called himself the Son of Man, and wondered what manner of being he was. His talk had, for the most part, been unmeaning to me. Yet from it I understood that I was dead, that Anzumi would see me no more until after what dimly seemed an eternity, and not then as Anzumi, nor would I then be Zalm. Yet I felt no regret over this long perspective separation. And in that time the Son of Man would have come again to the world, and left work for his brethren, the children of our Father, who in doing this work would be following after him, and would become as himself in so far as to be disenthralled from time and from earth, and have all things life and death. Yet, dimly understanding all this, I comprehended not its perfect fullness, for my natural mind was not able to grasp its spiritual meaning. This then was Navazaman, and I was what men call dead. It was much different from my concepts as taught me by the priests of Inkel, because it apparently differed not at all from earth life, so far as I had as yet experienced. Perhaps it would if I were now to go and pass through the Maxon light. To do this would not be suicide because I was already dead. No, it would purge away the earthiness which possibly prevented my finding the real Navazaman which had been taught me. Would Anzumi and all others of my loved ones come hither some day, and should we meet and know each other here? Oh, it must be so, it must be so. Filled with these reflections I stepped to the door, forgetting that its lock had previously prevented my exit. Only when it opened at my touch did I remember that it had defied every previous effort. Lightly I stepped away down the tunnel until I came to the daylight and to my saddle and tools, and yes, my horse, faithful animal. He was eating of the grasses, and evidently made the overflowing waters at the generator his headquarters. Leave him? Not if I could avoid it. I was free at last. I looked around at the dry washes lying under the open sky, with their eroded monuments of clay, capped with wild pampas plumes. How gracefully these nodded in the light breeze, seeming to say, Free now, free! Then I went to my horse to take him, forgetful that being dead, I could not need such transportation. But he seemed not to see me or to know my presence. This was a difficulty. I was used to conquering difficulties, but this was one where I was at a low what to do. I sat down and looked at the handsome animal.